A young man, no older than 23, lay fast asleep upon his bed. Suddenly, the shrill chime of an alarm shattered the silence, pulling him from the depths of slumber and back into reality. With a languid yawn, he rose, his eyes drifting toward the window beside him, where the morning light began to seep through the glass. "I wonder what today has in store for me," he murmured, his voice still heavy with sleep as he made his way toward the bathroom, rubbing the fatigue from his eyes. Upon entering, a large mirror mounted on the wall greeted him. He paused before it, studying his reflection for a moment. Tall and lean, standing at 62, he possessed jet black hair and eyes to match, features that framed a face above average in appearance, though unassuming in his own eyes. With a faint shake of his head, he lowered himself toward the sink, reaching for his toothbrush and toothpaste with practiced ease. A few minutes later, he stepped into the shower, letting the steady stream of water rinse away the remnants of sleep. He emerged from the bathroom with a towel wrapped loosely around his waist. To the average eye, his build might appear athletic, broad-shouldered with defined muscle, but to seasoned athletes, it was nothing extraordinary. Just another physique shaped by effort, not excellence, the kind shared by countless hopefuls chasing the same ideal. Crossing the room, he approached the wardrobe and selected a simple yet clean outfit, dressing without much thought. Soon after, he made his way to the kitchen for a quick, unceremonious meal. With breakfast behind him, he returned to his room, grabbing his phone and a set of car keys from the nightstand. It's already 9:23 a.m. "I still have some time before the lecture starts," he muttered under his breath, casting a quick glance at the screen of his phone. With that, he made his way to the door, stepping out and heading toward the elevator. Once inside, he pressed the button for the garage level. The descent was swift and silent, and within moments, the door slid open with a quiet chime. Without hesitation, he walked directly to his car. The engine responded to his touch with a smooth, subdued hum, purring to life. Settling into the driver's seat, he eased out of the parking space and began the familiar drive toward campus, the city slowly awakening around him. Within minutes, he arrived on campus and made his way into the lecture hall. A low hum of conversation washed over him, dozens of students chatting idly, their voices blending into a chorus of anticipation as they waited for the lecture to begin. His eyes scanned the room, drifting over rows of faces. None struck him as familiar. With a quiet sigh, he made his way toward an empty seat near the back. But just as he was about to sit down, a voice cut through the noise, calling his name. "Hey, Ethan. Over here." Ethan turned his head toward the voice, instantly recognizing it, Logan. Without hesitation, he altered his course and made his way over. Logan was already seated, surrounded by a few of their mutual friends. "Good morning, everyone," Ethan greeted as he approached. A chorus of nods and casual acknowledgments met his words, the group barely pausing their conversation. Logan shifted slightly, making room on the bench beside him for Ethan to sit. "So did you do the assignment? Lecture starts in 20 minutes, let me copy yours," Logan said casually, already reaching toward Ethan's bag. "Why is it always mine you want to copy? Go ask someone else for once," Ethan replied with a sigh, brushing Logan's hand away. Still with a resigned shake of his head, he unzipped his bag and pulled out the assignment, handing it over without further protest. Before Logan could respond, another friend from the group, Hills, interjected with a grin. "Because we're friends, what other reason do you need?" he said, already reaching into his bag to retrieve a pen and notebook. "We don't have time for your complaints today," Ella added, glancing toward Ethan's booklet. 20 minutes to copy the equations before the lecture starts." Ethan shook his head quietly. This group of friends was clearly using him to boost their CGPAs, but he said nothing. After all, wasn't that what friends were for? 20 minutes later, the lecturer arrived, and the session commenced. 3 hours slipped by in what felt like eternity. As the final words echoed through the hall, everyone rose, filing out toward their next class. After a long day of back-to-back lectures, Ethan's final class ended around 4 p.m. He exchanged quick goodbyes with his friends before making his way to the parking garage and sliding into his car. "This university is killing me," he sighed, resting his head briefly against the steering wheel. Reaching for his phone, he scrolled through his contacts and tapped his girlfriend's name. Within seconds, she answered. "Hey, boo. How are your classes? Are you done for the day? I can come pick you up," Ethan said, his voice relaxed as his phone connected seamlessly to the car's Bluetooth. "Yeah, babe. I'm finished," Jennifer replied warmly. "I'll wait for you at my department." They had been together for 2 years now, their relationship steady and strong. Plans for marriage after graduation were no longer just dreams, but quietly spoken promises between them. Ethan's car roared to life as he headed toward Jennifer's department. She stood waiting outside, clad in her medical scrubs, a testament to the grueling path she had chosen as a medical student. "How are you holding up?" Ethan asked as Jennifer slid into the passenger seat. "Exhausted," she admitted with a weary sigh. "Doctors really don't have it easy. No wonder so many of them end up with a god complex later on." Ethan smiled, a playful glint in his eyes. "Well, even if you develop one, I'll just open a church in your name." She laughed softly as he steered toward his apartment. Once inside, they both showered and changed, their conversation drifting to lighter topics, laughter filling the space between them. Later, they drove through the city's vibrant nightlife, seeking respite from the day's stresses. They shared a casual meal at a small eatery and played street games under the glow of neon lights, moments like these a welcome escape from the pressures of their lectures. They held each other's hands as they wandered into a jewelry store. Inside, delicate necklaces, rings, amulets, and bracelets of every hue and design were displayed meticulously behind glass cases, sparkling softly in the warm light. "Should we measure your ring finger now, for when I finally propose?" Ethan asked with a playful smile, eyeing the neatly lined-up rings behind the glass. Jennifer shook her head, a teasing smile curling her lips. "That might spoil the surprise when you do." Ethan chuckled softly. "Not like you know exactly when I plan to propose, so no surprise is ruined." He picked up a delicate necklace and gently fastened it around Jennifer's neck. She browsed through the display a bit longer before selecting a few pieces she loved. After settling the payment with his card, they stepped back into the night and drove quietly toward home. "Will you stay at my place tonight?" Ethan asked. "I won't," Jennifer replied. "I have a 5 a.m. practical tomorrow. If I sleep at your place, I'm sure I'll wake up tired and with a backache." Ethan smirked, his confidence shining through. "Well, it's not my fault, I'm just that good." "Whatever," Jennifer said with a playful roll of her eyes. "Just drop me off at my hostel." Ethan sighed but obliged, steering the car toward her dorm. Within minutes, they arrived. "See you tomorrow," Jennifer said softly, leaning in to press a quick kiss to his lips before stepping out. Ethan smiled, watching her walk inside. Shaking his head with fondness, he drove back to his own apartment. Once inside, he peeled off his clothes and collapsed onto his bed in just his boxers. After scrolling through his phone for a while, he plugged it in to charge and drifted off to sleep. Sunlight filtered gently through the window panes, casting a warm glow across the room. A boy lay beneath his duvet, peacefully asleep. Suddenly, a subtle twitch flickered across his eyelids. Without warning, he eased himself upward from the bed, transitioning smoothly into a seated position. His eyes remained closed as he stretched languidly, still caught in the haze between sleep and wakefulness. "A nice stretch," the boy murmured, his eyes fluttering open as the room slowly came into focus. Yet he remained still, seated in stunned silence, a wave of confusion washing over him. "How did I get here?" he whispered, his voice barely steady. Then abruptly he faltered, uncertainty deepening in his gaze. "What happened to my bass voice?" he wondered, fingers instinctively brushing his throat. His eyes roamed the room, sharply taking in every detail, every shadowed corner, as if searching for answers. "Is this the chamber of a king, or what?" he wondered, eyes sweeping over the sumptuous surroundings. The bed was impossibly soft, the duvet plush and inviting. Ornate gold-framed paintings adorned the walls, and every piece of furniture spoke of exquisite luxury. He lifted his hands, noticing how they appeared smaller than his original body, yet paradoxically stronger. His skin felt unnaturally smooth beneath his gaze. "What on earth is happening?" he muttered, the unfamiliar voice emerging from his throat, laced with disbelief. Ethan's mind raced, cycling through every possible scenario that could explain his current predicament. This wasn't how his days were supposed to begin. His routine was simple, consistent. Wake up, attend lectures, laugh and gossip with his girlfriend, then fall asleep with no worries in the world. But then a single, jarring thought struck him like lightning. Transmigration. Impossible. Is such a thing even real? He thought, disbelief thick in his mind. Sure, he'd read his fair share of web novels and watched enough anime to recognize the trope. But he had never once wished for it, never even entertained the idea. Why would he? His life was already ideal. He was wealthy, tall, strikingly handsome, intelligent, and dating the most intelligent and charming girl in the medical department. By all accounts, he was living the dream. His reality didn't even remotely fit the cliché prerequisites for reincarnation or transmigration. His life had no tragedy, no injustice, no regrets. It was simply perfect. After all, reincarnation and transmigration were for the broken, the forgotten, or the painfully average, those who had lived unremarkable lives or suffered in silence. But Ethan was none of those things. His life had been, by every measure, too perfect. Yes, he had grown up in an orphanage. But unlike many children who, upon coming of age, longed to uncover their roots or reunite with lost parents, Ethan had never shared that sentiment. To him, the past was a closed door. They had given up on him, so he had simply returned the favor, with finality and without remorse. His thoughts came to another sudden halt. Jennifer. Memories of her flooded his mind in vivid detail, her laughter, the way she'd playfully steal glances during his lectures whenever she escorted him, the warmth of her hand in his. He remembered when they first started dating, 2 years ago. Not once had they argued. Not once had they needed space. Jennifer had even given their relationship a name, Utopia. Damn it. Take me back to my world, Ethan thought, the weight of his reality crashing down. He didn't waste time denying what had happened. Acceptance had already settled in, no matter how surreal it felt. But Jennifer, what would become of her? Heartbreak, the confusion, the devastation she would feel when his body, cold, unresponsive, was eventually found, or worse, reported missing. The thought hollowed him out. Ethan let his back sink into the softness of the bed, eyes fixed blankly on the polished ceiling above. His thoughts churned restlessly, tangled in disbelief and reluctant acceptance. The typical transmigration trope played through his mind: bloodshed, battles, power struggles, tragic events, and endless family drama. It was the kind of fantasy that fueled the dreams of many novel readers and otakus. But not his. He had no reason to fantasize about escape or reinvention. His reality had been near perfect, so perfect that the idea of trading it for chaos seemed utterly absurd. Minutes slipped by as he lay there, motionless, his eyes unblinking. Eventually, driven by curiosity or perhaps quiet dread, he pushed himself off the bed and made his way to the full-length mirror mounted on the wall. If nothing else, he needed to see the face of the stranger he had become. He rose from the bed and walked toward the mirror, each step slow, deliberate. As his gaze met the reflection before him, he paused, staring at a young man who looked to be no older than 17, yet possessed a presence beyond his years. The figure stood tall at 61, with skin so fair and flawless it seemed untouched by even the faintest trace of dirt or hardship. His eyes were a deep, ethereal purple, mirroring the tousled mop of hair atop his head, hair that, while clean and well-kept, had grown wild, as though no one had dared to trim it. His features were sharp and dangerously attractive, the kind of face that could charm or silence a room with little effort. A lady killer, Ethan thought dryly. But the thought was fleeting, chased quickly by a deeper, more urgent question. I thought transmigrations came with memories, so where the hell is mine? His gaze drifted to the closed door across the room. The temptation to open it, to peer into the unknown, tugged at him. But caution anchored his feet in place. He had no memory, no context for where he was, who he was supposed to be, or how this world worked. Walking out blindly could be dangerous. Besides, judging from the opulence of the room and the refinement of his new appearance, this body likely belonged to someone of considerable status. A noble family, perhaps. Best to wait. A maid, a butler, someone was bound to come. And when they did, he'd have a chance to gather some much-needed information. Turning on his heel, Ethan moved toward the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of the world beyond. But just as he took his second step, he froze. His breath caught. A sharp, unseen force crashed into his mind like a hammer to glass. Pain. It bloomed in his skull, violent and sudden. He staggered, clutching his head with both hands as his knees buckled slightly. The urge to scream clawed at his throat, but he bit it back, forcing himself to stay silent. Then fragments. Images began flashing in his mind, like fractured memories stitched together by chaos. Scenes, faces, places he didn't recognize, yet now somehow knew. A motion picture of someone else's life, unspooled violently behind his eyes. Several agonizing minutes passed before the pain began to fade, then disappeared altogether, as suddenly as it had come. Ethan remained still, gasping softly for breath, his body trembling as he slowly pushed himself upright from his half-collapsed position. His mind raced, reeling from the torrent of memories that had just been forced upon him. They weren't his, but now, somehow, they were. He had just witnessed the life of the soul that once inhabited this body. Every experience, every moment, every scar etched into the consciousness now fused with his own. And what he saw left him stunned. "You've got to be kidding me," Ethan murmured, his voice low, almost breathless with disbelief. Gone was the ease and privilege of his former life, his days of comfort, laughter, and effortless success. What lay before him now was chaos, betrayal, blood, and a legacy riddled with danger. It was as though fate had ripped him from easy mode and hurled him headfirst into hell mode, without warning, without reason, and without mercy. The body belonged to the son of a duke, more precisely, Asher Wargrave, the 10th child of the esteemed Wargrave lineage. Wargraves, dukes of the Zarathorn Empire, were a family forged in the crucible of battle, a clan defined by warfare, renowned for their martial prowess and hardened by generations of conflict. Asher was 16, soon to turn 17. As the duke's 10th son, he commanded both respect and deference wherever he went. But in a household where excellence was the standard, mere birthright was not enough. The Wargraves were a family of prodigies. Every one of Asher's 9 siblings was a genius in their own right, as were his parents, uncles, and aunts. Mediocrity had no place in such a lineage. It was not enough to be talented, he was expected to be extraordinary. In truth, the Wargraves were less a noble family and more a lineage of monsters draped in glory. In this new world, every individual, noble or commoner alike, underwent an awakening upon reaching the age of 15. It was a universal rite of passage, one that transcended status or lineage. Yet, despite its inevitability, the true nature of the awakening remained a mystery to Ethan. Still, as an avid reader of fantasy novels, he possessed a general understanding of what it might entail. The process of awakening occurred at 15, but success was not guaranteed. Not everyone was able to awaken. Each person was granted up to 3 attempts, at the ages of 15, 16, and 17. Should they fail all 3, their fate was sealed. They would forever remain ordinary, destined to live a life devoid of power or potential in a world that revered strength above all else. But Asher had done the unthinkable. He had failed his awakening at the age of 15. And that was where everything began to unravel. Though the world granted a second, and even a third chance in the years that followed, failure, however temporary, was an unspoken disgrace within the Wargrave household. In a family where strength was not merely expected, but demanded, such weakness was intolerable. This was not just any noble house, it was the domain of monsters, a lineage bred for war, where power was legacy and mediocrity a sin. After Asher failed his first awakening, the ridicule began. His siblings, who had never harbored affection for him to begin with, seized the opportunity to mock and belittle him. Love had no place among them, only ambition. Each was vying to become the next head of the Wargrave family, and Asher's failure made him an easy target. Even the servants, once courteous by duty, began to look upon him with thinly veiled disdain. Some of the maids had awakened on their first attempt, yet the youngest son of a duke, born into privilege and legacy, had not. In their eyes, he was a disgrace. But Asher did not yield. He did not crumble beneath their scorn or the weight of their contemptuous gazes. Instead, he turned inward and endured. He pushed his body beyond its limits, embraced the pain, and welcomed the silence. Day after day, he followed a merciless routine: wake, eat, train, sleep, then repeat. No distractions. No excuses. Just sheer discipline. When Asher turned 16, his second chance at awakening arrived. Every gaze was fixed on him, watchful, expectant, unforgiving. Could he redeem himself? Could he finally cast off the stain of his first failure? Even if he succeeded, the whispers would not vanish. The shadow of that first disgrace would linger. But what followed silenced even those whispers, replacing them with stunned disbelief. Asher failed again. A second failure unthinkable. Unforgivable. This time it broke him. He felt their stares, piercing, mocking, heavy with scorn. The weight of their disdain crushed him, and the cruel satisfaction in their eyes, the schadenfreude, was unbearable. He could no longer pretend to be unaffected. Retreating to his room, he shut out the world. For days, perhaps weeks, he did nothing but cry, eat, and drink. He drowned his sorrow in alcohol, desperate to blur the sharp edges of his reality. In that darkened room, surrounded by silence and the bitter scent of failure, Asher was no longer the 10th son of a duke. He was just a broken boy, clinging to the bottom of a well he could no longer climb out of. But none of it brought relief. The drinking, the tears, the isolation, it solved nothing. If anything, it pulled him deeper into the abyss, swallowing what remained of his resolve. Day after day, the same cruel routine unfolded. His siblings no longer needed to lift a hand against him. Their words, cutting, relentless, were far more effective than fists. Each passing comment chipped away at what little strength he had left. Eventually, Asher broke. One morning, unable to bear it any longer, he paid a maid to procure a drug. She didn't question him. She didn't dare to. It wasn't her place, she was but a mere maid. That night, Asher made his choice. He swallowed the drug, not out of recklessness, but with quiet, deliberate finality. For him, it was not a cry for help, it was an escape. A way to silence the voices, the judgment, the failure. A way to disappear from a world that had never offered him a place within it. Asher Wargrave, the 10th son of a duke, died not on the battlefield, but in a lonely room, defeated not by enemies, but by the weight of expectation and silence. Ethan felt Asher's emotions crash into him like a tidal wave, fleeting moments of joy, fierce determination, quiet resolve, then sorrow, despair, and finally death. At least it wasn't a painful death. Ethan thought, his steps steady as he approached a small table. Resting atop it was a bottle, half full of the very drug Asher had used, and beside it, a folded letter stained faintly at the edges. He didn't bother reading it. He already knew its contents. The memories were as vivid as if they were his own. Without hesitation, Ethan tossed the bottle aside and shredded the letter, letting the torn fragments flutter to the floor like discarded regrets. Despite having lived through Asher's final moments, Ethan could feel no lasting weight. The sorrow, the fear, the hopelessness, they belonged to Asher, not to him. And though they had touched him, they did not claim him. I wonder why none of Asher's memories carried any history of this world. Ethan mused as he moved toward the window. Outside, the compound exuded discipline and order. Armored guards patrolled the perimeter with mechanical precision, their eyes sharp and movements rehearsed. Maids and butlers drifted across the walkways with practiced grace, their steps silent, their expressions composed. Everything moved with the harmony of a well-oiled machine. Beyond them, tall, elegant trees stretched skyward, their branches twisting like serpents of green and gold. They dotted the landscape in spiraling formations, giving the estate a strange, cultivated beauty, as if even nature here had been trained to obey. Yet even in all its grandeur, it felt unfamiliar. Alien. Beautiful but not his. If I jumped from here, would I truly die? Ethan wondered, eyes fixed on the distant ground below. Or would time simply rewind, dragging me back to the moment I awoke in this body? It was a strange thought, one that likely never crossed the minds of those who fantasized about reincarnation. While others might revel in the thrill of a second chance, Ethan's mind traveled a darker, more curious path. What if someone, granted a new life in a new world, chose to throw it away immediately? Would the force behind the reincarnation intervene? Would it stop them, desperate to protect whatever plan or design it had for them? Or would it let them die? Just like that. No resistance. No purpose. Just an end. The question gnawed at him. He felt no attachment to this life. Not yet. The emotions he had inherited from Asher had already faded into the background like a story read too many times. But somewhere in the back of his mind, the real question lingered. Would it end? Would I go back to Jennifer? Would I wake up once more in Asher's bed as if nothing had happened? The temptation to test the theory was real, dangerous, but real. Not born of despair, but of curiosity. The kind that could kill a man just as swiftly as any sword. Isn't this the part where I'm supposed to hear that ding, system activation sound, right after I get my memories? Ethan muttered under his breath, more to himself than anyone else. He furrowed his brow, sinking deeper into thought. Don't tell me I'm about to be the only transmigrator without a system. He paused, weighing the possibilities. Well, in some stories, the systems only activate during the awakening. Guess I'll just have to wait for mine. With a resigned sigh, Ethan stepped away from the window, brushing off the nagging unease. I've been awake for over 30 minutes. Why hasn't a maid come by to check on me? Or at least to just greet me, he wondered silently. Before the question could linger much longer, a gentle knock echoed from the door, as if answering his unspoken curiosity. Ethan's gaze snapped toward the door at the sound of the knock. After a brief pause, he called out calmly, Come in. The door opened with a soft creak, revealing a woman dressed in a maid's uniform. She appeared to be in her 40s, her movements measured and graceful. With a quiet step, she entered, gently closing the door behind her before lowering herself into a polite bow. "Good morning, young master," she greeted, her voice calm and measured, yet she deliberately avoided meeting Ethan's eyes. Ethan studied her quietly for a moment. He recognized her from the memories, the personal maid assigned by the Duke himself. Her name was Lyra. Whenever the current head of the Wargrave family welcomed a new heir, it was customary to assign a personal maid or butler to the child. These attendants served not only as assistants, but also as protectors, silent guardians tasked with safeguarding the young master until their awakening. The true strength of these maids and butlers remained a mystery to outsiders. No child was ever permitted to leave the Duke's estate before awakening, and as a result, none of these attendants had ever been tested in combat. The law was ironclad, unfailing in its enforcement. Typically, their service would conclude when the young master reached 15 and successfully awakened. However, since Asher had failed the awakening twice, Lyra's duty extended indefinitely, binding her to serve him until he finally succeeded. "Good morning, Lyra." Ethan greeted with a neutral tone, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement. Lyra said nothing in response. She stepped forward, reaching to begin removing his clothes. Ethan's face immediately tightened into a frown. "Don't worry. I'll be taking my own baths from now on," he said firmly, halting her mid-motion. For a few moments, Lyra stared at him, her eyes filled with quiet confusion. Ethan understood why. She had cared for Asher since his birth, bathing him, dressing him, never missing a single day. But Ethan wasn't Asher. He couldn't let an elderly woman, nor anyone for that matter, handle something so personal. It simply felt wrong and weird. "As you command, young master," Lyra replied softly, stepping back with a respectful bow. Ethan rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom, guided by his memories. "Though this world isn't technologically advanced, I'm glad I can still enjoy a proper bath," he thought. After some time, he emerged, feeling refreshed. Lyra was waiting patiently, holding a fresh set of clothes in her hands. Without a word or a touch, Ethan took the garments and dressed himself, determined to maintain his newfound independence. "Is my father in the estate?" Ethan asked, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. "The Primarch is present within the estate, young master," Lyra replied promptly. Ethan gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. "And which alcohol would you prefer today, young master?" Lyra inquired with quiet politeness. Ethan's thoughts stalled at her question. He knew from Asher's memories that after failing the second awakening, drinking had become a daily ritual, a desperate attempt to numb the growing despair. How hadn't this guy's physique deteriorated after all the alcohol he'd consumed? Ethan wondered, unable to comprehend how Asher's body still appeared stronger and more resilient than his own, even after an entire year of drinking and neglecting any real effort. Truly a family of monsters, he thought, shaking his head in quiet disbelief. "My 17th birthday is just a few days away. That means my third and final awakening is coming. I'll be making some changes before then. Don't bring me anything like alcohol anymore," Ethan said calmly, his voice steady. Lyra's eyes flickered with a sudden intensity as she studied him. Has his determination finally returned? She wondered silently, watching Ethan stand leisurely before the mirror. She knew all too well the stakes. If he failed this final awakening, banishment would be inevitable. And as someone bound to serve the young master until his awakening, that fate would be hers as well. His failure was shared, but his success would belong to him alone. "As you command, young master. I'll bring breakfast shortly." Lyra bowed respectfully before stepping out of the room. Ethan's gaze shifted away from the mirror as he turned and sank into a chair. His mind was already racing ahead, planning his next moves. With only a few days left until his awakening, there was no urgent need to train or prepare physically. He would simply wait for the day to arrive. He never once doubted that he would pass. Asher may have stumbled twice, but that failure did not extend to him simply because he occupied the same body. It seemed Asher took his own life just days before his final awakening. He had already resigned himself to failure before even trying. Ethan thought quietly, but he didn't judge Asher. That wasn't his place. Everyone faced reality differently. Some fled from it, others embraced it, some prayed for deliverance, and a few simply stared it down, uncaring and unbothered. Oh, Ethan felt the weight of Asher's emotions, the despair, the anger, the desire for revenge before his final breath. He had no intention of carrying that burden for a stranger. He wouldn't waste his time chasing vengeance for someone who couldn't accept his own fate. The door creaked open as Lyra entered, pushing a cart laden with food toward Ethan. With swift, practiced motions, she arranged the dishes neatly on the table before him. "Come back in 20 minutes, Ethan said calmly, lifting his cutlery and beginning to eat. I should start with the library, he thought between bites. Since no information about this world came with the memories, that's where I'll find answers, right after breakfast. His movements were fluid, almost automatic, guided by the refined etiquette of nobility ingrained deep within Asher's body. I wonder what cliché twists this world might have, Ethan mused silently as he ate. Will diamonds invade the land? Or perhaps dungeons will appear everywhere? Maybe there's a towering spire so tall it nearly pierces the heavens, with 100 floors of deadly trials. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he knew it, the 20 minutes had passed in an instant. Ethan dabbed his mouth with the table napkin provided, signaling he had finished his meal. The door creaked open behind him, and Lyra entered precisely 20 minutes later. With practiced grace, she cleared the table, gathering the empty dishes and neatly placing them onto the cart. Just as she prepared to wheel the cart back to the kitchen, Ethan's voice halted her. Have another maid take care of that. You and I are going to the family library, he said, rising smoothly from his chair. As you command, young master, Lyra replied, releasing the cart. She moved to the door, opened it with quiet precision, and Ethan strode through without a moment's pause. Ethan's eyes swept across the grand hall as he walked, attempting to maintain a composed expression, but he failed. A subtle glimmer danced in his gaze, his eyes shining like distant stars. The walls radiated with brilliance and color, as though someone polished them every moment of the day. Elegant light fixtures clung to the walls, their golden sheen giving the illusion of being gilded in actual gold. Some sections of the walls were made entirely of crystal-clear glass, while the floor was blanketed in a rich, red carpet that whispered of luxury with every step. Though Ethan had known wealth in his past life, what he now witnessed transcended affluence. This was opulence in its purest form. Lyra, walking a few steps behind, failed to notice the subtle shifts in Ethan's expression. Had she seen his face in that moment, she might have mistaken him for a man intoxicated by the sheer scent of wealth. In his early past life, Ethan had known only scarcity. Raised in an orphanage where even water was rationed, he had come to revere money, not merely as a luxury, but as a symbol of freedom and power. In his former world, wealth dictated influence. The richer one was, the stronger they stood. Although I'd love to explore every corner of this place, the library must take priority, Ethan mused inwardly. Ethan's gaze briefly settled on a maid approaching from ahead. At once, his features shifted into a mask of indifference. All children of the Primarch were known for their stoic, unreadable expressions, a trait Ethan had quickly observed from Asher's memory. Though he had no intention of permanently adopting their cold demeanor, now was not the time to stand out. Until he fully understood his current situation and status, playing along was the safest path. Good morning, 10th son, the maid greeted, bowing respectfully. Ethan offered no reply. He walked past her without so much as a glance, perfectly imitating the aloofness expected of Asher. This was how Asher carried himself, detached, distant. For now, Ethan had no choice but to follow suit, lest he reveal his true nature too soon. According to Asher's memories, the male heirs are referred to as sons, while the females bear the title of moons. This world is fortunate feminism hasn't taken root. If it had, the backlash online would have been explosive, Ethan mused. Young master, may I ask why we are heading to the library? Lyra inquired, maintaining her respectful distance, 2 steps behind Ethan. Not too close to be intrusive, yet near enough to respond instantly if needed. In the Wargrave household, it was considered taboo for maids or butlers to question a young heir about anything outside their assigned duties. However, those personally appointed at the birth of a sun or moon, the Primarch's children, were granted a rare exception. These select few served not only as attendants, but almost as a secondary parental figures in duties, their standing determined by the strength of their bond and the class of service they maintained with their charge. Lyra was one such attendant. As you know, my final chance at awakening is only a few days away, Ethan said, his tone calm and measured. I'm sure you've heard the rumors. Should I fail again, I'll be cast out from the family. He neither turned nor slowed his pace as he continued down the corridor. I'm simply going to the library to find the most suitable place to live, should that outcome come to pass, he added, weaving the lie effortlessly into his words. He couldn't exactly tell Lyra the truth, that he was heading to the library to study the world's lore and gather information. That would only raise questions. Besides, if the countless novels he had read were anything to go by, exile was never as simple as it sounded. Ethan knew the moment he was declared banished, he wouldn't live to see the following day. Maybe not even the next hour. Even with Lyra by his side, he understood all too well they would send at least 2 individuals stronger than her to stall or neutralize her, just in case she decided to intervene. The other suns and moons wouldn't hesitate. The moment he stepped beyond the family gates, an accident would be waiting. Assassination was inevitable. Exile was simply a prettier word for execution. Lyra's heart quickened, a silent tremor pulsing through her chest. Words caught in her throat, unsaid, uncertain. She had clothed him, fed him, bathed him since the day he was born. He was more than just her charge. He was a part of her world, etched into her every routine and memory. But now she could only walk in silence. There was nothing she could say that wouldn't feel hollow, nothing that could ease the weight of his words. So she said nothing and simply prayed. Prayed that this time he would awaken. Unaware of Lyra's inner turmoil, Ethan's attention remained fixed on the grandeur surrounding him. He admired every intricate detail, his mind already drifting into fantasies of unimaginable wealth. He paid no heed to the maids and butlers who crossed his path, their presence fading into the background as visions of the fortune he might inherit consumed him. Within minutes, Ethan arrived at the grand entrance of the library. As he reached for the door, a voice cut through the silence. "Who, if it isn't the 10th son?" came the mocking tone, dripping with disdain without so much as an attempt to conceal it. Ethan turned to see the 9th son, Thowric Wargrave, standing there, a smug smile curling his lips. Asher's memories flooded Ethan's mind. He recalled how Thowric had tormented Asher relentlessly, not with fists or swords, but with words sharper than any blade. Physical violence had never been used against Asher, not because Thowric lacked the will, but because of the Primarch's strict decree. Suns and moons were forbidden from touching one another outside the bounds of an official duel. "It seems you've finally emerged from your hiding place, feeling confident this time that you'll pass the awakening." Thowric sneered, his mocking smile never fading. Normally, Asher would have shrunk back or slipped away to avoid such encounters with his siblings. But Ethan was not and was never Asher. That said, he had no intention of wasting time trading barbs with a fool, especially one barely a year older than him. Ethan's hand slipped into his chest pocket and withdrew a handkerchief. Without a word, he raised it to cover his nose and mouth, then strode past Thowric, entering the library with calm indifference. Though silent, the gesture was sharper than any insult, an unspoken rebuke that cut deeper than words ever could. Thowric stood frozen, stunned into silence, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Behind Ethan, Lyra followed with a faint, knowing smile. After all, this was the first time Asher had ever dared to stand his ground. No words were exchanged, but the damage was unmistakably done. As Ethan stepped into the grand library, his thoughts drifted back to his recent encounter with the enigmatic 9th son. He found himself unable to reconcile the reality before him with the image of young masters he had long encountered in novels. These scions of influential families possessed wealth, power, and undeniable talent. Yet rather than savoring the privileges their lineage afforded, they squandered their time and energy tormenting those they deemed beneath them, driven solely by a cruel sense of superiority. Can they not simply relish the privileges bestowed upon them at birth? Marry as many women as they desire, indulge in leisure, and squander their fortunes without malice, Ethan mused with a weary sigh as he continued walking. At least I doubt I'll cross paths with him again anytime soon. It seemed he was just departing the library, he reflected quietly, drawing near to a table. A man sat carelessly, legs casually draped atop the table. His hair was a striking contrast of black interspersed with silver strands, and his piercing green eyes hinted at a man likely in his 40s. Without offering Ethan so much as a glance, he absently flipped through the magazine in his hand. "Good morning, great elder," Ethan greeted respectfully. The man slowly lifted his head from the pages, his indifferent green gaze meeting Ethan's with a steady, appraising stare that lingered for a moment. "It's been a while, Asher. I wonder what brings you to the domain of this old man," the great elder, the librarian, remarked in a calm, measured voice. "I am simply here to read, great elder," Ethan replied evenly, his expression unreadable, neither a smile nor a frown to betray his thoughts. Obviously, the great elder responded with a hint of amusement. Anyone who enters a library comes to read, after all. Then I suppose there's nothing left to keep you, he added smoothly, his gaze shifting briefly to Lyra, who stood silently behind Ethan, before returning to the magazine in his hands. There's something different about him, the great elder mused, observing Ethan from the corner of his eye. Unaware of the scrutiny, Ethan moved deliberately through the library's aisles. Even if he had sensed the gaze upon him, it would not have altered his purpose that brought him here today. You may wait here or explore if you wish. I'll return in a few hours, Ethan said without turning. At his words, Lyra halted mid-step and nodded silently. She remained rooted in place, her eyes calm as they followed Ethan's every movement. Approaching a particular row of shelves, Ethan murmured to himself, I first begin with world history, then branch out to other subjects from there. He lifted his hand to retrieve an old heavy book titled History of the World. Without concern for appearances or status, Ethan settled onto the floor, his back resting casually against the bookshelf. As he opened the book and began to read, his mind absorbed the knowledge with effortless clarity and ease. Thank goodness my intelligence came with me. One can only wonder what sort of mind Asher possesses, Ethan mused silently as he read. It was precisely his intellect that allowed him to maintain a flawless 5 CGPA with apparent ease, all the while finding time to study and read medical textbooks to assist Jennifer with her own exams. From memory, Ethan had never seen Asher engrossed in a book. His years from childhood at 5 to 16 had been consumed entirely by continuous physical training. 11 years of ceaseless exertion, enough for any observer to dismiss him as all muscle and no brain. Ethan effortlessly flipped through the thick book, its hundreds of pages seeming weightless in his hands. Within minutes, he had absorbed its contents. A faint frown crept across his face as he closed the book, his mind meticulously processing everything he had just read. The world into which he had transmigrated was called Crymora. At first glance, it appeared an ordinary realm, its inhabitants going about their daily lives untouched by supernatural forces or extraordinary powers, much like his previous world. But unlike his former home, Crymora lacked technological advancement. Crymora was a world without nobles, kings, emperors, empires, kingdoms, or divisions. There were no gods to rule over it. Instead, it existed as a singular, unified entity, an apparent idol of harmony and order. Though crime persisted daily, offenders were swiftly apprehended and punished in accordance with the gravity of their offenses by the authorities entrusted with maintaining justice. Until everything changed. The first shift was recorded around 20,000 years ago, though some whispered it may have occurred even earlier, shrouded in the mists of time. A fragment of a star plummeted from the sky, striking Crymora's ground with a cataclysmic impact. Upon contact, a pulse of energy radiated outward in a perfect ring, encircling the entire planet. Witnesses to this extraordinary event rushed eagerly to the site of the star fragment's descent, driven by hope of treasure or revelation. Yet all they found was a yawning sinkhole, carved deep into the earth by the force of the collision. But that was only the beginning. Pulse of energy, witnessed by many yet dismissed as an enigma beyond their understanding, especially since it appeared but once, had quietly set in motion a profound transformation. As years passed, subtle changes began to manifest, impossible to ignore. Some people found themselves sensing an unfamiliar presence in the air, an intangible shift. Others experienced the sudden awakening of abilities, emerging seemingly from nowhere, altering the very fabric of their existence. Crime surged as individuals began wielding their newfound abilities, without restraint. Yet with the rise of lawlessness, so too did justice rise to meet the challenge. The world grappled to comprehend the unfolding changes and the forces behind them, ultimately attributing the upheaval to the star fragment that had fallen from the sky. And in this, they were not mistaken. For the star fragment's influence extended far beyond merely awakening latent powers. It heralded something far greater, something yet to be fully understood. Humans were not the only beings touched by the star fragment's influence. The transformation rippled through the natural world, reaching animals and plants alike. Creatures awakened, their very biology reshaped, bodies grew larger, stronger, and swifter, claws lengthened, and fangs sharpened into deadly weapons. They became monsters in the truest sense. These beasts tore through cities with terrifying ease, extinguishing lives day after day. Even those newly gifted with mysterious abilities found themselves powerless against the relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, plants too underwent remarkable changes. They towered higher, their leaves a deeper, more vibrant green, their presence exuded a soothing calm. Fruits grew sweeter, and crops flourished with unprecedented speed, bringing bountiful harvests to the hands of grateful farmers. But that was not all. In Crimea, it was widely believed that what truly defined life was the soul, the essence capable of generating emotions, happiness, sorrow, anger, love, and hope. Though never proven by science, this conviction endured. The soul was thought to both produce and harbor these emotions, while the body served as their vessel, responding in harmony, for body and soul were inseparable. But the star fragment had wrought a deeper change. The pulse of energy it unleashed shattered the delicate balance within the soul. Emotions, anger, love, hatred no longer remained confined to the soul. They spilled forth into reality, manifesting within Crimea itself. These living emotions were unlike any beasts or monsters before. They were more savage, more cunning, embodying a primal intelligence that made them all the more terrifying. Thus began a new level of devastation, an unending war. Death tolls soared into the millions, lands lay in ruin, and civilizations teetered on the brink of extinction. Humanity faced the very edge of annihilation. Yet humans did what they did best: they fought back. They hunted down these living emotions, obliterated the monsters and beasts, refusing to surrender. Crimea burned fiercely, the planet itself seeming on the verge of collapse under the weight of chaos. But from destruction arose creation. From death blossomed life. Years passed in a vanishing blur. Crimea was rebuilt anew, civilization resurrected from the ashes. Individuals gifted with abilities and powers became commonplace. Walls were erected, divisions formed, empires rose, and emperors ascended to rule. Nobles emerged, claiming their place in the new world. Yet the war did not cease. Monsters born from normal animals endured, and the living emotions, those living manifestations of the soul, still roamed, haunting the land. In time, names were bestowed upon these phenomena. The emotions given life came to be known as the Amuvira, while the energy harnessed by people for their abilities was called Astra, a tribute to its celestial origin. 4 mighty empires now span the world, each commanding its own territories and wielding distinct power. In the hierarchy of authority, the emperor reigned supreme, followed by the dukes, then the marquis, the counts, the viscounts, and finally the barons. These 4 empires bore the names Zerithorn, Thavorn, Velkarin, and Vandross, ruling the west, north, south, and east respectively. "I'm screwed, aren't I?" Ethan thought, his mind reeling as he absorbed the weight of history. The star fragment. The evolution of all life. Emotions given form. Death. Carnage. Humanity teetering on the brink of annihilation. A wave of helplessness washed over him, and for a moment, Ethan felt the sting of tears. His former life had been so simple, so perfect, too perfect for the grim reality unfolding in these pages. Is the entity that reincarnated me punishing me for the ease of my past life? Ethan mused with a self-deprecating smile. A fleeting urge to pray washed over him, perhaps to fail his awakening and avoid stepping into this endless cycle of conflict. But deep down, he knew the truth. He had never come across a novel where one was reincarnated or transmigrated and escaped the battle that inevitably followed. Reluctant or not, the fight was always waiting, pulling them in regardless of their choice or thought. Better to possess power and choose an action than to be powerless and idle, Ethan thought as he rose to his feet. Not that I intend to do nothing. This family I was born into won't permit it. I will gather every ounce of power I can and ascend to the pinnacle of this world, so I may live on my own terms. That's not a bad goal, is it? With resolve sharpening his steps, Ethan scanned the shelves for his next read. His gaze settled on a tome about the awakening he was to undergo in just a few days. After a brief pause, he picked it up and began leafing through its pages, no need to sit this time, as the volume was far smaller than the history book he had just finished. So awakening essentially unlocks one's astral veins along with innate talents or abilities, Ethan thought as he carefully returned the book to its place. It appears this world does not rely on mana or mana cores, as I've encountered in other stories. The awakening forcibly activates dormant veins within the body, aptly named Astra veins, since they serve as reservoirs where Astra is stored. I should learn more about the Wargrave family, Ethan thought as he wandered deeper into the library. He spent several minutes poring over any volume that mentioned the Wargrave ducal lineage. Unconsciously, a whistle escaped him, a sound born of genuine admiration. The Wargraves were renowned for their brutal approach to things, fight first, think later. Wherever the Amuvira lurked, they were never far behind. Be it a monster's lair or a battlefield soaked in blood, the Wargraves thrived on conflict, living and dying by the flames of battle. The Wargrave family was one of the prestigious bloodline families within the Zarathorn Empire. Upon awakening, every individual bearing the Wargrave bloodline summons a weapon unique to their very soul, a soul weapon. Unlike ordinary arms, these weapons need not be carried constantly. After use, they seamlessly return to the wielder's spirit. Bound intrinsically to their owner's existence, these weapons cannot be stolen or sealed and are utterly indestructible. When a Wargrave falls in battle, their soul weapon perishes alongside them. The awakening of such a weapon signified exceptional innate talent with that particular form of combat. But that was not all. Beyond awakening a soul-bound weapon, each Wargrave also awakened a singular elemental affinity, an element intrinsically linked to their weapon. Lastly, there was their physique. While not as unique or extraordinary as their weapons or elemental powers, the Wargraves possessed naturally superior bodies. Their strength and speed surpassed nearly all within their ranks, complemented by staggering stamina and resilience that set them apart on the battlefield. So this is why Asher never trained with any weapon. There's no way to know beforehand which weapon one would awaken. So everyone simply focuses on honing their physique first, only beginning weapon training after their awakening. Ethan, though, he had always found it odd that Asher had spent 11 years solely building muscle and endurance without ever touching a blade. No wonder that even after a year wasted drowning in alcohol, his body remains ridiculously fit. Truly a broken family, Ethan thought with a sigh. A weapon, an element, a physique. The Wargraves possessed it all. Ethan exhaled softly as he slid a thick book onto the shelf. His fate was clear now, unforgiving and absolute, kill or be killed. In this world, in this family, there was no middle ground. Shaking his head with quiet resignation, he resumed his slow walk through the aisles, eyes drifting over the spines of countless books. Despite his keen intellect, he had never held much affection for books. He had no intention of returning to the library after today. After the awakening, people became capable of drawing astra from the air into their astra veins. It's essentially cultivation, Ethan mused, snapping another book shut with a hint of frustration. Yet there are no cultivation manuals to be found. Everyone draws astra at their own pace, some faster, some more efficiently, but there's no standardized path. No structured techniques. No classifications like mage or healer either. Abilities manifest randomly during the awakening, he reflected, his footsteps echoing softly as he continued down the aisle. Everyone in this world is naturally fit. Astra passively enhances the body from birth, strength, speed, stamina, durability, all elevated by default. The astra veins act as conduits, constantly reinforcing the body. It's as if everyone here is born a Superman. Ethan mused as he walked. Hours slipped by unnoticed until Ethan finally came to a stop. His gaze settled on Lyra, standing a short distance away, her presence quiet but unmistakable. It seems you didn't even bother trying to read anything. You just followed me, Ethan said, shaking his head with a sigh. I've been alive a long time, young master, Lyra replied evenly, stepping forward until she stood precisely 2 paces behind him. Long enough to have read more books than I care to count. Right, Ethan mused as he resumed walking. The stronger someone is, the longer they tend to live. Shame there's no path to immortality through cultivation. I might have considered it. Then again, I've heard that for immortals, boredom becomes their greatest enemy. Maybe eternal life isn't such a great bargain after all. His thoughts drifted from one subject to another, his mind a quiet storm of reflection. Ethan arrived at the same table where he had last seen the great elder seated. You're finished reading, the great elder asked, glancing up from his book. I must say this is your first visit to the library, and you spent 7 hours here. That might just be a new record. Asher really is the all-brawn, no-brain type, Ethan mused privately. Not that it's his fault, just look at the family he comes from. Offering a polite smile, Ethan replied, I'll be awakening soon. I figured it would be wise to learn a bit of world history before then. The great elder gave a slow nod, then returned his attention to the book in his hands, a subtle signal that their conversation had concluded. Taking the hint, Ethan turned and walked out of the library, the weight of knowledge and answered questions trailing behind him. From what Ethan had gathered in his hours at the library, the Wargrave family operated under a rigid hierarchy of power. At the top stood the Primarch, the head of the family, his father. Below him were the elders, comprised of the Primarch siblings, making them Ethan's uncles and aunts. Above them were the great elders, the biological uncles and aunts of both the Primarch and the elders, Ethan's grand uncles and grand aunts. In the Wargrave family, only the Primarch was permitted to bear an heir. Any elder or great elder found with a child would face immediate execution alongside the child. Ethan could only regard this as cruel, yet he understood the reasoning behind it. The rule existed to prevent internal strife, ensuring that no elder or great elder would attempt to position their own offspring as a future Primarch. Power in the Wargrave household was not inherited through ambition, but dictated by blood and order. Even the women of the family were forbidden from marrying, whether within or outside the bloodline. If one was not the Primarch, one was not expected to have children, regardless of the circumstances. The Wargrave bloodline was meant to remain pure, unchallenged, and tightly controlled. The bloodline of the Wargrave stays and dies with the Wargrave. But what if the current Primarch were impotent? Ethan couldn't help but entertain the thought. Would they simply replace him? Would the entire system collapse under its own rigidity? He had come across records of some defiance, 3 members of the Wargrave family who had dared to secretly bear children. Their rebellion had been short-lived. Each one was discovered and executed, along with the child they tried to protect. No mercy. No second chances. What kind of family did I reincarnate into? Ethan wondered, his steps aimless as he wandered the halls. Guided by Asher's memories, Ethan made his way to the training grounds. As he arrived, the sharp ring of clashing metal greeted him, an unrelenting symphony of precision and power. Guards moved across the field in a blur, their speed far beyond what his eyes could follow. Seeing them was a generous term. He could only register afterimages, ghost-like flickers of motion that vanished as quickly as they appeared. The rhythm of their strikes, the cadence of steel meeting steel, was the only indication of their movements. Sparks flared beneath the sunlight, brief flashes of brilliance, as their blades collided again and again. Despite his arrival, none of them paused. They remained entirely absorbed in their practice, dancing across the field like phantoms locked in a silent war. Ethan's eyes gleamed with quiet awe, shining like distant stars as he watched the display unfold before him. He had seen scenes like this countless times in movies and anime, but witnessing it live in raw, unfiltered reality was an entirely different experience. On the opposite side of the training ground, another guard balanced effortlessly on a single fingertip, the scorching sun beating down endlessly as beads of sweat traced slow paths down his chiseled form. For a full 30 minutes, Ethan remained rooted in place, utterly captivated. He didn't so much as blink, completely absorbed by the continuous dance of strength, skill, and discipline before him. After a while, the sparring guards came to a halt. Their eyes shifted toward Ethan, who stood frozen, a faint trail of drool at the corner of his lips. Startled, Ethan quickly wiped it away, as their steady gazes pulled him back to reality. They approached in unison, bowing respectfully as they spoke in chorus, "Good afternoon, 10th son." Ethan studied them silently for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. "Good works," he replied curtly, then turned and walked away. While some of the maids had cast disdainful glances at Asher whenever he wasn't looking, the guards showed no such disrespect. Their loyalty ran deeper, their very lives were intertwined with the family's honor and legacy. Ethan circled the building several times, deliberately avoiding the other sons and moons of the Wargrave family. He had no desire to encounter any of them before his awakening. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the grounds, Ethan finally returned to his room, done for the day. Lyra wasted no time. She arrived shortly after, carrying dinner. She hadn't brought lunch, knowing Ethan had spent the entire day either buried in books or wandering the estate. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Ethan sat on the edge of his bed, eyes fixed on the window where the moon hung low, its pale light casting a gentle glow across the room. "Though I've come to accept this new life, if I fall asleep tonight and never wake in my old world, then I will fully embrace Asher. From this moment on, I will become him," he thought quietly. With that resolve, Ethan finally lay back and pulled the feather-soft, white duvet over himself, surrendering to the soothing embrace of sleep. 4 days had passed since Ethan's transmigration into this new world. In that brief span of time, he had come to terms with his reality. He had embraced this world, no, his world. He had accepted this family as his own. He had accepted Asher, for he was now Asher. He had embraced it all. Yet at his core, he remained unchanged. The world might have shifted around him, but it would not reshape who he truly was. Over the past few days, Asher had largely confined himself to his room, limiting his interactions with the outside world and only emerging when absolutely necessary. During that time, he had grown somewhat closer to Lyra. Yet despite their increased familiarity, the dynamic between them remained unchanged, a clear line drawn between master and servant, nothing less and nothing more. Within those 4 days, whispers had already begun to circulate, rumors that Asher had finally emerged after an entire year of self-imposed isolation. A year spent locked away, refusing to face reality. A year spent running from the world. Now talk spread not only of his return, but of his newfound presence in the library, and the subtle yet undeniable shift in his demeanor. And of course the ninth son, Thaurik, did not let the opportunity slip by. Seizing the moment, he began spreading malicious rumors that Asher had been harassing the maids, and that his visits to the library were merely a ploy to browse martial arts techniques he intended to sell in preparation for his inevitable banishment. Lyra was not spared from the swirling rumors. Her name passed from mouth to mouth, entangled in Asher's fate. If punishment awaited him, she would not escape it. Bound to him by duty and oath, she was destined to follow him, through disgrace, through exile, until the moment of his awakening. To live beside him. To fall with him. Such was her path. A woman of formidable power, reduced to a shadow of status by the weight of her loyalty. Yet Asher and Lyra remained unfazed. Unmoved by the rumors, they carried on in silence. From dawn until dusk, Lyra stood guard outside Ethan's door by Asher's command. A precaution born not of paranoia, but of realism. Asher understood all too well, in most worlds, power dictated truth. In a place governed by survival of the fittest, the one with the biggest fist was always right. From the books he had read in the library, he knew the Wargraves were bound by strict codes. They were forbidden from killing or even striking one another, regardless of the depth of their hatred or personal grudges. Disputes were settled only through formal duels, or an ancient family tradition known as death by duel, where combatants fought until only one remained standing. But the Wargraves' strict prohibition against physical violence outside of formal duels did not guarantee safety. It did not mean that no one would attempt to strike or assassinate him in secret. After all, there was a first time for everything in this life, much like the unprecedented child birthed by a non-primarch. Asher understood that even if he reported an assassination attempt, without concrete evidence identifying the culprit, no justice would be served, no matter how certain he was of their guilt. Call it paranoia if you will, but it was far wiser to have Lyra standing guard outside his door, day in and day out. Asher lay beneath a crimson duvet, his chest rising and falling in a gentle, steady rhythm as he drifted in deep sleep. Sunlight filtered through the window, its warmth tempered by the drawn curtains, casting soft shadows across the room. Minutes later, his violet eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the quiet morning light. He sat up slowly, lingering for a moment as his thoughts clung to the fading remnants of a dream, Jennifer. She had appeared again, vivid and loving, in the fragile landscape of his mind. He couldn't simply erase her from his heart, despite having accepted this world, this new reality. Jennifer was his first love, his first everything. Though he was whole as a man, it was she who made him feel truly complete. He couldn't casually cast her aside, just because of his transmigration. Yet deep down he knew that sooner or later he would have to let go, whether he was ready or not. Sometimes he found himself wishing that Jennifer had transmigrated alongside him into this world. Yet just as often, he chastised himself for such selfish thoughts. Unlike him, an orphan, isolated even among the children of the orphanage, Jennifer had a family. A real family. Parents, siblings, cousins, grandparents. He could never wish the burden of transmigration upon her, knowing how it would shatter the bonds that held them together. After all, what family wouldn't swell with pride to have a medical doctor among their ranks? To sever such a bond would be nothing short of selfish. With a heavy sigh, he rose from his bed and approached the curtain. Drawing it aside, he let the golden rays of the sun spill across his flawless face, welcoming the new day. Some things never change, Asher murmured, recalling how, in his past life as Ethan, opening the curtain had always been the very first act upon waking. And here in this new world, that habit remained unchanged. His gaze drifted to the clock on the wall, noting the time before he turned and made his way toward the bathroom. As he prepared for his bath, his mind raced ahead to the day's impending event, the awakening. The day of the awakening had finally arrived, and with it, Asher's 17th birthday. Yet no one had come to wish him a happy birthday, not that he expected it, for he barely knew anyone here. He felt no nervousness about the awakening itself. As a transmigrator, he was certain it would come to pass. What unsettled him was the thought of meeting the other members of his family. During a Wargrave's awakening, all family members, the Primarch, the Great Elders, the Suns, and the Moons, were required to be present. It was a solemn occasion, marking the addition of a new member to their ranks. For Asher's first awakening, attendance had been mandatory, and the entire family had gathered. By the second, fewer had come, as their presence was no longer obligatory. Now, on the eve of his third awakening, Asher was almost certain that very few, if any, would appear. Yet, despite the slim chance, his heart quickened at the mere thought of encountering the Elders, or even the Primarch. Nothing will go wrong. I will turn this hell mode world into my easy mode, just like my past life, Ethan spoke to himself, continuing his bath with steady and calm pace. After a few moments, Asher emerged from the bathroom, a towel draped casually around his waist. "You may come in, Lyra," he said, loosening the towel as he stood before the mirror clad only in his underwear, quietly admiring his stature. Though he had never committed to a rigorous training regimen, he had grown accustomed to this body, incorporating modest exercises, a handful of push-ups, some squats, and light calisthenics. Not that his physique demanded it, but he resolved to maintain some semblance of discipline through these simple movements. Lyra entered with quiet composure, the door closing softly behind her. She approached Asher and handed him the attire designated for the day. Since this was the day of his awakening and his final opportunity at it, he was expected to present himself impeccably, allowing for nothing less. Accepting the garments, Asher dressed with effortless grace, tailored black trousers, an ash-colored shirt intricately embroidered with subtle patterns in various hues, and polished black shoes completing the ensemble. Asher had insisted to Lyra that he did not wish to appear ostentatious, yet even in his understated attire, he carried an undeniable air of distinction. Simply the face and physique of a born charmer, he mused with a subtle smile. "Happy 17th birthday, young master," Lyra said softly, the faintest hint of a smile touching her lips. She then lifted her hand, conjuring a small, square box that materialized effortlessly. Gently, she handed it to Asher. A space ring, Asher thought, his eyes briefly flickering to the ring adorning Lyra's index finger. "Who? You've never given me a gift before, Lyra. What makes this birthday any different from the previous 16? He asked as he accepted the small box and carefully opened it. Inside lay a wristwatch. Having come from a technologically advanced world, Asher had witnessed timepieces of every imaginable design and caliber. Though the watches of this world could not rival those marvels, this one possessed a unique charm all its own. "Thank you, Lyra. I truly appreciate this," he said with a warm smile, fastening the watch onto his wrist without hesitation. Lyra observed silently as Asher fastened the wristwatch with swift ease. "I'm glad it pleases you, young master," she said quietly. Asher nodded, a playful grin tugging at his lips. "You know, with our impending banishment, it's best to save every penny we can." Lyra offered no laughter, her voice steady and resolute. "I'm certain this time you will awaken and prove everyone wrong." Asher shook his head with quiet conviction. "I have nothing to prove to anyone, Lyra." With that, he strode toward the chair where he took his breakfast each morning. "Breakfast will be served shortly, young master," Lyra said calmly before stepping out of the room. 4 days of boredom. No phones, no games, no internet. What do people my age do for amusement? Touch grass, perhaps. Ethan mused silently as he ate the meal Lyra had brought him moments before. Within minutes, he had finished. Rising from his seat, Asher approached the door but paused just before it. Drawing in a deep breath, he exhaled with measured calm. Today, he was to confront the outside world for the very first time. After a brief moment of quiet resolve, he opened the door and stepped beyond its threshold. Lyra waited just outside, observing his emergence. "Shall we proceed, Lyra?" Asher said, already turning toward the chamber where the awakening would take place. In the Wargrave family, every detail necessary for the awakening was meticulously prepared a day in advance. Spotting a maid along the way, Asher gestured for her to clear his room, noting the plates still left behind. After a short walk, he arrived before a massive black door. 2 guards stood vigilantly at its sides, their weapons resting casually at their waists. Upon seeing Asher, they bowed in unison and greeted, "Good morning, 10th son." Asher paused briefly, returning their salute with a nod. "We wish the 10th son success," they intoned simultaneously as the door glided open of its own accord, inviting him inside with a subtle motion. Without hesitation, Asher stepped through, Lyra following closely behind. He walked with a calm, measured gait, his heart maintaining a steady, composed rhythm as he entered the hall. The chamber was vast, dominated at its center by a 1-meter-tall pedestal, above which hovered a white, crystal-like orb suspended mere centimeters from the surface. Asher's eyes swept across the hall, absorbing his surroundings. Rising tiers of seats encircled the chamber like a coliseum, and scattered among them were figures, each bearing a distinct hair and eye color, yet all sharing an unmistakable aura of menace. Their physiques and attire spoke unequivocally of death. These were the witnesses to Asher's final awakening. The Wargrave family bore no singular trait in hair or eye color. It was their awakening alone that set them apart, rendering each uniquely formidable. 2 great elders, 3 suns, 1 moon, Asher counted silently as his footsteps came to a halt. It appears the Primarch and his wife are absent. His thoughts lingered with a quiet curiosity. Lyra had already retreated to a distant corner, standing silently in observance. This was Asher's moment, meant to be witnessed from the sidelines. The fate of both their lives would be determined here, in this very instant. A heavy silence stretched across the hall, thick and unbroken. No one spoke, all eyes fixed on Asher, as if silently urging him to make the first move. Among the spectators, Thaurik sat with a sardonic smile curling his lips. He had arrived fully convinced of Asher's inevitable failure and subsequent banishment. After all, if Asher had faltered twice before, why should the third attempt be any different? Then abruptly, the silence was broken. The door behind Asher swung open, revealing a man clad in a pristine butler's uniform, white immaculate gloves. He stood tall, 6'2", with striking black hair and piercing black eyes. Zerk, the Primarch's personal butler and trusted right-hand man. Zerk entered the hall with measured calm, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Though merely a butler by title, he was reputed to wield the greatest influence within the Wargrave family, second only to the Primarch himself. Within the rigid hierarchy, the great elders stood next in authority, followed by the elders. Yet Zerk had shattered this order. He held no formal rank or title, but his role as the Primarch's personal butler and trusted right hand afforded him unparalleled power. Like Lyra, Zerk had been assigned to the Primarch from birth. He had stood by the Primarch's side from the very beginning, saving his life on many occasions during his youth. Though only a butler by title, none dared to underestimate or confront him. Fear of the Primarch's wrath was enough to keep all in check. Of course, Asher learned much of this from Lyra. During those 4 days of confinement, he did far more than eat and sleep and exercise. He pressed Lyra for every scrap of knowledge she could offer, determined to understand the intricate web surrounding his family. "Forgive my lateness, 10th son. I hadn't anticipated the matter I was attending to would take longer than expected," Zerk said smoothly, a composed smile lingering on his lips. "No problem, Zerk. A short delay is hardly an issue," Asher replied evenly. Zerk inclined his head and approached the pedestal. "You are already familiar with the process, 10th son. There's no need for me to reiterate it, unless you wish me to." Asher shook his head firmly. "No need. Let's begin. Just like every cliché story, all I have to do is place my hand on this floating crystal orb," Asher mused. His hand rose deliberately, moving toward the orb. It hovered above the smooth surface for a few tense seconds as he drew in a deep breath, then exhaled steadily. In the next moment, his palm made contact with the orb. Every pair of eyes in the hall sharpened, fixed intently on him, anticipation hanging thick in the air as they waited to witness what would unfold. Seconds stretched on, yet the orb remained inert, its surface cold and lifeless. A wave of disbelief rippled through the assembly. Could a Wargrave truly fail to awaken? The silence was thick with unspoken doubts and murmurs. Thaurik's smile deepened into a knowing smirk, his confidence vindicated. He had anticipated this very outcome. With a quiet mental sigh, Zerk prepared to announce the outcome, but before the words could leave his lips, the orb suddenly flared to life. Its glow intensified rapidly, bathing the room in a radiant light as Astra surged outward in powerful waves. Asher felt an unfamiliar energy surge into his body, heat radiating from within as a golden aura flickered briefly around him. It was as if his very blood vessels were igniting, yet he understood this was no pain, but the awakening of his Astra veins. A few seconds passed as the radiant glow of the orb gradually faded, eventually returning to its dormant, lifeless state. A smile slowly spread across Asher's lips. Though he had been confident he would awaken, the brief moment of silence, the orb's initial failure to respond, had shaken him deeply. After all, who would willingly abandon the comfort of such a powerful family to start anew with nothing? "Congratulations, 10th son. Welcome to the path of the strong, Zerk intoned calmly, a warm smile softening his features. Thank you, Zerk, Asher replied, returning the smile. Without another word, Zerk turned and strode away. Whispers rippled through the hall as murmurs of relief spread among the elders and great elders. It wasn't personal concern for Asher. They cared little for him individually, but a complete failure by a wargrave to awaken would have been a blight on their family's honor. At least that stain had been averted. Among those present was the librarian Asher had encountered 4 days prior. The sun and moon remained as stoic and unreadable as ever. Without a word or glance in Asher's direction, they rose and strode toward the door, their personal maids silently following in their wake. Yet one son lingered, seated with a faint, knowing smile fixed on Asher. Thoric's smug expression dissolved into a deep frown, disbelief etched across his features. Though stunned, he refrained from causing a scene. Quietly, he stood and exited the hall. Neither the great elders, nor the suns and moon cared to inquire about the weapon or element Asher had awakened. After all, one who had failed his awakening twice, how far could such a one truly rise on the path of power? And their assumptions were not without merit. Those who awaken only on their third attempt often find themselves destined to falter early, striking insurmountable barriers that confine them forever to mediocrity. Lyra, standing quietly to the side, watched with a subtle smile as her young master successfully awakened. Yet she remained silent, her gaze shifting as a figure approached Zerk. The moment he drew near, her smile vanished, replaced by a composed greeting. "Good morning, Zerk." "You already know why I'm here," Zerk said calmly. "Now that the 10th son has awakened, will you continue to serve him personally, or will you return to the circle?" Following the awakening of their charge, a maid or butler faced a choice: to continue serving their designated sun or moon indefinitely, or to return to the ranks of the household staff. Zerk had chosen the former, as had most maids and butlers before him. Yet choosing to remain was only half the battle. Whether the sun or moon accepted their continued service was an entirely different matter. "I choose to serve the 10th son until death," Lyra replied with calm resolve. Zerk nodded approvingly and handed her a document. "Sign this and have him sign it as well. Return it to me no later than tomorrow." Without another word, Zerk turned and exited. Lyra slipped the document into her space ring and gave a small nod in acknowledgement. Asher stood firm, a faint smile playing on his lips. The moment he awakened, a subtle ding echoed in his mind, a clear sign of a system activating. He didn't need an explanation. Instinctively, he knew what it meant. Eager to explore this new interface and to confirm the weapon he had awakened, though he was already certain of his element, feeling its power coursing within him, he prepared to delve into it. The absence of anyone lingering to inquire about his weapon or element barely registered. Before he could engage with the system, footsteps echoed from ahead. Asher lifted his gaze to see who approached. It was the first son, Malric Wargrave. Asher watched with quiet intensity as Malric Wargrave, the first son, advanced with unhurried, deliberate strides. A perpetual smile played on his lips, but it did little to soften the weight of his presence. His eyes shimmered an icy blue, matching the hue of his hair, and his broad shoulders carried an air of effortless authority. Unconsciously, Asher swallowed hard. Though newly awakened, he could already feel the overwhelming pressure that radiated from Malric, a presence so immense it seemed to bend the very air around him. The smile, calm and confident, only served to make him appear all the more formidable. Despite standing at an impressive 61, Asher felt insignificant in comparison. Before Malric's towering 8-foot frame, he seemed no greater than a child standing before a titan. "I wonder what the first son of this family is truly like. Is he mad or merely misunderstood?" Asher thought, carefully maintaining a neutral expression. From what he could recall, the original Asher had never actually spoken with Malric. In fact, their only encounter had been a fleeting moment, when Malric observed him in silence from a window during training, their eyes meeting just once. Malric came to a halt before Asher, then slowly lowered himself to Asher's eye level, placing a firm yet gentle hand atop his head. "Congratulations on your awakening, youngest," he said, a rare smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting genuine warmth. Asher remained motionless, momentarily stunned by the unexpected gesture. He had anticipated intimidation, not praise, from the man known for his fearsome reputation. After a brief pause, he composed himself, forcing a polite smile. "Thank you, first son," he replied carefully. He had never met Malric before, and it felt wiser to use the man's title rather than his name. There's no need for such formality, Malric said calmly, his smile graceful. I'm your elder brother, your eldest sibling. Call me Malric. We shouldn't speak to each other like strangers. Asher gave a small nod in response, though inwardly disbelief churned within him. The first son this man feared and revered in equal measure was being cordial. Almost normal. It didn't sit right. Part of him screamed that it was all an elaborate act. Perhaps the first son enjoys these kinds of games, Asher thought warily. Playing with people, twisting their thoughts. He had read about such characters too many times in the pages of novels, those who wore kindness like a mask. And in a world as brutal as this one, kindness was often the most dangerous lie of all. So what brings you here, Malric? Asher asked, adapting with surprising ease to the first son's request for familiarity. Oh, nothing much, Malric replied casually, his tone light. I simply came to witness your awakening. As the two began to walk side by side, leaving the awakening hall behind, a quiet rhythm settled between them. Behind them, at a respectful distance of 10 steps, followed Lyra and Malric's personal butler, silent shadows granting the brothers space for their conversation. From the fragments of memory now accessible to him, Asher realized that Malric had been present at all of his previous awakenings. Over the past 4 days, Lyra had shared bits of insight, enough to paint a broader picture of the man walking beside him. The first son was considered an enigma by nearly everyone. He smiled at all, treated everyone with the same disarming charm, making it nearly impossible to gauge his true thoughts, except for his enemies. To most, that ever-present smile had long ceased to be comforting. Many believed it to be a mask, something carefully crafted to conceal a far more dangerous reality beneath. Then what if I hadn't awakened? Asher asked quietly as they passed a cluster of maids along the corridor. The smile on Malric's face remained steady, unfazed. I always knew you would awaken. After all, you are a wargrave. But if you hadn't... He paused thoughtfully before continuing, I planned to take you under my wing. Asher's steps faltered. Malric's openness made it easier to speak than he expected. Why, he asked, his voice genuine and unguarded. Why? Because why wouldn't I care for my sibling? Malric replied simply, reaching out to pat Asher's head once more. Asher gently removed the hand and smoothed his hair back into place. They resumed walking, though a contemplative silence settled between them. After a few minutes, they arrived at Asher's door and paused, standing side by side before it. You're not curious about the weapon and element I awakened? Asher asked calmly. Though indifferent toward most Wargrave family members, he wasn't so callous as to disregard genuine care when it was shown to him. He was no maniac, after all. Malric's expression remained composed. I am curious, he admitted quietly, but I'd rather not see it just yet. I want to witness it when you've mastered control, when you can wield it in battle. Perhaps then we can spar. Asher found himself at a loss for words. The idea of Malric wanting to spar with someone, freshly awakened, bordered on madness. Yet he did not protest. This was typical of the Wargrave bloodline, passionate, battle-hardened, and relentless. He simply nodded in quiet acceptance. Perhaps this is who he truly is, Asher reflected, and not the monster so many believe him to be, but in truth he understood very little. Then Malric raised his hand, and a rectangular wooden talisman materialized in his palm, seemingly summoned from the ring on his finger. He extended it toward Asher and spoke with quiet calmness. If you ever need my aid, infuse this with your astra, and I will be there without delay. Asher took the talisman, studying its intricate craftsmanship with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. After a moment he looked up and asked, You're leaving? Malric gave a slow nod. We Wargraves don't waste time idling. Train hard or you'll perish from some unknown threat, youngest. With that he turned and walked away in calm, measured strides. Asher watched Malric and his butler retreat down the corridor, then allowed himself his first genuine smile. Thank you, big brother, he said softly. Malric's footsteps came to a sudden halt. His head turned slightly, a subtle smile touching his lips as he replied, Anytime, youngest. The moment the words left his mouth, he vanished, no longer bothering to walk. Can he teleport? Or is his speed simply that extraordinary? Asher wondered, stepping into his room, his mind already racing with possibilities, superhuman strength, lightning-fast speed, and the countless powers that might lie ahead. Upon entering his room, Asher sank onto the edge of his bed, immediately lost in thought. Lyra, sensing his introspection, remained silent, standing quietly by his side. After a few moments, Asher lifted his gaze and looked toward her. You may leave. I need to review the changes that occurred after the awakening. Without a word, Lyra stepped forward, and the file Zerk had entrusted to her materialized in her palm. She handed it to Asher, who began to scan its contents with an unreadable expression. At the bottom left of the document, his eyes caught Lyra's signature. Are you certain you wish to remain my permanent maid? Asher asked quietly after finishing the file. Once he signed this document, he alone would have authority over Lyra. Even the Primarch himself would be powerless to command her. Or at least that's why the Wargrave laws says. Yes, young master, Lyra replied with a respectful bow. Most maids would have abandoned Asher the moment he awakened. After all, they assumed he wouldn't progress far, having awakened only on his last attempt. Such a failure would inevitably affect their own lives, diminished cultivation resources, reduced pay, and a drop in status. It was, by all accounts, a poor bargain. Yet Lyra chose to remain by his side, fully aware of the risks she faced in losing all those privileges. Asher was well aware of the implications, though he didn't understand why Lyra chose to remain. He decided not to ask. Instead, he simply nodded, approached the table before him, and took up a pen. With a steady hand, he signed the document and handed the file back to her. You may leave. Don't stand by the door this time. Return to your quarters. Without hesitation, Lyra accepted the file and departed. She understood that Asher wished to immerse himself immediately in the details of his awakening. After all, it was the natural course for anyone in his position. A faint smile graced her lips as she made her way back to the maid's quarters. Now alone, Asher could no longer contain his excitement. With a surge of joy, he mentally shouted, System. Ding. Acknowledging host. System assimilating. 2%. 30%. 50%. 70%. 80%. 100%. System interface booting. Name Asher Wargrave. Age 17. Bloodline the Wargrave lineage. Titles youngest heir 10th son, disgrace of the Wargrave. Life rank Feinstar. Sub-life rank Dust. Affinity Lightning. Strength 13 right arrow 26. Agility 13 right arrow 26. Vitality 14 right arrow 28. Perception 9 right arrow 18. Note normal human stat cap before awakening 10. Wargrave stat cap before awakening 15. System inventory empty. Asher's eyes gleamed with fascination as he absorbed every detail displayed on the system panel. His gaze lingered on the life rank, the equivalent of cultivation levels in this world. From what I've read, the life ranks progress as follows: Faintstar, Kindlestar, Brightstar, Blazestar, Swiftstar, Firmstar, Wavestar, Voidstar, Soulstar, Crownstar. 10 ranks in total, he thought. He then shifted his attention to the subrank beneath it, which the progression was: Dust, Spark, Flare, Pulse, Radiant for all life ranks. Asher's eyes settled on his affinity. From the very moment of his awakening, he had sensed a newfound connection to the element, an intimate bond that had been absent just 4 days prior. He realized that with but a single thought, he could command it at will. Raising his right hand, lightning effortlessly danced and crackled around his fingertips, responding seamlessly to his command. He could feel the surge of Astra energy within him, fueling the elemental display. Instinctively, he understood that once his Astra was depleted, his control over the lightning would vanish. Nonetheless, a smile blossomed across his face. This was nothing short of an impossible feat in his past life. But here he could command the very forces of nature with effortless ease. The thought of future battles made his smile widen, anticipation bubbling beneath his calm exterior. Then suddenly his thoughts faltered. Wait, what am I thinking, he thought. Is the Wargrave bloodline turning me into a battle-crazed fanatic like the rest? Yet despite the unease, he couldn't deny the surge of joy that came from wielding such supernatural power firsthand. With renewed focus, Asher's eyes returned to the system interface, his gaze sweeping over his attributes. Every single stat had literally doubled. He could feel his body pulsating with newfound energy, stronger, sharper, faster than ever before. The man he was yesterday was incomparable to the one he had become today. Such was the undeniable miracle of awakening. His eyes then settled on his perception stat, noticeably lower than the rest. Yet Asher understood why. The original Asher had never honed his senses, focusing solely on physical training. That explained why his other attributes soared, while perception lagged behind. Asher felt the Astra energy coursing through every fiber of his being, invigorating and strengthening each part of his body. He could sense the Astra veins winding within him, much like the network of blood vessels that sustained life. The greater the flow of Astra energy, the higher one's life rank, Asher reflected. His eyes shifted to the notification beneath the attributes. Truly a family of monsters, Asher mused as he read the message. The Wargrives had clearly surpassed even humanity's natural limits, at least before the awakening. He had read of their extraordinary physical prowess in the library, but the reality was staggering. A full 50% increase in physical stat alone was almost unfathomable. But Asher knew this was merely the baseline. Countless skills and techniques existed to amplify people's power. If the original Asher hadn't wasted an entire year drowning himself in alcohol, his physique might have reached its absolute peak, he thought bitterly. Then his eyes caught the final line on the system panel, and a smile crept across his face. At least my system has an inventory. Now all I need is a space ring to conceal it, Asher mused. He reached for the rectangular wooden talisman the first son had given him earlier. With a mere thought, the talisman vanished from his palm, only to reappear instantaneously moments later. Asher nodded in quiet satisfaction, pleased with the seamless test. With a thought, the system interface vanished. Time to find out what weapon I've awakened, Asher thought, an unshakable feeling stirring deep within his soul, as if the weapon itself were calling out to him. Just as he prepared to answer the silent call, the system interface abruptly reappeared, as if displeased at having been ignored. Ding! Newbie package distribution in progress. Open! Asher came to an abrupt halt as the system interface materialized once again before him. His eyes scanned the notification, and for a moment he stood motionless, caught off guard by its contents. He hadn't anticipated this development. But in hindsight, it wasn't entirely surprising. After all, the system had offered little in the way of tangible benefits, serving primarily as a display for his stats and granting access to an unlimited inventory. A smile tugged at his lips as a surge of excitement rushed through his veins. Who didn't know about newbie gifts? In countless novels, they were essentially overpowered starter packs, tools that gave protagonists an early edge. System, do you even need to ask? Open it immediately. Asher's thoughts brimmed with anticipation, his expectations soaring to unimaginable heights. Affirmative, host. Opening newbie package. Congratulations, host. You have received absolute physique. Asher read each notification carefully, eyes scanning every word with sharp focus. He had no intention of skipping anything. This was his cheat, his golden ticket. System, display the details of the absolute physique. I might not know what it is exactly, but anything with absolute in the name has to be broken tier, right? He thought, a grin spreading across his face, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Ding! Details of the absolute physique cannot be displayed until the host completes assimilation. The system's chime echoed in his mind. Asher's expression shifted into a frown as he read the message. His mind immediately leapt to the countless tropes he'd seen before. Assimilation usually meant agony. It was almost a given: searing pain, bones reshaping, muscles tearing and reforming, and of course, the inevitable black goo oozing from his body as impurities were purged. The mental image alone made him frown more. With that thought lingering in his mind, Asher made his way to the bathroom. He stripped off his clothes, leaving only his boxers, and lowered himself into a lotus position on the cool tiled floor. The atmosphere was still, heavy with anticipation. Grabbing a piece of cloth, he bit down hard, steeling himself for the torment he was certain would follow. His eyes, however, burned with unshakable resolve. No amount of pain would deter him. System, begin assimilation of the physique, now. Affirmative, host. The moment the system responded, a surge of energy exploded within Asher's body. It was unlike anything he had ever felt, pure, unfiltered power rushing through every fiber of his being. His veins bulged, muscles tensed, bones groaned under unseen pressure. Ligaments stretched and tightened, his brain pulsed like a beating drum, and even his eyes burned as if being reforged from the inside out. It was as though his entire existence was being rewritten, every cell, every thread of his being restructured with brutal precision. Deep within him, his Astra veins suddenly expanded, then contracted violently, condensing and refining themselves. Even the small trace of Astra he possessed from awakening began to swell, becoming denser, more potent. To Asher's surprise, a sense of serenity washed over him. The world around him seemed to shift, brighter, clearer, almost surreal. The dull whites of the bathroom tiles now shimmered with an almost ethereal clarity, and the air itself felt lighter. His mind sharpened, every thought crisp and focused. Even his heartbeat pulsed with a quiet joy, as though his very soul was celebrating the transformation. And yet the agony he had steeled himself for never came. Instead, he felt an overwhelming comfort, as if wrapped in the embrace of something ancient and powerful. His body continued to rebuild itself from the inside out, each adjustment smooth, seamless, perfect. Then, just as swiftly as it began, the energy faded. Brilliance receded, and Asher found himself once again grounded in the present. The bathroom was just a bathroom. But he was no longer the same. Asher sat in a quiet daze, savoring the lingering echoes of the transcendent state, as if clinging to the final notes of a melody before they faded into silence. Is this what enlightenment feels like in those cultivation novels? He murmured, voice barely above a whisper, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Slowly he rose to his feet. If he had felt energized after his awakening, now he was overflowing with energy, every fiber of his being humming with quiet power. He could feel it in his breath, in his heartbeat, in the very way he moved. A quick glance in the mirror confirmed what he already sensed. His height had increased, rising from 61 to a towering 63. His skin, already flawless, now radiated an unnatural perfection, smooth, radiant, and unmarred, as though sculpted by divinity itself. I feel like I could destroy a mountain with a single punch, Asher muttered, eyes locked onto his reflection in the mirror. His body remained lean, no exaggerated bulk, but beneath that streamlined frame, he could sense the sheer, compressed strength coiled within his muscles like a drawn bowstring. Every movement felt lighter, more precise, yet brimming with latent power. Of course, he wasn't naive. He knew it was just the illusion that came with a sudden surge in strength. No, he couldn't shatter mountains, not yet. Still, the temptation to test himself gnawed at him. He cleared his throat, and even his voice carried a subtle change, deeper, more resonant, like tempered steel. Status, he commanded, his tone thick and steady. The system's interface flickered to life before Asher's eyes, displaying his updated profile in glowing texts. Name: Asher Wargrave. Age: 17. Bloodline: the Wargrave lineage. Physique: absolute physique. Titles: youngest heir, 10th son, disgrace of the Wargrave, unique body holder, new. Life rank: Feinstar. Sub-life rank: Spark. Affinity: Lightning. Strength: 26, right arrow 52. Agility: 26, right arrow 52. Vitality: 28, right arrow 56. Perception: 18, right arrow 50. Asher carefully scanned every detail once more. The system had updated his profile, adding the absolute physique and a brand new title to his list. His gaze lingered on the sub-life rank Spark. A slow, triumphant smile blossomed across his lips. He had only awakened some minutes ago, yet now he had already broken through a minor realm. He could feel the increased flow of Astra pulsing vividly through his veins, surging with newfound intensity. Too bad Astra can't be measured numerically like the other stats, Asher thought silently. But this limitation did little to dampen his enthusiasm. His eyes eagerly scanned each attribute once again, a growing smile spreading across his face as he confirmed what he already suspected. Every stat had instantly doubled once more, just as they had during his awakening. At this rate, won't I be a god by tomorrow morning? Asher said with a grin, his confidence soaring. Then his eyes landed on his perception stat, an astounding leap from 18 to 50. The jump was far greater than he had initially realized. Suddenly, a new awareness dawned on him. He could perceive everything happening within a 5-meter radius around him with crystal clarity. In his earlier excitement, he hadn't even noticed this remarkable change. He could now see with perfect clarity behind him, beside him, his vision encompassing everything within a 5-meter radius as if no blind spots existed. The world around him appeared sharper, purer, as though an entirely new dimension had unfolded before his eyes. Then an idea struck him. Slowly he closed his eyes to test it, and to his astonishment, his heightened perception remained unbroken, his awareness persisting with flawless clarity despite the darkness. System, if you keep spoiling me like this, I might just marry you tomorrow, Asher joked, laughter bubbling from his lips. Who didn't love being spoiled? Now show me the details of the absolute physique, he added with a wide grin, anticipation shining in his eyes. Affirmative, host. Affirmative, host. Absolute physique. Description: a gift from the system to the host. Abilities: 1. Perfect muscle memory. Once the host performs a physical action, his body memorizes and refines it instantly. 2. Optimal movement efficiency. No wasted movement. Every step, breath, or swing is subconsciously calculated for the best result. 3. Limitless physical growth. The host's body evolves with experience, automatically optimizing itself through combat or training. Gains strength, agility, and reaction time rapidly. 4. Instinctive adaptation. Host body reacts before his brain processes danger, almost like a predictive instinct. 5. Battle intuition. The host doesn't just move perfectly, he understands enemy movement patterns at a subconscious level, improving rapidly with each fight. 6. Omniperception, a passive sensory ability that grants the host absolute 360-degree awareness of his surroundings. Asher meticulously examined each ability bestowed by the physique, a wave of disbelief washing over him. He swallowed hard, his mind spiraling into a whirlwind of contemplation. Isn't this absolute physique a bit too overpowered? He wondered, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the system panel before him. Earlier he had joked about ascending to godhood by morning, but now that notion felt far less absurd. Perfect muscle memory granted him the extraordinary ability to master his weapon form after merely 1 or 2 swings. Any martial technique he executed even once would be instantly ingrained, an almost absurd advantage. But that was not all. With perfect muscle memory, he could effortlessly wield any weapon he picked up, surpassing even those who had dedicated years to mastering it. Not to mention its battlefield applications, his reaction time would soar to unparalleled heights. Even when pushed to the brink of exhaustion, his attacks would flow with flawless precision. Asher found himself at a loss for words. Every ability granted by the absolute physique seamlessly complemented the others. With battle intuition sharpening his instincts, he was poised to become an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Though Asher lagged 3 years behind his peers in every other respect, the absolute physique had effectively erased the disparity between them. While he remained at a lower life rank, his stats had already reached an impressively high threshold. He could feel the overwhelming surge of Astra coursing through his veins, an amount no one at his level should possess. Once again, the absolute physique had bridged that divide with remarkable ease. His peers held higher life ranks in name alone. In terms of physique and Astra, he was already on par with them. However, when it came to control, he remained lacking, having just awakened. His mastery over Astra and elemental manipulation was virtually non-existent. But with the power of his absolute physique, that gap could be erased in the blink of an eye. 2 individuals sharing the same life rank did not necessarily possess equal quantities of Astra. Ultimately, it all depended on the strength and capacity of their Astra veins. In this world, there were even those who awakened rare abilities capable of harnessing 10 times the Astra typically available to others at their rank. Asher shook his head. Now wasn't the time to dwell on comparisons. Besides, he hadn't truly had any peers of his own. Wargrave strictly forbade any of their heirs from leaving the household until they awakened, which meant Asher had spent all 17 years of his life confined within these walls. Time to find out about the weapon, Asher said with a faint smile, anticipation stirring within him. Would fate grant him yet another overpowered gift? Was he truly favored by Lady Luck? But first he chose to dress, realizing there was no trace of the ominous black goo he had imagined. Perhaps he had simply overthought it. With that, he made his way back to his room. Sitting softly on the edge of his bed, he steadied his breath and quieted his mind, focusing once more on the faint, silent call he had felt earlier. Within seconds, something responded. In a sudden flash of white light, a faint weight settled into Asher's hand. His gaze dropped instantly, drawn to the object that had materialized before him. The weapon was long and gleamed with a refined silver sheen. Its slender frame spoke of elegance, and its tapered, razor-sharp tip made its purpose unmistakable. It was designed to pierce, to thrust with precision and grace. A rapier. But this was no ordinary rapier. Its edges was unlike any Asher had ever seen, lined with jagged, serrated edges that ran along its length like a row of razor-sharp teeth. These tooth-like notches weren't meant for clean slashes. They were designed to tear, to rend through flesh and armor alike with brutal efficiency. It was a weapon forged not only for precision, but for devastation. Asher's eyes gleamed as he studied the rapier in his grasp. It trembled faintly in his hand, almost as if it were alive, responding to his touch, resonating with something deep within him. His fingers glided along its sleek silver surface, and with every second, the connection between them grew stronger, inexplicably familiar. Smile tugged at his lips, widening the longer he gazed at the weapon. As if attuned to his emotions, the rapier began to hum with greater intensity, its subtle vibrations echoing the silent bond forming between wielder and blade. Asher addressed the system. System, can you provide me with the details on the rapier? Ding. Please note, host, the system does not disclose information on things unrelated to itself. However, since both the system and the rapier are linked to your soul, compliance is granted. The system responded immediately, though with a reluctant tone, as if burdened by the extra effort. Wait, you reside within my soul. I assumed you'd be in my mind, like other systems. Negative, host. However, the system's presence within the host's soul offers certain benefits. Asher sat frozen in disbelief at the thought of the system still have gifts to offer. Why didn't you inform me sooner? The host did not inquire. Asher arched an eyebrow, intrigued by the system's response. Is there anything else I should be aware of? I'm asking no. Negative, host. Very well. Then show me these benefits you speak of. Affirmative, host. Affirmative, host. The system chimed in, and the text across the panel shifted smoothly. System benefits granted to the host. 1. Mind Shield. The host is rendered completely immune to all forms of mental interference, including but not limited to mind reading, mind control, memory manipulation, illusions, empathic intrusions, and other psychic abilities. 2. Soul Guard. The host's soul is fully protected by the system, rendering all forms of soul-based attacks and manipulations ineffective. Asher gazed at the system interface with a subtle smile. With this protection, he was no longer a walking open book. In this world, individuals capable of reading minds did exist, though they rarely spoke of such abilities. After all, mental intrusion was a hidden trump card, guarded in silence. Still, such individuals were exceptionally rare. How does one even defend against soul attacks in this world? Are there truly individuals born with soul-related abilities? Asher pondered, a faint crease forming on his brow. He shook his head, brushing the thought aside. There was no point in dwelling on such things that didn't affect him. System, provide the details of the rapier, Asher thought, his eyes drifting down to the weapon still resting in his grasp. Affirmative, host. Name. Description. Soul-bound weapon, awakened through the host's longing affinity for the sword. Unlike conventional rapiers, typically designed for speed and precision thrusts, this blade defies standard limitations. It exists beyond the boundaries of form and expectation, a manifestation of the host's will and essence. Abilities. 1. Position marker. The rapier allows the host to teleport instantly to any of 3 marked locations. No cooldown. Unlimited range. Requires no astra. Immune to spatial interference. 2. Astra Veil. The rapier passively stores up to 30% of the host's total astra reserves, preserving energy for any moments. 3. Crimson Pact. The blade passively absorbs the blood of defeated enemies, using it to regenerate the host's injuries without conscious activation. Asher's smile deepened as he read through the system's notification. He examined each ability granted by the rapier, his expression glowing with quiet satisfaction. And why wouldn't he smile? Even the first ability alone was already overpowered. He could teleport to any location marked by his rapier, no astra required, no concern for distance. In moments of danger, this would be his ultimate escape route. Though limited to 3 marks, Asher felt no disappointment. He was content, not greedy. The best part, even spatial restrictions meant nothing. He could bypass them entirely. Simply too overpowered, Asher mused, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. The second ability, Astra Veil, was another game changer. Rapier could passively store up to 30% of his total astra reserves, effectively acting as a reservoir for emergencies. Asher could sense the astra stored within the blade. It was intimately connected to him. With a single thought, he knew the stored energy could be transferred instantly into his body. However, he couldn't draw on it now. His astra veins were already brimming, overflowing with astra. What made this ability even more remarkable was its passive regeneration. The moment any amount of astra, be it a mere 1%, was used, the rapier would immediately begin replenishing that exact portion without delay. Then there was the final ability, Crimson Pact, a passive effect that allowed the rapier to heal his injuries by absorbing the blood of his enemies. However, Asher quickly realized this ability wasn't as straightforward as it first appeared. The effectiveness of the healing was tied to the quality and potency of the blood consumed. After all, one couldn't expect to regenerate a severed arm using the blood of mere rats. The stronger the opponent, the more potent their life essence, and the greater the healing that followed. Besides, this was Asher's favorite ability out of the three. He didn't know how often he might be injured in the future, but one thing was certain: he had no intention of placing his survival in anyone else's hands. In this world, Crimera, there were no healing potions, no universal remedies, no so-called healing mages. Instead, healing was a rare, innate ability. People were born with it, not taught. And even then, its effectiveness depended entirely on how well one honed it, what techniques or skills they could forge from their own unique potential and abilities. Asher nodded in satisfaction, a quiet confidence settling over him. His rapier's abilities truly covered every essential aspect: teleportation for swift movement or a timely escape, Astra Veil, a vital reserve of energy in a world powered by Astra, and healing, an indispensable skill in a realm where death could strike without warning. In Crimora, such an ability wasn't just advantageous, it was necessary for survival. As if responding to his satisfaction, the sword hummed softly in his grasp, as though whispering, "I know I'm just that good." Asher's gaze lingered on the rapier, feeling the deepening bond between them. It was a known truth amongst wargraves: every weapon awakened after their awakening always possessed at least one ability. There was no exception. "I should give you a name," Asher murmured, sensing that simply calling it rapier or sword no longer did justice to the weapon's significance. He paused, lost in thought, searching for the perfect name. "Wireless," he finally spoke, the word rolling off his tongue with utter calmness. "From this moment on, you shall be known as Wireless," Asher spoke with a heavy tone. The rapier hummed again, and Asher felt the bond between them deepen. Suddenly, the blade slipped from his grasp and began to float effortlessly at his side. Asher watched silently, a calm acceptance settling over him as the rapier hovered there, steady and ready. "System, what is happening?" Asher inquired, but the system remained silent, offering no response. Of course, the system had already made it clear it would not address matters unrelated to itself, he reminded himself. "It seems our bond has grown stronger, granting the rapier the ability to float on its own," Asher mused. Could it acquire even more abilities in the future? But Asher wasn't sure about that, since it would make the already overpowered Wargrave bloodline even more broken at this point. Still, Asher couldn't help but consider the advantages of a weapon capable of independent movement. In the event of an assassination attempt while the wielder slept, the sword could act as a silent guardian, defending its master without hesitation. And it needn't be limited to assassination. Any sudden sneak attack could be met with swift, autonomous defense. As Asher was done checking out his weapon and its new ability, he decided to let Wireless just continue floating beside him. "Since I've settled everything on the system, my affinity and weapon, I should try cultivation next," Asher thought as he adjusted his sitting position. His legs crossed over each other with his forearm on his knees as he sat in a lotus position. Cultivation in this world is basically sensing the Astra in the air and drawing it into the Astra veins through the skin pores. Asher's thoughts churned as he went over things on cultivation he had read in the library. Taking a deep breath, Asher closed his eyes and allowed his senses to expand. He could already passively sense Astra in the air, but this time he was actively doing it. Asher instantly controlled the asters, drawing them to his skin pores. His absolute physique instantly seemed to come alive as Astra flowed into his body with frightening speed. Asher could feel Astra flowing through his skin pores and directly flowing into his Astra veins. The spinal vein was the first to receive the Astra, then the spinal vein redistributed the Astra to various veins: heart, brain, limbs, liver, kidneys, lungs, eyes, solar plexus, and palms. Asher felt surreal and calm as each vein received Astra, each vein having a network of microveins throughout the body, further enhancing the body and increasing the amount of Astra that flows into the Astra veins. To break through in life ranks, one has to expand the Astra veins' capacity and strengthen the walls of their Astra veins. In return, the Astra veins strengthen the entire body system, while also increasing the capacity to hold more Astra. Hours went by as Asher sat down without moving. Only the rhythm of his breathing process could be heard in the room as Astra flowed through him. Suddenly, Asher felt his internal structure start to subtly adjust as his Astra veins seemed to contract and strengthen, then expanded gently and slowly. A few minutes later, Asher opened his eyes. He could see Wireless floating beside him without returning to his soul. "I have broken through. Isn't this a bit too fast?" Asher thought as he felt his body had changed. System, is this a result of my absolute physique? Asher asked the system. Affirmative, host. Asher smiled. He liked this unnamed benefit the physique brought. But he wasn't delusional to think him increasing his life rank would be this easy. He knew it was simply because he was still at the bottom stages of the life rank. Status, Asher thought. Name, Asher Wargrave. Age 17. Bloodline, the Wargrave lineage. Physique, absolute physique. Titles, youngest heir, 10th son, disgrace of the Wargrave, unique body holder. Life rank, Feinstar. Sub-life rank, Flare. Affinity, lightning. Strength, 52, right arrow, 57. Agility, 52, right arrow, 57. Vitality, 56, right arrow, 58. Perception, 50, right arrow, 52. Asher smiled as he went over his system panel. Seeing his progress made him want to train more. If I stay in an astra-rich environment, my cultivation speed should be faster, Asher thought. It seems this time my stats didn't double. If it did, I might have been afraid at the speed I'm gaining strength, Asher thought. He saw there were differences in increment between each stat. Perception and vitality increased by 2, but strength and agility increased by 5. Understandable, Asher thought. If vitality was that easy to increase, didn't it mean he would simply live for thousands of years? Besides, other people's stats might not increase by so much when they break through. Mine would increase by this much due to my physique. Asher nodded in thought as it made more sense. With that, Asher's gaze shifted to the window beside him. It was already dark as the moonlight filtered into his room. Damn, it's already dark, Asher murmured as his gaze turned to the clock hanging on the wall. It's already 10 p.m. Let's sleep then, Asher thought, and with that he slipped under his duvet. Fireless vanished as it returned to his soul. The morning sun rose as its rays of light were cast into Asher's room as he slept. A knock on the door woke Asher from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes groggily. He didn't need to think who it was, he knew it was Lyra. Come in, Asher spoke as he came down from his bed. At his words, the door opened and Lyra walked in. She saw Asher standing on the side, seemingly ready to start the day. She raised an eyebrow in surprise as she saw him, then she smiled and greeted, "Good morning, young master." Asher's gaze turned to her as he noticed the smile. You seem happy this morning. What's the occasion? He asked. I'm just glad you awakened, young master, Lyra simply replied as her smile was already gone. Asher didn't reply. He simply went to the bathroom and went through his daily routine. Lyra handed him the clothes for the day as she spoke. Young master, you will be meeting the Primarch today. It's better to look your best, Lyra spoke. Asher paused, surprised at what he had just heard. When was this decided, Lyra, and why wasn't I informed earlier? Asher spoke. I was informed by Mr. Zerk yesterday afternoon when I went to submit the file, young master. But I wasn't able to inform you as you didn't want to be disturbed for the day, Lyra replied calmly. Then it clicked with him. He had told Lyra he didn't want to be disturbed throughout yesterday, which was why she didn't even bring him lunch or dinner. But on the other hand, it didn't matter if he was informed or not. What could he possibly prepare for in a meeting with the Primarch? When will I be meeting Father? Asher asked as he quickly dressed. Mr. Zerk would be here by 10 a.m., so I'm guessing the meeting is by that time, Lyra spoke. Asher's gaze turned to the clock once again. I still have some time left, Asher thought. Quickly bring my meal. I need to be done with everything before Zerk arrives, Asher replied. Lyra nodded, then stepped out. The moment the door closed behind her, Asher felt her presence instantly vanish. Is she running instead of walking? Asher thought. In less than a minute, Lyra had returned with breakfast. Asher ate quickly. The moment it hit 10 o'clock on the clock wall, a knock echoed through the room. Asher turned to Lyra and nodded. Receiving the command, Lyra opened the door. Good morning, Mr. Zerk, Lyra greeted with an expressionless face. Morning, Lyra, Zerk replied, his gaze turning to Asher, who was wiping his mouth with a napkin. As his gaze landed on Asher, a soft smile appeared on his lips. Then he spoke, Are you ready, 10th son? I am, Zerk, Asher replied calmly as he rose from his seat. I never thought I would be meeting him this early, Asher thought as he stepped out of his room, following closely behind Zerk with Lyra following behind him. They met no maids on the way as they made their way through some hallways. Asher's thoughts spiraled as he walked gently, but his steps remained steady and composed. Asher noticed as he walked, his feet no longer made any sound as they met the floor beneath him. But he wasn't the only one who had noticed this. Zarek and Lyra noticed, but none said anything. Damn, this absolute physique is insane. Perfect muscle memory and optimal movement efficiency have simply accomplished such a feat just by walking. Even if I become nervous when meeting the Primarch, my body might not react externally. This could give me the best poker face in existence. Combined with my mind shield ability from the system, can anyone even know or guess what I am thinking at any time? Asher thought. As Asher was lost in thought, they arrived before a huge black door with just a few designs in black on the door. There were no guards besides, who could possibly guard the Primarch. 10th son, the Primarch is within. You can go in, Zarek spoke with a gentle bow. He and Lyra wouldn't be accompanying him inside. Asher nodded, then took a step past Zarek. The huge black door instantly opened to his presence. Asher's eyes darted across the room. Shelves stood against the wall as books fitted into each of them. 2 couches could be seen at the sides, then at the front, a table with various documents on it. A man stood with a book in his hands, his hair golden, matching the color of his eyes, his shoulders broad, standing at a staggering 82 in height. His presence was serene and calm. If Asher's eyes weren't on the man before him, he wouldn't notice him, as the man seemed one with his surroundings. Without waiting a single second, Asher bowed slightly, his hand rising and resting on the left side of his chest as he greeted, "I greet the Primarch." His voice was calm, just loud enough to reach the man before him. "Congratulations on your awakening," the man finally spoke, his gaze never leaving the book in his hand. "Thank you, Primarch," Asher replied as he lifted himself from his bowing position. "And congratulations on your consecutive breakthroughs. It seems the history of those awakening on the 3rd try becoming mediocre doesn't affect the Wargrave bloodline," the Primarch spoke, the book in his hand closing with a soft thud, his golden-colored eyes turning to Asher. Asher's heartbeat quickened as the Primarch congratulated him on his breakthrough. "It is what is expected of me, Primarch," Asher replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he stood straight. So that's why Lyra and Zarek were smiling, they had noticed. Would have been weird if the Primarch hadn't noticed, Asher thought. "Do you know why you are here?" the Primarch continued. "I'm guessing it's for my training," Asher replied calmly. "Indeed it is. As a Wargrave, we don't waste time on anything. Your training will be starting today. As you had failed your awakening consecutively, you shouldn't be qualified to train with the firsts, but I will reinstate this as a gift for your breakthrough," the Primarch spoke, his eyes on Asher as if reading him like the book he held before. "Thank you, Primarch," Asher replied. "Let me see your weapon and element," the Primarch ordered. Asher instantly raised his hand, and lightning coursed through it. At his side, Wireless appeared, floating gently beside him. Lightning and a rapier. Unique kind of rapier also, the Primarch spoke as he gazed at Wireless. "To think you've achieved this level of connection with your weapon in just a day," the Primarch continued. Asher didn't reply, he simply stood there without a word. "You have 30 minutes to prepare. Zarek will be taking you to the training ground. I hope you perform well during the true awakening. You may leave now," the Primarch spoke in finality. Asher bowed once more, then turned on his heels and stepped out of the room, the huge black door closing behind him. He saw Lyra waiting for him. Zarek was already gone. "How was the meeting, young master?" Lyra asked as she followed behind Asher. "Good. I will be heading to the first training ground. The Primarch has reinstated me," Asher replied as he walked towards his room. "Congratulations, young master," Lyra replied. Asher didn't reply, he simply kept walking. He hadn't expected the Primarch to call him just to talk about his training. But at least he was rewarded with a better training ground for his breakthrough. He didn't ask about Wireless's ability, Asher thought. "Size. I said thank you more times than I can count," Asher thought, as most of his replies to the Primarch were just "thank you, Primarch." The first training ground, Asher thought. As a ducal noble family, the Wargrave recruited children to train before and after their awakening. Those who awaken on their first try are sent to the first training ground, those who awaken on their second try are sent to the second training ground, and those who awaken on their third try are sent to the third awakening ground. As for those who fail to awaken, they would simply be asked to leave the Wargrave estate. For the rules, Asher was meant to be sent to the third training ground, but the Primarch has sent him to the first. History has shown that those who awaken on their first try always tend to be better than those who awaken on their second try, hence the Wargrave division of training grounds. In the case of someone who awakened on their second try, being able to match people who awakened on their first, they would be transferred to the first training ground. Asher stood silently in his room, removing his clothes with deliberate motions. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, uncertainty gripped him, and he had no idea what to expect or what might come next. From the fragmented memories he possessed, the original Asher had never once stepped foot on the training grounds. They were reserved solely for those who had recently awakened, serving as a place of preparation and training until the age of 18. Upon reaching the age of 18, every trainee was expected to confront real combat, undertaking missions assigned by the Wargrave family. Though Asher was only 17, he doubted he would remain in the first training ground for the entirety of the year, especially in light of the true awakening the Primarch had spoken of. The true awakening was a sacred rite of the Wargrave family, a ritual that stood apart from the conventional awakening. While the standard awakening involved the use of an orb to activate one's astral veins, the Wargrave family's tradition was far more brutal and unforgiving. 6 months after the initial awakening of their astral veins, the family's suns and moons were cast into a wild, untamed forest with no guidance or aid. From that point on, survival became the only teacher. They either returned having seen the world for what it truly was, cruel, vast, and indifferent, or perished swallowed whole by its merciless depths. From the tender age of 15, the moment their astral veins first stirred, the Wargrave family exposed their direct descendants to the raw, unfiltered horrors of the world. It was their way of forging strength through suffering, of shaping heirs through hardship. But Asher's awakening had come late, at 17. His own trial, the true awakening, would begin in 6 months. Ordinary children recruited into the Wargrave household were spared this merciless tradition. As they were not of the Primarch's direct bloodline, they were exempt from the ritual. Their training ended at 18, whereupon they could begin crafting their own horrors on their own terms. Truthfully, Asher had no idea what to expect from the so-called true awakening. The suns and moons who returned from it never spoke of their experiences. Silence was the only testament they gave. Still, he could imagine the nature of it: battles drenched in blood, survival against monsters twisted and evolved through Astra. Whatever else the ritual entailed remained shrouded in mystery. For now, all he could do was wait, 6 more months until the unknown became his reality. A knock echoed through the room, pulling Asher from the depths of his thoughts and snapping him back to the present. "Come in," he said flatly. As expected, it was Lyra. She stepped inside with quiet familiarity, holding a neatly folded set of clothing in her hands. This time it was his training uniform, a form-fitting, pitch-black ensemble consisting of a long-sleeved compression shirt and matching trousers. "Your training clothes, young master," Lyra said softly as she handed the uniform to Asher. He gave a silent nod, accepting the garments before slipping into them without a word. Asher shifted and moved, testing the feel of the outfit. After a few motions, he gave a subtle nod of approval. The fabric clung to him like a second skin, offering no resistance to his movements. It was less a uniform and more an extension of his body. Asher exhaled deeply and seated himself on the edge of his bed, awaiting Zerk, who was tasked with escorting him to the training grounds. At that very moment, Vireless returned to his soul. Minutes later, another knock echoed through the room. This time, Asher did not issue a command for the visitor to enter. Instead, he rose, approached the door, and opened it himself. His gaze settled on Zerk, who stood tall, poised, and composed as always. "Are you ready, 10th son?" Zerk asked, his eyes fixed intently on Asher. "I am," Asher replied with a nod. "Then let us proceed," Zerk said, pivoting gracefully on his heel. Asher followed close behind, unfamiliar with the path to the first training ground. A few steps behind them, Lyra moved in silence, trailing their footsteps. Zerk led them out of the building and into an entirely different sector of the compound. As they moved, Asher passed several guards, each bearing weapons at their sides. He spared them brief glances, but did not slow his stride. Before long, they arrived at a vast structure, its architecture divided clearly into 3 distinct sections. Zerk offered no explanation and remained silent, his pace unbroken. Still, Asher could surmise that these divisions marked the 3 training grounds. Passing through a set of doors, Zerk and Asher entered the first training ground. By this point, Lyra had quietly slipped away. Only trainees were permitted within the grounds. Still, she remained nearby, concealed but within reach, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. After crossing another threshold, they stepped into a brightly lit room. At its center stood a modest table, behind which a man sat with composed posture. Two empty chairs faced him, clearly prepared for his guest. Hearing the door open without so much as a knock, the man spoke without lifting his gaze from the photograph before him. "Who is it?" "It's been a while, Boris," Zerk replied, his eyes settling on the man seated across the room. Recognizing the voice, Boris immediately looked up, his expression shifting as he locked eyes with Zerk. A warm smile spread across his face as he rose from his chair. "Good morning, Mr. Zerk," he greeted, his gaze then drifting to Asher, who stood quietly at Zerk's side. Within the Wargrave estate, Asher's identity was unmistakable. Everyone knew of him, the Wargrave who had failed his awakening, the one believed to be bound by a future with little promise. "Good morning, 10th son," Boris said, this time lowering himself into a respectful bow. Asher offered no words in return, only a curt nod of acknowledgement. "And how may I assist you today, Mr. Zerk?" Boris asked, his smile gentle as he gestured for both men to take a seat. Zerk settled into his chair, one leg crossed elegantly over the other, his fingers interlocked and resting calmly on his knee. Asher took the seat beside him in silence. Though Zerk said nothing at first, he was well aware that Boris had already inferred the reason for their visit. Asher's presence made that all too clear. Still, there was no time for formalities or small talk. He had a duty to fulfill and was expected back at the Primarch's side without delay. "I'm here to register the 10th son in the first training ground," Zerk said without preamble, striking directly at the heart of the matter. Boris's gaze flickered to Asher for the briefest moment, though his composed smile did not falter. "Mr. Zerk," he began, his tone polite yet firm, "I'm sure you're well aware of the rules. I have no authority to enroll the 10th son in the first training ground. Doing so would be a direct violation of family law, one that would quite literally cost me my head." Zerk shook his head slowly. "I'm not here to impose my authority, that would be no different from madness," he said calmly. "This is a direct order from the Primarch, granted as a reward for his current life rank, despite having awakened only a day ago." As he spoke, a folded parchment scroll materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he extended it toward Boris. Boris accepted the scroll without a word. From the moment Asher had entered the room, he had sensed the young man's life rank. He had been surprised, of course. According to the reports, Asher had only awakened the day before. But Boris had chosen not to reveal his astonishment. Only one person in Wargrave's recorded history had achieved anything remotely similar, the current Primarch, who had reached his first breakthrough the day after his awakening. Even so, that feat paled in comparison to what stood before him now. With careful hands, Boris unfolded the scroll and read through its contents. His eyes paused at the end, where the unmistakable seal of the Primarch had been stamped, a mark of unquestionable authority. "I need to find a way to control my presence. I can't have people reading me like an open book," Asher thought, his gaze distant but focused. He had no intention of concealing his power or capabilities. But the idea of being so easily deciphered was something he found deeply unsettling. Turning to Zerk, he broke the silence. "Zerk, does controlling my presence have anything to do with my mastery over Astra?" Zerk turned to Asher, clearly surprised by the question. A faint smile curved his lips as he replied, "It seems the 10th son has grown tired of being so easily read." He gave a slight shake of his head, a quiet note of amusement in his expression, before continuing. "People being able to perceive your life rank has little to do with your control over Astra or the amount flowing through your veins. It's more about the aura you emit, the presence you unconsciously project. That's what others pick up on. As for sensing the actual quantity of Astra within someone, that's a far rarer ability, and only those with a particular gift or trained perception can manage such a feat." Asher gave a small nod. "Thank you, Zerk." Since it had nothing to do with Astra control, there was no reason to delay. Without another word, he closed his eyes, shifting his focus inward, seeking the subtle rhythm of his own aura. Zerk and Boris remained silent, watching intently as the young Wargrave sat still, eyes shut. A few seconds passed. Then Asher opened his eyes, and his presence was gone. His aura, once unmistakable in the room, had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Zerk and Boris exchanged a glance, faint smiles forming on their faces. Concealing one's life rank was a skill taught early through basic training, nothing extraordinary in itself. But to grasp it instinctively, within seconds and with only a single explanation, marked Asher not just as talented, but as a genius among geniuses. As Asher's gaze settled on Boris, the older man offered a warm smile and spoke, welcome to the first training ground, 10th son. Reaching into a drawer beneath the table, Boris retrieved a form and handed it to him. I'll be under your care, Asher replied calmly, accepting the form. Picking up a pen, he filled it out swiftly. The fields were simple, requesting only basic information. Just a formality. Zarek rose from his seat the moment Asher finished. Since my part here is done, I'll be taking my leave, he said, his tone measured. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and made his way toward the door, disappearing through it moments later. Once the form was completed, Boris leaned back slightly and took a more formal tone. Before anything else, allow me to brief you on the structure and expectations within the first training ground. He proceeded to outline the rules with practiced precision, the strict timeframes for each session, the types of training conducted daily, and the standards each trainee was expected to uphold. From endurance drills to combat simulations, every element was designed to temper both body and mind under constant pressure. Asher remained silent throughout, absorbing every word with calm focus. He committed the details to memory, understanding that discipline would be expected, not requested. After the explanation concluded, Boris rose from his seat and gestured for Asher to follow. He led him through a corridor that opened into an expansive courtyard, vast, sunlit, and humming with intensity. Before Asher stretched a field alive with movement. Over 100 trainees were jogging in formation, their strides heavy, their faces drawn tight with exertion. Chests rose and fell rapidly as they fought for breath. Some looked moments away from collapse, others had already succumbed, lying sprawled on the training ground with sweat-soaked clothes and trembling limbs. The air was thick with heat, fatigue, and the unspoken will to endure. Up ahead, a man stood at the forefront of the training field, his voice thundering above the rhythmic pounding of feet. Keep moving. Don't stop until your legs give out. Push beyond the limit. His tone was sharp, each word driving into the trainees like hammer blows. Sweat streamed down faces, muscles trembled with exhaustion, but none dared to defy his command. Then mid-shout, the man's head suddenly turned. His sharp gaze locked onto Boris and Asher, standing at the edge of the field. Stop, he barked. You have 5 minutes to recover. Without delay, he strode across the ground, heading towards edge of the field. Reaching them, he halted and bowed slightly. Good morning, 10th son, he greeted respectfully. Asher, in his usual quiet manner, responded only with a brief nod of acknowledgement. Turning to Boris, the man straightened. What can I do for you, head instructor? 10th son is now assigned to the first training ground, Boris stated flatly. He could see the storm of questions flickering in the man's eyes, but he had no interest in indulging them. Without another word, he turned and walked away. So he's the head instructor. He won't be directly training us, just overseeing everything to ensure results. Asher thought as he watched Boris's retreating figure. My name is Harold 10th son, the man beside him said, his tone composed yet firm. I'll be your physical fitness instructor. My sessions run from 7 a.m. to noon. As he spoke, Harold guided Asher toward a clearing where other trainees sat, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Looks like I'm already late on the first day, Asher thought, walking in step with Harold. Asher followed Harold with measured steps, his demeanor calm and composed. Upon reaching the gathered trainees, Harold gestured silently to a spot on the ground, indicating where Asher should sit. The 10th son will now be joining the first training ground, Harold announced curtly before turning away. He had granted the trainees a brief respite, 5 minutes to catch their breath. Once that time passed, training would resume without delay. The trainees murmured among themselves. There was no need to introduce Asher. His reputation had long preceded him. The disgrace of the Duke's family was a well-known tale within the estate. Everyone present knew he shouldn't be here. By all rights, Asher belonged in the third training ground. Yet not a single voice rose to question his presence. And why would they? No one was foolish enough to speak out. Asher might be a disgrace, his awakening delayed until the third attempt, but none of that changed the fact that he was a son. A direct descendant of the Wargrave bloodline. The son of a duke. With a single word, he could make their lives far more difficult than they dared imagine. They cast fleeting glances at him from the corners of their eyes, breath still labored, their gazes drawn to his flawless features. Some didn't bother to look at all, opting instead to sit cross-legged in a lotus position, using every second of the 5-minute reprieve to recover their strength. Asher remained silent. He knew none of them, and his gaze seemed distant, unfocused. But through his omni-perception, he observed some of them without turning his head. They were uniformly dressed in form-fitting, compressed black shirts and trousers, men and women alike, just like the one he wore. As the final moments of rest slipped away, Harold's voice rang out from the sidelines. "On your feet. Begin." Without hesitation, the trainees rose and resumed their drills, not a single complaint uttered. Feet pounded rhythmically against the ground as they jogged, the sound echoing across the training field. Their breathing had steadied, if only slightly, and even those who had previously collapsed were now pushing forward, their bodies moving, if only barely. Asher moved with quiet precision, his footsteps falling in a steady rhythm against the ground. His body automatically adjusted effortlessly into a more perfect form as he jogged. He kept pace at the front alongside the other trainees, matching their stride with mechanical ease. This wasn't a race, nor was he trying to outshine anyone. The lingering stares at his back were of no concern to him. He simply mirrored their movements, focused and composed. Don't just jog, control your breathing. Inhale and exhale at steady, measured intervals. Harold's voice called out once more, sharp and brisk. Without warning, he appeared beside a trainee, his gaze piercing. "Why are you gasping like you've been running since birth?" he snapped. "Hold your breath for a few seconds, then begin breathing again, slowly and with control. I've told you before, regulating your breath helps condition and strengthen the body." After several more grueling minutes, Harold finally gave the command to stop. Many of the trainees collapsed to the ground without hesitation, gasping for air as they struggled to steady their breathing. Asher came to a smooth halt. He wasn't panting, nor did a single bead of sweat grace his skin. The duration had been far too short to challenge him. Without pause, they moved into the next series of physical conditioning drills. Harold offered no further rest. He had already granted them 5 minutes, and that was more than enough in his eyes. Yet none voiced a complaint. What right did they have? They were no strangers to the first training ground. Every drill, every demand was familiar. These exercises weren't just for discipline. They were designed to strengthen the astra veins, increasing their capacity to channel astra while simultaneously developing the body to its limits. Everyone in this world is born with a naturally strong body. Then there is the passive benefit of the astral veins. There's no such thing as a fragile fire mage who dies from a single strike. Asher thought as he moved through the drills, his motions controlled and efficient. But that didn't mean Asher had it easy. The physical conditioning was designed to push every trainee to their limits, and Harold made no exception. Noticing Asher's superior physique, he silently increased the intensity of his drills, pushing him harder than the rest. It didn't matter that Asher was a son. Harold had no intention of showing favoritism. Sweat began to roll down Asher's skin, his muscles burning and straining with each movement. His breathing instinctively adjusted, his body adapting under the pressure as he forced himself to keep going. Time wore on, and eventually the sun reached its peak, marking the arrival of noon. The moment the session concluded, Harold vanished without a word, leaving behind only the fading echo of his demands. No one moved at first. The trainees remained where they were, seated together in silence, each one catching their breath and bracing themselves for the next round of training. Minutes slipped by in stillness, until, without a single command, everyone rose in unison and began walking toward a secondary door along the side of the field. Asher stood as well, wordless and composed, falling into step behind them. They passed through the door, and another training field unfolded before Asher's eyes. At its center stood a towering structure built from an assortment of woods and reinforced planks, rising sharply toward the sky like a monument of discipline and pain. Boris had already briefed Asher on the nature of the first training ground. He knew the second phase of training focused on movement. The instructor appeared in a blurry frame of motion. Her sharp gaze swept across the assembled trainees, her presence commanding immediate attention. "Since we have a new face among us," she began, her voice calm but firm, "I'll go over the principles of movement training once more." Everyone knew who she meant. The unspoken consensus was clear. The new face was Asher. "The purpose of this movement training," she began, her voice loud and crisp, "is to stop you from swinging your weapons around like idiots. Countless people have died in battle not because they lacked power, but because their movement was trash." Her eyes narrowed as she continued. Too many rush into learning advanced techniques without building a proper foundation. Some don't bother learning at all. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle over them like a silent warning. When your hands and feet don't move in harmony, you're no better than a bird waiting to be slaughtered. I'm here to keep you from dying. I'll demonstrate once. Only once. Without another word, she turned and walked toward the towering structure. The instructor hadn't spared Asher so much as a greeting, nor was it expected. Once training began, even suns and moons were bound by the authority of their instructors. Rank and status held no weight within the boundaries of the training grounds. Discipline ruled, and formality had no place in the pursuit of strength. Harold's earlier acknowledgement of Asher had only occurred because he arrived alongside Boris. Had Asher come alone, Harold wouldn't have wasted a breath on pleasantries. He would have gone straight into the drills, as always. Upon reaching the structure, the instructor wasted no time. With a fluid motion, she leapt onto one of the poles, then began moving swiftly from one to the next, her strides precise and effortless, like a dancer gliding through choreography. Suddenly, a wooden arrow shot from within the structure. Without hesitation, her shoulder twisted, her body flowing in a seamless motion as she stepped onto the next pole, evading the projectile with elegant precision. More arrows rained down from the sides, but they posed no threat to her. She moved like a phantom, untethered by the chaos around her. To her, the poles were no different from solid ground, each step executed with uncanny ease. Suddenly, as her foot touched one of the poles, it wobbled beneath her, destabilizing as though attempting to break her rhythm. But she reacted instantly, springing off with practiced grace, landing lightly on the edge of another pole before leaping once more to the surface of the next. Arrows sliced through the air, each one missing her by mere inches, but never once touching her. Massive wooden logs and beams followed in swift succession, but none found their mark. Within seconds, she emerged at the far end of the structure, untouched, unbothered. She didn't turn back to them. She simply vanished, disappearing from sight without a sound. No words were needed. The trainees, understanding the message with perfect clarity, immediately began their own movement training. This training focuses on movement and balance, Asher noted, his gaze fixed on a structure positioned off to the side as he began walking toward it. His mind effortlessly replayed every motion the instructor had performed, as though each step, twist, and leap had been ingrained in his mind. Battle intuition granted by the absolute physique, it's absurdly overpowered. He mused inwardly. Then with a controlled motion, Asher leapt upward, landing firmly atop the first pole. He drew in a deep breath and slowly exhaled, steadying himself. Not long ago, he had been just an ordinary person, but all of that had changed. And he had come to terms with it. Whatever trials lay ahead, he would face them head-on. With that resolve, he stepped forward. His mind and body moved in perfect harmony, instinctively mirroring the instructor's earlier movements. Pole by pole, he advanced, each step more fluid than the last. His speed began to build, not from force, but from refinement, as his body adapted and adjusted with every motion. His breathing remained calm and rhythmic as he moved, steady, focused. But then, without warning, a wooden arrow shot out from the side. The moment shattered his composure. A flicker of panic surged through him. Rationally, he knew the arrow wouldn't harm him, not with his current physique. But fear wasn't always rational. In truth, he had never been shot at before. In his past life, he had been just an ordinary person, someone who had never even been in a fight, let alone faced an arrow flying at him. His mind swirled with instinct and memory, yet his body moved on its own, mirroring the motion he had seen from the instructor just moments before. His shoulder twisted fluidly, his body following in perfect synchrony. With a seamless step onto the next pole, he evaded the arrow effortlessly, as though he had done it 100 times before. A smile tugged at his lips. He couldn't deny it. He was enjoying this. The wind whipped against his skin, cool and alive, and every movement felt effortless. There was a liberating rhythm to it all. He had never felt so free. It was as if the world itself bent around his motion, responding to his intent. Such grace, such speed, these movements had no place in his former world. Even if they existed, no one there could perform them with this level of precision. More arrows flashed from the sides and above, but Asher remained unshaken. That first arrow had been a turning point. After dodging it, something within him had clicked. Now he simply moved. Each step flowed into the next, fluid and controlled, his balance perfect. He heard the wind split behind him, a sharp whistle that only meant one thing: something was coming. Within seconds, a wooden beam entered his omni-perception range, 5 meters. Asher didn't hesitate. Without a moment's pause, he backflipped, his body arcing through the air with practiced grace. His purple eyes tracked the beam as it swept beneath him, the world slowing for just a breath. Then, as if the moment were made for him, he descended, landing lightly atop the moving beam. Using it as a foothold, he propelled himself forward, his movements swift and spectral. A grin spread across his face. He moved like a ghost, untouched, untraceable, and within moments, he was already at the far end of the structure. Asher came to a halt, his expression blank, but beneath the stillness, a quiet awe stirred. He was savoring the sensation, the fluidity of his movements, and the startling ease with which he had accomplished it all. That was fun, he murmured under his breath, a trace of wonder in his voice. He had never experienced anything like that. A sudden voice broke the moment. "Have you done this before?" came the calm yet curious tone of the female instructor behind him. Asher turned, his purple eyes meeting hers. "I haven't," he replied simply. The instructor already knew the answer. No training facilities were ever allocated to the suns and moons before their awakening. Until then, they were left to strengthen their bodies alone, using whatever crude means they could find. No assistance. No resources. No guidance. And yet, the ease with which Asher had moved had compelled her to ask. It wasn't something someone who just awakened could, or should, be capable of. Not without prior experience. Not without training. There was a calm certainty in his movements, a fluid confidence that spoke of something deeper, something unnatural. But she could also tell that Asher had mirrored her own movement. "It seems the 10th son is indeed a genius," the instructor said with a faint smile, a hint of intrigue in her eyes. "It seems I am," Asher replied, the smile returning to his face. He had no intention of wearing a constant mask of indifference or acting distant, as if he were above everyone else. Accepting that he was Asher didn't mean he had to become someone he wasn't. He was still himself, and he would live, speak, and move in a way that reflected exactly that. Seeing a son smile is indeed strange, the instructor mused silently. Among the children of the Primarch, only the first son had ever been known to smile. The rest carried expressions that ranged from cold to utterly unreadable, never warmth, never lightness. "Let's raise the tempo and the difficulty then," she said aloud, her voice calm but laced with challenge. And in the next instant, she vanished. Asher gave a small nod and stepped forward once more, re-entering the structure without hesitation. Each attempt grew more intense. The difficulty scaled rapidly, forcing him to adapt in real time. Holes destabilized in quick succession, sometimes more than two at once, while a barrage of arrows threatened to knock him down. But Asher didn't falter. He didn't overthink, he simply moved. With every stride, his body responded with instinctual precision, turning into a blur of motion as the instructor continued to escalate the trial. Time slipped by unnoticed. When the movement training finally came to an end, Asher stood tall. Though he had danced through the chaos with uncanny grace, sweat clung to his skin, proof of the physical toll. At times, up to 10 poles had collapsed beneath him simultaneously, forcing him to land sideways or rebound midair. And yet, through it all, he hadn't fallen once. After completing the movement and balance training, Asher trailed behind the other trainees. Unfamiliar with the layout of the first training ground, he had no choice but to follow their lead throughout the day. They passed through several doors before arriving at a chamber. Though it opened up into a new space, it was noticeably smaller than the expansive areas designated for physical conditioning and movement training. Asher's gaze drifted upward and froze. A man stood effortlessly on the ceiling, upside down, a book resting casually in his hand. As if sensing the weight of Asher's stare, the man's eyes lifted from the pages and met his. How was he standing like that? Asher wondered, his thoughts swirling with various possibilities. The man snapped the book shut with a quiet thud, then stepped off the ceiling. He descended gracefully, landing as if gravity itself bent to his will. Without preamble, he began to speak. "The purpose of this training is singular, to enhance your control over Astra. Nothing more. I will teach only the fundamentals, the rest you will discover on the journey that is your life." He paused briefly, letting his words settle, then continued. "Now, as is customary, begin by attempting to form a small sphere with your Astra. Those of you who have already mastered this should focus your efforts on learning to walk on walls or any other surface, using Astra alone." At his command, the trainees dispersed into groups. Some remained standing, concentrating intently as they channeled Astra above their palms, attempting to form a small, stable sphere. Others moved toward the walls, channeling Astra into their feet as they began to ascend, each step a test of balance and focus. The man turned to Asher, his gaze calm yet expectant. "Since you're new," he said, "begin with the Astra sphere." Asher gave a silent nod to the instructor, then raised his hand, focusing inward. He felt the Astra stir within him, flowing through his veins before surging just above his palm. Though invisible to the naked eye, Astra could be sensed, its presence tangible, like pressure in the air. He focused, shaping it with intent. But it was unstable. Each time he managed to mold it into the semblance of a sphere, it unraveled the next moment, dissolving into nothing. Still, he could feel something shifting, subtle adjustments, his control refining in real time. With every failed attempt, he improved. Minute by minute, his control sharpened. And after 3 steady minutes, the energy above his palm solidified, delicate, precise. A perfect astrosphere floated in place, stable and balanced. The instructor's gaze shifted to Asher, his eyes narrowing slightly in appraisal. "You've managed to form it," he said, voice calm but firm. "Now do it again, faster this time. Repeat it until it becomes effortless, until you no longer have to think." With that, he turned his attention to the other trainees, offering no further words. Asher could feel their eyes on him, curious, perhaps envious. It was hard to ignore. In just 3 minutes, he had accomplished something many of them still struggled to master. The astrosphere above his palm dissipated into the air, fading without a sound. Without hesitation, Asher channeled Astra once more, guiding it through his veins and into his palm. This time the sphere formed instantly, clean, stable. He raised his other hand, channeling the same invisible force through his body, and a second astrosphere materialized just as swiftly. Too easy, Asher thought, eyes fixed on the spheres floating above his hands. With a thought, he dispelled them both and repeated the process. Again and again. And with each cycle, his control sharpened. He began to notice the subtle inefficiencies, tiny traces of Astra leaking into the air during formation. Gradually, instinctively, he refined his technique, minimizing the loss and maximizing precision. The process, once fragile and uncontrolled, was quickly becoming second nature. Asher's gaze shifted toward the trainees, attempting to scale the walls. Some managed a few steps before slipping, landing awkwardly on the ground. Others couldn't even lift themselves off the floor, their feet trembling with effort as they tried, and failed to channel Astra properly. His eyes then moved to the instructor. Unlike the struggling students, the man stood effortlessly on the vertical surface, as if gravity had no claim on him. Asher's mind began to turn, analyzing every subtle movement. He watched closely, the posture, the calm breath, the way the instructor channeled Astra down through his legs, concentrating it into his feet to maintain contact and balance. Sensing the weight of Asher's gaze, the instructor turned his head. His eyes landed on the 2 astrospheres hovering steadily above Asher's palms, stable, refined, and flawlessly formed. There was no flicker of surprise in the instructor's expression. Forming an astroball was, after all, the most fundamental of fundamentals. Geniuses often required an hour or 2 to perfect it. True prodigies, monsters, needed only minutes. He had trained suns and moons before, individuals of extraordinary talent, and they too had achieved this feat in mere minutes. Asher had simply done it faster. That alone wasn't enough to surprise him. "Not yet. You may begin climbing the wall," the instructor said, his tone composed and unhurried. Asher responded with a simple nod, stepping forward with steady, confident strides. Astra surged through him, flowing to the soles of his feet. He adjusted it with careful precision, replicating the method he had observed from the instructor moments earlier. Then, without hesitation, he placed one foot against the wall. His body lifted effortlessly as his second foot followed, locking smoothly into place. For a brief moment, Asher stood still, completely vertical, his body aligned with the wall as though gravity itself had shifted to accommodate him. A small smile curved his lips. Then he began to walk. Step after step, smooth and unbroken, as if he were strolling across flat ground. He moved past several trainees who wobbled, slipped, or clung tightly for balance, each struggling to maintain their footing where he now moved with ease. All eyes turned to Asher, stunned into silence as he strode past the instructor himself, still walking upright along the wall with perfect balance, as if defying gravity was as natural as breathing. "How?" The question echoed through every trainee's mind like a thunderclap. None of them could comprehend it. Walking on walls was supposed to be difficult, an advanced feat requiring both instruction and intense focus. The instructor hadn't even explained the technique to Asher, yet here he was, moving with casual ease, untouched by hesitation or strain. What unsettled them even more was the speed. Forming the astroball had taken him 3 minutes, an already remarkable feat. But this, he had accomplished it in seconds. No misstep, no falter, just effortless mastery. What the others didn't realize was that the reason Asher had taken 3 minutes to form the Astro Ball was simply because he had done it without guidance. He had figured it out on his own. Had he seen someone perform it just once, he would have replicated it instantly. That was the kind of talent he possessed. His ease in climbing the wall was no different. He had observed the instructor's subtle control over Astra, how it was concentrated, directed, balanced. That single glance had been more than enough. But Asher wasn't the only one blessed with exceptional talent. Above, 3 trainees stood upside down on the ceiling, arms folded across their chests, silently observing the scene below. There was no struggle in their stance, no effort in their posture, only quiet composure and superiority. Asher had noticed them from the very beginning, during the physical fitness training, where their physiques were clearly above average. During the movement and balance drills, they had moved with precision, struck by fewer arrows than anyone else. Now, even in Astra control, they maintained that same quiet dominance. Hours passed as the other trainees continued their relentless efforts, honing their control with unwavering focus. As the session neared its end and the group prepared to disperse, Asher dropped down from the ceiling, his body descending in freefall before twisting midair and landing with flawless precision on his feet. Weren't those who awakened on the 3rd try supposed to be hopeless? The instructor mused, silently watching Asher blend in with the departing crowd. You can stop sneaking around now, the instructor said calmly, his gaze never shifting. In response, 2 figures emerged beside him, Harold and the female instructor. What are you doing here? Asked Vyerk, the Astra control instructor, turning toward the pair with a raised brow. I came to see how the 10th son would fare, Eloan replied, her tone light. He breezed through my movement, training like it was child's play. Yeah, Harold added, folding his arms. And now he's waltzing through Astra training the same way. We're heading to the next training ground, Eloan said with a small, teasing smile. You coming, or are you going to stay behind and keep reading your erotic novels? Vyerk sighed. Fine. Let's go. I'm curious myself. With that, the trio vanished from sight. Asher walked calmly behind the rest of the trainees, his thoughts drifting. 2 more sessions and I'll be done for the day. Technically, it's only 1 because I won't be allowed to join the 2nd until next month. The 2 upcoming trainings were weapons practice and monster subjugation. The Wargrave family traditionally introduced their sons, Moons, and the other trainees to beast killing a full month after their awakening. That initial month, however, was strictly reserved for weapons training and sparring. During this period, the Suns and Moons were expected to become familiar with their weapons and test their mettle against each other in preparation for their first real battle. Asher, having only just awakened, was no exception. He would be given 1 month to master the fundamentals of his weapon before he was permitted to face a living threat. As Asher stepped into the new training ground, he was greeted by a vast, open space, larger even than the area designated for physical fitness training. At the center of the field sat a man in a lotus position, eyes closed, his presence radiating calm authority. He appeared to be meditating, undisturbed by the arrival of the trainees. But the moment he sensed their presence, he rose smoothly to his feet and spoke in a clear voice, "Form up and begin your swings." The trainees moved without hesitation. Each of them made their way to the weapon racks lining the sides of the field, selected a weapon, assumed a stance, and began their practice swings with focused determination. The weapon instructor, Clinton, turned to Asher and addressed him in a firm tone. "Since you're new here, take position over there. Your task is 1,000 slashes and thrusts, considering you wield a unique rapier." Asher wasn't the least bit surprised that Clinton knew about his weapon. He assumed the Primarch had already informed Zirk, who had likely passed the information along to the instructors overseeing the first training ground. With a silent nod, Asher walked toward the area Clinton had indicated. As he raised his hand, Vireless materialized in his palm, its blade humming softly with a faint resonance, eager, almost sentient, as if it shared Asher's anticipation for its first true use. Excited, huh? Asher mused. Then Asher closed his eyes. He inhaled slowly, deeply, then exhaled, steadying his breath. Entering a modest stance, he raised Vireless above his head and brought it down in an awkward downward slash. Almost instinctively, his body adjusted. His footing shifted. His breathing grew more measured. His grip repositioned ever so slightly, and he struck again. Clinton began to approach, intending to correct the boy's form. Newcomers often fumbled their first swings, especially with such a specialized weapon. But as he neared, he paused. With each swing, Asher improved. Subtly at first, but unmistakably. His form refined itself with every motion, his body learning on its own, fluid, disciplined, focused. Asher didn't seem to notice the instructor at all. He was locked in a rhythm, lost in repetition. His arms moved like clockwork, his body, a finely tuned instrument, executing the same movement again and again. Sweat rolled down his skin, soaking through his clothes. His violet hair clung damply to his forehead as the sun bore down, merciless and bright, but Asher never stopped. Clinton observed in silence for a moment longer before simply turning away. There was no need for interference. Returning to the center of the field, he called over the 3 trainees from earlier. Without delay, he began sparring with them, correcting their stances, testing their reactions, and refining their instincts. It was hands-on instruction, aimed at sharpening both their form and battle sense. Meanwhile, time slipped by. An hour passed, and Asher completed his 1,000 slashes with unbroken focus. Without pause, he transitioned seamlessly into thrusts. His right leg slid forward in perfect harmony with his leading hand, the point of vireless darting out with precision, then retracting smoothly. Again and again. Each motion flowed into the next, as fluid as breath. His body, though drenched in sweat and trembling with fatigue, pulsed with exhilaration. Muscles ached, lungs burned, but Asher wasn't stopping. He moved as if possessed, immersed in a rhythm all his own. No thoughts, no distractions. Only the blade. Only the motion. His world had narrowed to the edge of vireless, and in that narrow space he found clarity. Another hour passed, and still Asher did not pause, not for rest, not even for breath. His movements remained steady and composed. Then at last he halted, mid-thrust, the final motion of his 1,000th thrust complete. He stood there in silence, chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm, sweat dripping from his chin to join the pool forming at his feet. The air around him shimmered faintly with heat and effort. But instead of resting, he moved. Dropping once more into a stance, Asher surged forward, his mind and body synchronizing perfectly. Slash flowed into thrust. Thrust gave way to slash. The 2 motions, once distinct, now blended seamlessly into one fluid dance. His waist twisted, adjusting his center of gravity. Shoulders rolled, arms and legs moved in perfect harmony. Muscle memory from the movement training sparked to life in his mind, guiding his limbs with refined instinct. He wasn't just swinging, he was weaving. Slash, thrust, step, flow. Each element became part of a greater whole. Minutes passed before he finally stopped. His entire form was drenched, steam rising faintly from his body. He stood still, blade lowered, breath deep and even. Then slowly a smile crept onto his lips. So this is why everyone wants to reincarnate, he thought, amusement and exhilaration mixing in his gaze. Then he turned and met Clinton's gaze. The instructor stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Around the field, the other trainees had stopped their swings, their attention locked on Asher. Some wore expressions of awe, others confusion, and a few, fear. To them, he no longer looked like a peer, but something else entirely. A monster in human form. But Asher didn't care. He had no intention of hiding his ability, simply to match the expectations set for those who awakened on their 3rd try. Let them stare. Let them talk. It didn't matter. No one could question him. He was the last heir of a duke, the 10th son of the Wargrave family. With quiet calmness, Asher sat down on the ground, crossing his legs as his breathing slowed. He closed his eyes, shutting out the noise around him, and allowed his mind to replay everything he had experienced throughout the trainings, each movement, each sensation, each moment of growth. Zarek walked with composed grace in a direction all within the estate recognized without question. A calm, knowing smile curved his lips as he passed, and the maids and fellow butlers offered respectful greetings. After all, he was no ordinary servant, he was the personal butler of the Primarch. Before him stood a black door. Without a word or gesture, it parted on its own, and Zarek stepped inside. Inside, a man stood, golden-eyed, golden-haired, Azarin Wargrave, the Primarch of the Wargrave family. He stood by the window, engaged in an act that no one within the estate would have believed possible in their lifetime. Azarin Wargrave, the esteemed fearsome Primarch, was smiling as he gazed out into the distance. Anyone who witnessed the scene might have thought they had fallen into an illusion. It would have been easier to convince them that the entire history of Crimora was a fabrication than to believe that Azurin Wargrave was smiling. He was a man whom few, if any, had ever seen smile. As a Wargrave, Azurin was known for bearing either a cold, unreadable expression or none at all. And yet in that quiet moment, one of the strongest men in the world wore a rare, gentle smile. The reason. His youngest son, Asher Wargrave, the 10th son. Zarek stepping in didn't speak or interrupt, he simply stood in place quietly. With Azurin's unparalleled perception, his senses extended across the entire Wargrave estate. At that moment, his attention was fixed on one person, Asher. The boy sat in a lotus position, eyes closed in deep focus. Azurin had been observing him from the very moment he stepped into the first training ground. He had watched him move through each challenge as though it were second nature, effortless, precise, composed. The astrosphere, which had once taken Azurin himself 5 minutes to form, was completed by Asher in less. Perfecting it had taken Azurin 20 minutes. Asher matched that feat with striking ease. The wall climb, once an hour-long ordeal for Azurin, was scaled in mere moments by his son. Even the movement and balance training, which had taken Azurin 4 days to conquer on the lowest difficulty setting, had been approached by Asher with a grace and instinct that bordered on the unnatural. Now, watching his son not only match, but surpass every benchmark he had once set as a so-called once-in-a-millennium genius, Azurin couldn't help but smile. At last, Azurin spoke, his gaze still fixed on the horizon beyond the window. What did they bring, Zerk? It was an invitation, Primarch, Zerk replied without hesitation. Azurin's expression darkened. Do these useless nobles have nothing better to do? The Amuvri are stirring unrest. Enemy empires are slipping spies into our borders one after the other, and yet they waste their time sending me invitations to meaningless gatherings. As he spoke, the faint smile that had graced his face vanished without a trace. But you haven't asked what the invitation is for, Primarch, Zerk said with a faint smile tugging at his lips. He had known Azurin since the moment of his birth. He understood the man in ways few ever could, his temperaments, his rare moments of amusement, his silence that spoke more than words. He knew what Azurin despised: meetings, banquets, ceremonies. Unless it involved war councils, strategies to crush rival empires, or decisive strikes against the Amuvri, such invitations were better left undelivered. If not for Asher's awakening, Azurin wouldn't have bothered returning at all. And yet he had come quietly, a week before the event, choosing to observe everything from the shadows. What is the meeting about, then? Azurin asked, his tone flat, his expression cold. He had already decided to decline, as he always did. Zerk answered with measured calm. The royal twins' 17th birthday is a week from today. The Emperor has extended a personal invitation. At those words, the icy edge in Azurin's gaze faded, replaced by a neutral stillness. His features grew unreadable, neither tense nor relaxed, merely still. The prince and princess, he murmured. I suppose that is understandable. Are you planning to attend, Primarch? Zerk asked softly. You already know the answer to that, Zerk. You've always known me better than my own blood, Azurin replied, his gaze never shifting from the window. Zerk offered no response. He hadn't expected one. Azurin never attended such events. He would, as always, send a representative in his place. Who will be going this time? Zerk asked, already sorting through the names of trusted advisors in his mind, those who had become seasoned delegates at such affairs. We'll decide that later, Azurin said curtly. There's still a few days left to decide. His golden eyes remained fixed on the distance, not on the Empire's politics or its emperor, but on one boy alone. Asher Wargrave. Zerk's eyes followed Azurin's line of sight, settling on the first training ground below. Noting where the Primarch's attention lay, he spoke quietly. You didn't need to frame it as a reward, he said. With your authority, you could have placed him there outright. To anyone else, such words might have seemed bold, insolent even. But between them, it was different. Zerk hadn't overstepped. Their bond ran deeper than rank or titles. It was a trust forged over decades. When Azurin had first summoned Asher to his study, his intention had been clear. He would use his authority to personally reinstate him into the first training ground. He couldn't bear the thought of his own son wasting away in the third, surrounded by mediocrity, especially after multiple failed awakenings. At that rate, who could say how long it would have taken for Asher to make any meaningful progress? But then he saw Asher and noticed his life rank. In that moment, he chose a different path. Instead of invoking raw authority, Azarin used Asher's life rank as justification, framing the transfer as a reward. It was a cleaner move, far more palatable to others, and in truth, a better strategy than what he had originally planned. I know, Azarin replied simply, the familiar smile returning to his face. But with this, he has earned it on his own. How is the youngest master faring, Primarch? Zerk inquired. Unlike Azarin, he couldn't afford the luxury of spending his days observing Asher's training. His responsibilities were many, duties that rightfully belonged to the Primarch, but which Azarin routinely neglected out of sheer indifference. Unless it involved a blade or concerned his family, it rarely made its way onto Azarin's to-do list. What can I say? He is a wargrave after all, Azarin said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. And he's inherited his mother's innate gift with the rapier. If only she were here to witness it, to see her long-held wish finally fulfilled, a child of hers wielding her weapon with pride. There was a subtle shift in his voice, something softer, more wistful. Beneath his composed exterior, a deep sense of longing lingered. Lily, Azarin's late wife, had been a master of the rapier. Countless foes, men, monsters, even the dreaded Immovery, had fallen to the precision of her blade. As the Primarch's consort, she had been formidable in her own right, an indomitable force whose strength had once commanded fear and respect in equal measure. To become the wife of a wargrave Primarch, a bloodline born for the art of war, one had to be extraordinary. But to stand beside Azarin, a man who existed beyond the bounds of conventional standards, she had to be something more, truly exceptional. And Lily was exactly that. A woman so formidable that the Empire itself had dubbed her Lily of the Abyss, a name whispered with both reverence and fear. Her strength was the stuff of legend, few dared challenge her, and fewer still lived to speak of it. Azarin had fallen for Lily the moment he laid eyes on her. Her striking violet hair, the piercing amethyst of her gaze, the flawless porcelain of her skin, the elegant curve of her waist, even her scent, it was all seared into his memory from that first encounter. But at the time, he had not yet ascended to the title of Primarch, and love was a luxury far removed from his path. Lily had loved him as well. Yet she too understood the unbreakable traditions of the Wargrave bloodline. Bound by duty and restraint, she made no move, knowing full well that desire alone was never enough to overcome the weight of legacy. After Azarin rose to the rank of Primarch, the distance between them began to fade. They grew close, then closer, until at last he proposed. But Lily of the Abyss, forged in battle and unbending in spirit, was not a woman to simply yield to any man, wargrave or not. Instead, she made a counter-proposal of her own. They would fight. If Azarin emerged victorious, she would accept his proposal and become his wife. But if he lost, then he would be her wife. He would cook, clean, and serve her as dutifully as any traditional bride. And above all, he would obey her, just as a wife was expected to obey her husband. Azarin had been momentarily stunned by her response. The notion of cooking or performing domestic duties was almost absurd to a wargrave. Members of his family were warriors, not homemakers. Their days were spent in training, not in kitchens. They had chefs, servants, entire staffs dedicated to the mundane, so they could focus solely on the art of war. There was, in truth, nothing else he had envisioned but the two of them simply being together. But he was a wargrave, a man forged by combat, blood, and unyielding pride. And if battle was the price for love, then he would gladly pay it. Especially when the battlefield was shared with someone as unrelenting and wild-hearted as Lily, a woman as much in love with the clash of steel as he was. The duel was nothing short of legendary. Trenches tore through the land. Mountains were reduced to rubble. The earth split beneath their feet, and the land itself shattered beneath the weight of their blows. It was not just a fight, it was a courtship written in scars and fury. For Azarin, the battle was the proposal. And for Lily, her defeat was her answer, yes. Even on the night of their wedding, Azarin and Lily did not share a traditional union. Rather than consummating their marriage, the two battle-hardened souls spent the night crossing blades beneath the stars, an exchange of strikes instead of vows, steel instead of silk, battlefield instead of bed. It was the only kind of intimacy they truly understood. And yet, for all her strength, for all the legends whispered in her name, Lily of the Abyss met her end not on the battlefield, but in childbirth. It was a fate so cruel, so absurd, that many refused to believe it. But reality does not bend for even the strongest of warriors. Before her passing, Lily had only one wish, that at least one of her children would awaken to the rapier, her cherished weapon, her legacy. That wish had come true, but she was no longer here to witness it, to enjoy it, to nurture it, to pass on the art she had once danced with in war. She had died with Asher cradled in her arms, her final breath spent entrusting their son to Azarin. It was not a request, it was her last will, the final command of a warrior who had never bowed to anything but love. And Azarin, bound by her memory, intended to honor that vow to its fullest, no matter what it demanded of him, until the day he too returned to the earth, to Lily. As for the whispers of Asher's banishment, Azarin had never once considered such a thing. He had heard the rumors, yes, but he had not silenced them. Not out of neglect, but conviction. Asher may have been entrusted to him by Lily, but he was still a wargrave by blood. And wargraves do not falter. Azarin held no doubt. His son would awaken, if not on his first or second attempt, then surely on the third. It was not faith. It was certainty. This was the kind of man Azarin Wargrave was, direct, battle-hardened, loving, and disarmingly simple. A man who found clarity in combat, spoke with purpose, and loved with unshakable devotion. Yet few truly knew this side of him. Together with Lily, Azarin had raised their firstborn son, Malric Wargrave, with immense love and care. He was their first child, their pride, and he had received the very best of them both. Perhaps a little too much. Unlike the typical wargrave, known for their stoic expressions and iron restraint, Malric could hardly maintain a straight face. He smiled often, laughed easily, and wore his emotions openly, an almost heretical trait within his lineage. But there was a reason for it. Malric had grown up bathed in affection, taught to love fiercely and protect even more fiercely. And he had done just that. From a young age, he was raised to shield his siblings, to be their sword and shield, and he embraced the role with a terrifying earnestness. There were whispers of how many lives he'd taken merely for casting the wrong glance at his sisters. And none dared question if the rumors were true. Malric had never believed Asher would be exiled. It was simply impossible, as he knew the real Primarch behind the mask. Sensing the mood had shifted somewhat, Azarin shifted the conversation without missing a beat. With a familiar glint in his eye, he launched into a cascade of boasts about Asher, his talent, his rapid progress, the feats he had already achieved. He even went so far as to brag about Asher's ability to suppress his life rank aura, speaking as though Zerk hadn't been standing right there when it happened. But Zerk said nothing. He simply listened, as he always did. Azarin never shared these fatherly praises with the other ducal families. He reserved them for Zerk alone. And while the Primarch might have believed he was being subtle, Zerk knew the truth. These moments were less about pride and more about love. Asher sat in the lotus position, his posture composed and calm, while the clash of steel rang sharply in the air around him. Yet the metallic symphony failed to disturb his focus. In the Wargrave ducal family, trainees were never coddled with wooden replicas. From the very outset, they were expected to wield authentic weapons, steel, sharpened, and unrestrained. The risk of injury was not a concern. People with exceptional healing abilities were always on hand to mend flesh and bone. Mastery, after all, demanded real consequences. The trainees no longer spared glances in Asher's direction. This time was meant for training, not idle admiration. Inspired, perhaps even pressured, by Asher's earlier display, Clinton had driven them to their absolute limits. Seated in perfect stillness, Asher finally stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing deep violet eyes that calmly took in the world around him. The very moment his gaze returned to the present, Clinton's voice rang out. "Training will resume tomorrow." With that simple command, the session came to an end. One by one, the trainees moved and began filing out of the open courtyard. Fatigue hung heavy in their steps. The sun had already begun its descent, casting long shadows across the first training ground. It was evening, and darkness crept steadily over the horizon. Asher walked ahead of the group, his pace unhurried yet assured. He had already familiarized himself with the layout of the first training ground. There was no need to follow behind like the others. Up ahead, the trio of top-ranked trainees moved with the quiet confidence befitting their skill. Upon noticing Asher's approach, they halted at once and offered a respectful greeting. "Good evening, 10th Son." Their words served as a sudden reminder. The rest of the trainees, worn and distracted from training, had neglected the customary courtesy. But now that the session was over, formality could not be ignored, especially not with someone of Asher's status. The thought alone was enough to stir anxiety. After all, who could say what might happen if the 10th Son deemed their disrespect intentional? Without delay, every trainee bowed in unison. Good evening, 10th son, they echoed respectfully, voices tinged with both reverence and apprehension. Asher stood momentarily frozen, uncertain of how to respond. The collective greeting, formal and synchronized, left him mildly unsettled. He couldn't imagine enduring this routine every single day just for stepping onto the training grounds. With a faint smile tugging at his lips, he spoke calmly. From now on, within the training grounds, there's no need for formal greetings. Just head to your destinations and freshen up. And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving the trainees stunned in his wake. No one had expected a response, certainly not a gentle one. They had anticipated silence, perhaps even a cold glance, but a reply and a smile. It was almost surreal. Was the world ending? Asher, however, paid no mind to their bewilderment. He had no desire to wear a mask of superiority every waking moment. Politeness didn't need to be wrapped in intimidation. If he had to wear a facade, he'd only do so when absolutely necessary. As Asher walked, a subtle sensation coursed through his body, faint, almost imperceptible, yet undeniably present. It wasn't a dramatic surge of power, but a quiet affirmation that he had grown stronger. That slight, minuscule shift was enough. It was proof that his efforts during the rigorous training were bearing fruit. With the other trainees trailing behind, Asher stepped out of the first training ground, his stride steady and composed. Though fatigue clung to his muscles, his body did not falter. He regulated his breathing with practiced ease, smoothing away the weariness that threatened to surface. Without warning, Lyra appeared behind Asher like a phantom emerging from shadow, silent, graceful, and sudden. "Lyra, it's been a while," Asher said without turning or pausing his steps. "It seems training went well, young master," she replied with a faint smile. Though she was barred from entering the first training ground, her senses had easily pierced the boundary. She had shadowed Asher's presence from beginning to end, and she knew, of course, that he had concealed his life rank. "I'd say it was fun," Asher replied calmly, his smile returning as he felt exhilarated after everything that happened. By the time Asher returned to his room, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Without delay, he made his way to the shower. He could clearly smell the sweat clinging to his skin. The grime of effort needed to be washed away. After cleaning up, he changed into a fresh set of clothes from his wardrobe and settled into a chair, waiting for dinner. Lyra had already moved to fetch it. The urge to open his system panel tugged at him, but he decided to wait. He preferred to finish everything involving Lyra first. Moments later, she returned, carrying a tray with dinner. Asher wasted no time. He began eating immediately. After hours of intense training, his hunger had grown into a silent beast gnawing at him from within. Between bites, he glanced at Lyra and asked, "Lyra, do you know why the Wargrave family doesn't offer structured training in elemental manipulation the way they do with Astra?" Lyra, standing silently behind him, responded without hesitation. "Young master, while the ducal family provides instruction, it does not teach everything. Its purpose is to offer a foundation. After that, it's up to the individual to build upon it in the way they see fit. The difference in this case is that the family has chosen not to offer a formal foundation for elemental manipulation. This is because the control gained from Astra manipulation can, with understanding, be adapted to govern elemental energy as well." Asher absorbed her words in thoughtful silence. He had anticipated structured lessons in elemental control, yet none had come, not even Boris had spoken of it. "So I'm expected to learn it on my own," he said quietly. "Yes, young master," Lyra replied calmly. "Though you may seek guidance from others from time to time, most individuals train their elemental affinities independently. There isn't much complexity involved. With a bit of intellect and talent, even those with little natural gift can make measurable progress." Asher gave a slight nod. He understood well that Crimera was unlike other worlds in the novels he read, worlds where mages delved deep into arcane studies, deciphering complex runes, memorizing incantations, and mastering the intricate theories behind spellcasting and elemental control. None of that applied here. In Crimera, elemental manipulation required neither profound intellect nor intense academic rigor. It was more instinctual, a craft honed through practice, not study, or with a bit of study. A short while later, he finished his meal, setting the utensils aside just as Lyra re-entered. She gathered the empty plates with practiced efficiency. "Good night, young master," she said softly before slipping out of the room. The time was already 8:30 p.m. Training ran from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. each day, and the routine left little space for leisure. Asher leaned back slightly, his eyes drifting toward the ceiling as thoughts filled his mind. With the absolute physique, I doubt I'll need a full 8 hours of sleep. 5, maybe even less, might be enough to restore me to peak condition. Still, I'll have to test it. Tonight's sleep would be the test. There was simply too much to do. 12 hours of daily training in the first training ground, followed by personal regimens that included elemental control, rapier mastery, and cultivation. It was a relentless cycle of effort with barely any time to rest, an unbreaking pace carved into every day. So this is why children from powerful families often begin with modest life ranks. It's not negligence, it's deliberate. Their early years are spent building a solid foundation. After all, a high life rank without the substance to support it is meaningless. No matter the world, strength without depth is shallow and easily shattered. Sure. Time to see if there are any changes to my stats, since I feel subtly stronger, Asher thought with a smile. Status, Asher commanded. Name, Asher Wargrave. Age 17. Bloodline, the Wargrave lineage. Physique, absolute physique. Titles, youngest heir, 10th son, disgrace of the Wargrave, unique body holder. Life rank, Feinstar. Sub-life rank, Flare. Affinity, lightning. Strength, 57, right arrow, 58. Agility, 57, right arrow, 59. Vitality, 58. Perception, 52, right arrow, 60. Asher's eyes swept across the changes, analyzing each with growing interest. His strength had risen by a single point, expected, given his recent physical exertion. Agility, however, had improved by 2, a direct result of his intensive movement and balance training. Vitality hasn't increased, which was understandable. What truly stunned Asher, however, was his perception stat. It hadn't just improved, it had soared, leaping from the lowest stat to the highest in a single bound, now standing at an impressive 60 points. He could feel the difference. His senses had sharpened considerably, and his omni-perception now extended to a 6-meter radius. Looks like having arrows constantly fired at me actually paid off, he mused wryly. Asher smiled. In just a few hours of training, his progress had been remarkable. His thoughts drifted to his absolute physique, the ability limitless physical growth, an ability that allowed his body to grow endlessly through combat and training. Even without formal cultivation, as long as he pushed himself to the edge, whether through battle or relentless drills, he would shatter that edge and grow stronger in response. Truly broken. But Asher understood the truth behind it. While the concept seemed straightforward, the reality was far more brutal. The stronger one became, the more punishing it was to break past the next threshold. Each new limit was a wall steeper than the last. But that was a concern for another time. Why waste thought on hurdles that weren't yet in his path? Asher immediately settled onto his bed in a lotus position, his eyes closing with practiced ease. Without delay, he began cultivating. Streams of Astra in the air stirred, flowing through his pores and coursing directly into his Astra veins with rhythmic precision. Just because the first training ground didn't officially allocate time for cultivation didn't mean he would neglect it. He would carve out his own path, even in silence. Hours slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was already 1 a.m. System, is it possible for you to tell me the time? Asher asked as he opened his eyes. Throughout his cultivation, he had opened his eyes several times, checking the clock intermittently. He had set a strict boundary. Cultivation would end at 1 a.m., at which point he would shift into the next phase of his training. The system remained silent. Whether it was genuinely speechless at Asher's attempt to turn it into an alarm clock, or simply unwilling to respond, he couldn't tell. Just as he was about to rise from his bed, the familiar chime finally echoed in his mind, like the reluctant sigh of an overworked assistant pushed into unpaid overtime. Ding! It is possible, host. Asher glanced at the message, a smile tugging at his lips. He gave a small nod of acknowledgement. I'm about to begin my lightning training. It'll only last an hour, end time is 2 a.m. sharp. Notify me. After a short pause, the system responded. Affirmative, host. Asher stared at the ellipses preceding the message, brows twitching slightly. This lazy system, he muttered with a shake of his head. No time to waste. Climbing down from his bed, Asher raised his hand, and crackling lightning surged to life around his fingers. With a focused breath, he willed the energy to flow downward, guiding it from his fingertips to his palm. The lightning arcs brightened, pulsing with a vibrant, sharpened hue as they followed his intent. Drawing upon the fundamentals of his Astra control training, Asher attempted to compress the energy into a sphere, a lightning ball. Within seconds, the orb began to take shape, humming softly with unstable power. He didn't pause to celebrate the minor success. Compared to the vast array of overwhelming abilities he had read about or witnessed, a mere lightning ball felt almost laughable. Without hesitation, he moved on, trying to refine its form. He focused on condensing the sphere, willing it to solidify, then experimented with its size, enlarging it, then shrinking it, only to expand it again. Then suddenly, boom. The unstable lightning ball detonated in front of his face, sending a mild shockwave that instantly blasted his hair upward, transforming it into a wildly spiked mess. In a flash, Wireless materialized beside him, as if asking what was wrong with his control. There's still progress to be made, Asher mused, his eyes narrowing with determination. He didn't relent. Instead, he pressed on, continuing his training with sharp focus. Harnessing his control, Asher began shaping the lightning into rudimentary forms, spheres, lines, crude edges, though most wavered with instability. Still, within mere minutes, the raw potential began to settle. The shapes grew more defined, less volatile. His rapid improvement was undeniable, a testament to both his talent and tenacity. I wonder how long it took others to reach this point, he pondered briefly. But the thought was fleeting. No matter. That has nothing to do with me. System, how much time remains? I've already completed the basics, and it still hasn't been an hour. 10 minutes left, host. Since I've wrapped up the fundamentals of lightning control, let's test something else. With purpose in his step, Asher turned and made his way toward the bathroom. He had long since set his sights on walking on water. If walking on walls is possible, he reasoned, then why not water? The instructor may not have taught it, but that didn't mean it was impossible, or that Asher couldn't be the first to do it. With that thought, he filled a wide, tub-like structure to the brim. Channeling Astra into his feet, he took a deliberate step toward the water's surface, only for his foot to plunge straight to the bottom. Just as I suspected, he thought calmly, unbothered. The Astra control method for walking on walls clearly didn't translate to water, and he had intentionally used the same approach to confirm his theory. A slow smile curved his lips as he withdrew his foot. The Astra beneath him shifted under his thought and control. With this new method, he took another step. This time his foot landed atop the water's surface, steady and undisturbed, not even a ripple. Rising slightly, he placed his other foot beside the first. It too held firm. The smile on his face widened into a grin. How many movie superheroes from my previous life could even dream of doing this? His first failure had sparked a revelation. Walls were solid, water was liquid, their properties opposites. So why not reverse the control method as well? It had worked perfectly. Host, it's time. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Still grinning, Asher stepped off the water and made his way back to bed. Whether he would actually sleep, with excitement surging through every fiber of his being, was another matter entirely. 3 days had passed since Asher's initial arrival at the first training ground. In that brief span, much of the training had begun to feel mundane to him as he navigated its challenges with increasing ease. But Harold remained undeterred. Regardless of Asher's rapid progress, he offered no praise, no pause for recognition, as though such improvement was merely the baseline of expectation. Instead, he escalated the intensity of the training to match Asher's growth, and Asher embraced every moment of it. During movement training, Asher chose to challenge himself by closing his eyes. Given that his omniperception remained active even without visual input, he saw it as an opportunity to refine its use. Within a 6-meter radius, everything fell clearly within his perception. Beyond that, a veil of complete darkness prevailed. It was during this exercise that Asher came to a realization. While omniperception heightened his awareness and granted a seamless 360-degree view of his surroundings, it did not equate to true sight, particularly not when it came to perceiving the invisible. But that didn't matter to Asher. He pushed his senses to their very limits. If he couldn't perceive the invisible directly, then he would learn to read the subtle shifts in the air, the breeze parting as something moved through it. With that thought, Asher no longer wished to see the arrows flying toward him. No, he wanted to trace their trajectories, using only the wind and sound. At first, he was struck repeatedly. But gradually, he adapted. His body began to respond instinctively, his ears attuned to the slightest whistle, and his skin detected even the faintest disturbances in the air. From clumsy beginnings, he progressed steadily, fluidly, until within 30 minutes his movements became flawless. The trainees, along with Aloan, who had believed they had already seen the extent of his abilities, were once again left speechless. During the Astra control training, Asher demonstrated his ability to walk on water before Vyark. Impressed, Vyark informed him that water walking happened to be the next phase of their training. The other 3 gifted trainees had also mastered the basic technique. However, Vyark raised the difficulty, transforming the calm surface into surging waves, destabilizing the water beneath their feet and making balance far more difficult. But Asher adapted effortlessly. He had already anticipated such a scenario and trained for it by himself before Vyark even suggested it. As for wall climbing, Asher was tasked with scaling unstable, uneven surfaces, walls that were anything but smooth. The purpose was clear: to sharpen his control and force his body to adapt reflexively without the need for conscious correction. Within just 3 days, Asher had shown remarkable progress across every aspect of his training. Over the past 3 days, Asher had grown somewhat closer to the trainees. He never demanded formal greetings, he simply gave a subtle nod in their direction whenever he arrived. To their surprise, Asher turned out to be far more easygoing than they had expected. He neither looked down on anyone nor spoke with arrogance or coldness. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would casually offer a piece of advice to a nearby trainee. That said, he wasn't going out of his way to help others. Asher wasn't nearly charitable enough to offer free guidance without reason. Within the weapon training grounds, Asher moved with effortless ease. His footwork was flawless, each step flowing seamlessly into the next, and his swings and thrusts naturally adjusted in rhythm with his shifting stance. Unlike his first day at the first training ground, when he simply relied on movements from his prior training, this time, Asher observed the movements of Clinton and the others, analyzing their forms and integrating their nuances into his own style. The result was undeniable. His progress had been nothing short of remarkable. Hearing footsteps behind him, Asher turned to see the instructor, Clinton, approaching with a smile on his face. He had witnessed many trainees over the years, but never had he seen such rapid and profound improvement. To train someone this talented, someone capable of achieving the unimaginable, felt like an honor. "You've been training alone for the past 3 days, Clinton said, his tone light but firm. "It's time for a spar." Asher's eyes swept across the field. The top 3 trainees and several others were noticeably absent. He assumed they had been sent to the monster subjugation training. Many of them had already spent over a month in the first training ground. In a month, Asher reminded himself. Though he looked forward to the challenge, he couldn't ignore the unease lingering beneath his anticipation. His first kill might make him nauseous, he might even vomit. In his previous life, he had been just an ordinary person, someone who hadn't so much as killed a chicken. A few cockroaches and ants, perhaps, but even toddlers did that. "Will I be sparring with you?" Asher asked. Clinton shook his head and replied, "No, you'll be sparring with another trainee. Truthfully, with your level of talent, you should be facing the best we have, but he's currently away at the monster subjugation training." Asher gave a small nod in understanding. Clinton then turned toward a boy sparring at the edge of the field. "Kale, over here." Hearing his name, Kale immediately halted mid-motion. His gaze turned to Clinton, and without hesitation, he responded, "Yes, instructor," before jogging over. Clinton turned to Asher and spoke. "This is Kale. Among those who have been here for less than a month, he's currently the most outstanding. In 2 days, he'll begin his monster subjugation training." Asher gave a slight nod, his gaze shifting to the boy beside him, a fellow 17-year-old with striking red hair and sharp black eyes. "This is just a spar, a weapon-focused training session," Clinton began, his voice clear and brisk. "No abilities of any kind are to be used. That includes your rapier skill, 10th son. You'll fight using only your rapier, no astra, no enhancements." He paused briefly, letting the instructions sink in. "Only superficial injuries are permitted. No critical strikes, and absolutely no aiming for vital points." Clinton was thorough, knowing this would be Asher's first official spar. He wanted to ensure all boundaries were set clearly. With that, he stepped aside, allowing Asher and Kale to take their positions, standing face-to-face on the sparring field. "It's nice to meet you, 10th son," Kale said with a polite smile, choosing his words carefully. "Nice to meet you too," Asher replied, his tone relaxed yet clear. "I hope you're not planning to hold back just because of my family name. This is a training ground, not a political gathering. And don't worry, win or lose, I won't make your life difficult." He spoke not just to reassure, but to dispel any assumptions Kale might hold. Asher knew all too well that many hesitated around the son of the Wargrave family, fearful of offending prestige. Kale's smile lingered, though a brief frown flickered across his face. Then he nodded. Very well. I won't hold back then, 10th son. With that, he dropped into a battle stance, twin daggers steady in his hands, measured, prepared. Asher, in contrast, assumed no stance. He simply inhaled and exhaled, drawing his focus inward, sharpening his senses. This would be his first true spar since reincarnation. Begin, came Clinton's voice from the side. At the sound, Kale lunged forward without hesitation, his dagger slicing through the air in a swift arc aimed directly at Asher's abdomen. Asher hadn't intended to initiate the fight. It was his first real spar, and his strategy was to observe, study his opponent's rhythm before fully engaging. With that in mind, he brought his rapier up to parry. A sharp clang rang out as steel met steel, and a brief cascade of sparks lit up the space between them, marking the beginning of their clash. Kale didn't hesitate. His second dagger shot forward, fast, sharp, and unforgiving. He honored Asher's request, holding nothing back. Lowering his stance, Kale drove the blade toward Asher's knees in a fluid, deadly motion. But Asher remained composed. With effortless grace, he flipped forward, soaring above the strike and over Kale, his movement as smooth as flowing water. As Asher flipped overhead, Kale responded in a heartbeat. His waist twisted, shoulders rolling in one seamless motion as both daggers snapped upward, ready to intercept a strike from above. But the attack never came. Asher had only dodged, offering no retaliation. Kale didn't dwell on the reason. His mind stayed sharp, focused. Without pause, he advanced with even greater efficiency. His daggers flashed like twin streaks of silver, one driving toward Asher's shoulder, the other targeting his ribs with ruthless intent. Asher took a single step back, effortlessly slipping past both strikes. But Kale was undeterred, his movements fluid and serpentine, like a viper poised to strike again. Without missing a beat, he flowed into the next assault, his dagger darting toward Asher's wrist, aiming to disarm him of Vireless. A flash of silver answered the threat. Vireless intercepted the blow mid-arc, ringing with a sharp clang. Steel sang against steel. Their eyes locked. Purple met black. No words were exchanged, none were needed. In that silent moment, understanding passed between them. Then in a heartbeat, they exploded into motion. Their figures blurred, vanishing from ordinary sight as speed took over. A storm of movement followed, blades flashing, feet gliding, instincts clashing. The sharp symphony of steel on steel echoed like rolling thunder, marking the rhythm of their escalating duel. Speed met speed. Strength met strength. Metal met metal. Space between them drowned in crimson sparks as their blades clashed, and bodies weaved across meters of terrain in fluid motion. Each collision painted the air with flickers of red, fleeting and fierce. Yet not once did Asher strike back. He wasn't here to win, he was here to learn. With no real battle experience to draw from, he welcomed the attacks, using it as a forge for experience. His battle intuition burned brighter with every step, sharpening with each near miss and shifting strike. His purple eyes flickered with focus, dancing within their sockets as they tracked Kale's every move. Posture, footing, the shift of his shoulders against his hips, nothing escaped Asher's gaze. He analyzed it all with eerie clarity, reading Kale like an open book, absorbing every nuance as if etching it into muscle memory. And through it all, his body moved, not from training, but from raw instinct growing with each heartbeat. He's at the dust Kindlestar life rank. Asher noted as he moved, reading Kale's strength with growing clarity. There was no surprise, Kale had awakened at 15, granting him 2 full years of cultivation, training, and real combat experience. But to Asher, that gap meant little. His absolute physique was a force unto itself, a gift that defied conventional limits. It bridged the divide that should have existed between them, neutralizing the advantage Kale's rank should have granted. Kale's mind wrestled with the unfolding reality, struggling to comprehend what he was witnessing. It was impossible. No, it was supposed to be impossible. Even for a genius, talent alone couldn't substitute experience. Kale knew that. He was sure Asher knew it too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made that comment about not making his life difficult if he lost. At this moment, Kale felt as though he were dueling Clinton, their seasoned weapons instructor. Balance in Asher's stance, the subtle angle of his rapier poised for a block, betrayed an unsettling truth. Asher was anticipating his every move before he even completed the motion himself. It was as if Asher was reading the very intent behind his strikes. That level of predictive combat wasn't something a novice should possess. Clinton could do it, yes, but only after decades of hard-earned experience on the battlefield. Driven by his current reality, Cale pushed himself, speed, strength, everything to the absolute limit. But no matter how much he escalated, Asher matched him seamlessly. Asher never surpassed him, never faltered. He simply mirrored Cale's intensity, maintaining a flawless equilibrium. To Cale, it made no sense. Asher had only awakened 3 days ago. By all logic, he should still be at the Dust Faintstar life rank. He was supposed to be weaker. Even accounting for the Wargrave bloodline's inherent physical superiority, it shouldn't have been enough to disregard an entire major life rank. And yet here he was, defying expectation, transcending reason. Suddenly, Asher disengaged, fluidly stepping several meters back. His breathing remained steady, his posture loose, muscles relaxed, not a trace of tension in sight. Cale watched uncertain as Asher stood still, as though both his mind and body were recalibrating, aligning to some unseen rhythm. So this is the extent of what the current best can offer for now. Asher thought silently. His purple gaze settled on the red-haired boy before him. Then without flourish or arrogance, he spoke. I will be attacking now. Prepare yourself. Cale couldn't understand why Asher had given him a warning. This was a sparring match, not a duel of honor. Still, his instincts kicked in. His body dipped slightly as he prepared to respond, knees coiled for motion. But he never got the chance. Before his muscles could even fully engage, Asher was already in motion, his figure blurring forward with frightening speed. Fireless, his rapier, moved with flawless synchronicity, carving through the air in a clean downward arc aimed at Cale's shoulder. Cale's footwork shifted reflexively as he moved to intercept the blow, but to his astonishment, the attack never landed where expected. Mid-strike, Asher's blade curved with uncanny twist, altering its trajectory in defiance of momentum. A feint. No, not quite. He readjusted mid-motion. Cale's thoughts raced as he twisted, attempting to intercept the blade now veering toward his flank. But he was a fraction too slow. Asher's rapier sliced cleanly across his side, the cold kiss of steel meeting flesh. The sharp sound of tearing muscle pierced the air, followed by a fine mist of crimson as blood arced outward in a brief, violent bloom. Cale's eyes widened in shock. Pain flared sharp, immediate, but it didn't stop him. He'd been injured in spars before. This wasn't new. And truthfully, the pain was manageable, almost dull. Cale retaliated instantly, his twin daggers slicing through the air in a fluid, whistling arc. They moved as one, sharp, chilling, deadly. But Asher didn't block. He simply sidestepped, smooth and effortless, as though he'd seen the strike coming from light years away. How is this even possible? Cale's mind screamed. But there was no time for answers. Asher allowed no pause, no room to breathe. Vireless flashed forward again, a silver streak of death. The blade tore cleanly through Cale's thigh, and a spray of blood erupted, staining the ground below. Pain shot up his leg, but before he could even flinch, Asher was already in motion, his form shifting seamlessly as he moved in for the finishing blow. The rapier blurred once more, a whisper of steel slicing through the air, then halted. Its tip hovered just centimeters from Cale's neck. Cale froze. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard black eyes, locked onto the unblinking purple gaze that bore down on him with chilling clarity. There was no rage in those eyes. No gloating. Just calm detachment. Like a judge delivering a verdict. A moment ago they had stood as equals, balanced toe-to-toe. Now that illusion was shattered. They were anything but that. Clinton stood off to the side, intending to observe the sparring match from start to finish. He was keen to witness the 10th son's performance firsthand, while remaining prepared to intervene at a moment's notice to prevent either Asher or Cale from sustaining life-threatening injuries. He had never once believed Asher stood a chance. Clinton understood the nature of genius. He had witnessed monsters in human form and had even been the one to train them. After all, every son and moon of the Wargrave family passed through this very first training ground, beginning at the age of 15 and typically concluding by 17. But this situation was different, 2 years of refined experience against none. Cale was no ordinary trainee. He was a slum-born orphan who had been tempered by hardship, forced to fight and steal from an early age just to survive. His battle instincts were forged in desperation, not drills. Without hesitation, he gave the signal. Begin. Clinton observed Asher intently, tracking every movement with the intention of offering corrections later. He analyzed his footwork, the fluidity of his rapier, and the rhythm of his stance, but found nothing amiss. The 10th son moved with a precision that left little room for critique. There was a distinct light in Asher's eyes, a quiet, calculating gleam. Clinton recognized the strategy: observe first, adapt later. But as the bout progressed, something shifted. This wasn't mere observation. Asher wasn't simply learning, he was absorbing Kale in his entirety, his patterns, his movement, his very self, until the boy before him was no longer an opponent, but an open book laid bare. Clinton watched in stunned silence as the 10th son raised his rapier to block, before Kale had even launched his attack. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. This was supposed to be a novice, someone who had only awakened 4 days ago. A boy who had never once wielded a weapon. By all logic, he should have faltered. He should have taken hits. He should have been overwhelmed, outmatched, outpaced. He was supposed to struggle. He was supposed to survive, not compete. He was supposed to try and keep up. He was supposed to. Clinton had been briefed by Vyerk, Eloan, and Harold about Asher's remarkable feats during previous training sessions. Yet he had never taken the time to witness them for himself. Whether occupied with instructing the other trainees or honing his own skills, he simply hadn't prioritized it. Still, he had believed their reports, if only because of the astonishing swordplay Asher had demonstrated on his very first day. Now, as he watched the boy in motion, that belief solidified into awe. Asher flipped forward, sidestepped once, ducked, parried, blocked, and defended, all with seamless precision. Not a single movement was wasted, as though he had been doing it since the day he was born. But Clinton saw more than just skill, he saw elements within Asher's movements. Echoes of familiar techniques. Echoes of himself. Over the past 3 days in the first training ground, Asher hadn't simply swung his sword mindlessly during weapon drills. No, he had watched, absorbed, and internalized. And now, in the heat of battle, he was applying. Clinton's eyes narrowed as realization struck. He had been so captivated by the elegance of Asher's rapier movement that he'd overlooked the impossible. Asher wasn't supposed to move at this speed. He wasn't supposed to be able to react this quickly. By every measure, strength, speed, reflex, he should have been outclassed. And yet, even as Kale ramped up the intensity of his attacks, Asher matched him step for step, stroke for stroke. What has the Wargrave bloodline brought into the world? Clinton couldn't help but wonder. It seems even the limitations of a third awakening can't restrain the Wargrave bloodline, he thought, just as Asher abruptly shifted from defense to offense. His rapier moved with startling clarity, clean, efficient, and unhesitating. Then came a sudden mid-motion shift in attack, not a feint, but a deliberate recalibration. Clinton's eyes widened. He had executed that very maneuver just days ago against a trainee. Yet here it was again, replicated flawlessly, not mimicked but mastered. Asher had taken the movement, dissected it, and then seamlessly adapted it mid-combat, adjusting his strike in real time to counter his opponent's defense. Such battle intuition, Clinton mused, eyes narrowed in disbelief. He had heard of individuals capable of evolving mid-combat, those rare fighters who improved with every life-threatening battle. The Primarch himself was said to be one of them, people who baffled stronger opponents by adapting faster than they could overwhelm. But Asher was something else entirely. His battle intuition didn't just rival theirs, it surpassed it by a staggering margin. Even among those gifted with instinctual adaptation, few, if any, could execute what Asher was displaying now. Then it happened. Asher struck first. A thin crimson line opened across Kale's skin. Another flash of movement, and blood bloomed from Kale's thigh. And then silence. The rapier stopped at Kale's neck, just a breath away from slicing clean through. The training ground fell into a frozen stillness, as if even the world itself paused to ask whether it could truly give rise to such a genius. Reality bent, and yet no one dared to accept it. Every trainee had only joined the Wargrave family within the last month. None had yet qualified for the monster subjugation. All were still in preparation. And yes, they were talented, each of them chosen for potential, for promise. But this, 3 days. That was all it had taken. 3 days for Asher to defy every standard, to upend every assumption, to surpass what any of them thought possible. Clinton snapped out of his daze, the sharp sound of his boots striking the floor breaking the stillness that had gripped the training ground. Congratulations on your first victory, 10th son, he said with a measured smile as he approached. Asher's violet eyes shifted from Kale to meet Clinton's gaze, calm and sharp. "It's thanks to your teachings, instructor," Asher replied, a faint smile touching his lips. Clinton's lips twitched ever so slightly. "Teachings?" he echoed in his mind, almost incredulous. "I haven't taught you a single thing." He had intended to guide Asher over the past 3 days. That was the plan. But each time he observed, he found nothing to correct, nothing out of place. And now, to be credited for something he hadn't done. He truly didn't know what to say. He was left speechless. Kale stood off to the side, stunned, bewildered. His entire sense of pride, the foundation of his identity, lay in ruins before the being known as Asher Wargrave. He had always taken pride in being the strongest among the newcomers, those who had been here for less than a month. His talent had never been in question. Clinton himself had praised him on multiple occasions. From the slums to this very moment, Kale had clung to the strength he'd cultivated with his own hands. He'd wielded a dagger long before his awakening, surviving on sheer instinct and grit. But now he understood all too clearly what had transpired. He hadn't just faced a prodigy. He had helped a monster take his first step. He exhaled softly, pushing aside the remnants of shock and turbulent emotion. Though he had nurtured a measure of pride and confidence in his strength, Kale was not naive enough to believe he stood at the pinnacle of talent in this world. He was well aware that monsters roamed this planet, some even within the very family he served. What he hadn't expected was to encounter one so soon, let alone spar with one. "Good match, Kale." "Thank you for this," Asher's calm voice broke through the lingering silence. Kale turned, his black eyes locking onto Asher, who approached with a faint smile and an outstretched hand. After a moment's pause, Kale took it and offered a small nod. "Thank you, 10th son. It seems I'll need to train harder if I hope to keep up with you." Asher didn't reply. He simply nodded once, turned on his heel, and made his way to a quiet corner. There he sat down, eyes closed, lost in his thoughts. This had become a ritual of sorts for him, a moment of stillness after every new milestone. Minutes passed. Soon after, the day's training came to an end. Asher exited the training grounds in silence, with Lyra materializing at his side as if by instinct. Neither exchanged words, there was no need. An unspoken understanding had long been established between them. Lyra knew Asher's routine well. After each session at the first training ground, he would return to his quarters to continue his relentless self-discipline. She never intruded upon his silence, never offered unsolicited counsel. She simply observed, ever present, yet never overstepping her bounds. As for Asher, once he discovered that his body could operate at peak condition with only 4 hours of sleep, he embraced the regimen without hesitation. Those few hours became his sole rest, every remaining moment devoted entirely to training. That night passed in quiet intensity, with Asher honing his mastery over the lightning element before finally allowing himself sleep. Dawn crept in gently, sunlight filtering through the room in golden shafts. Asher rose precisely on time. The first training session began at 7 a.m., and punctuality was non-negotiable. He knew he had to arrive early. Harold had no tolerance for tardiness. From what Asher had observed, even his status as a son might not shield him from punishment. Just as Asher prepared to head out, Lyra stepped into the room and spoke, her tone calm and composed. "Good morning, young master. I've been instructed by Mr. Zerk to inform you that your training plans for today have been canceled. You have other matters to attend to. The instructors at the first training ground have already been notified." Asher paused, momentarily caught off guard. He hadn't even completed a full week of training, and now he was being pulled away. "Are they assigning me a personal instructor because of my talent?" he wondered. It was the only explanation that made sense to him. But why speculate when he could simply ask? "Do you know what this is about?" Asher inquired, his voice calm but curious. "No, young master," Lyra replied, shaking her head lightly. "I did ask Mr. Zerk, but he offered no details, only that we would be informed in due time." With no answers forthcoming, Asher made a quick decision. As much as he would have preferred to continue training, it seemed wiser to conserve his strength in case the day demanded something more physical. Without another word, he climbed back onto the bed and slipped beneath the duvet. Within moments, he was asleep. Lyra watched in quiet surprise. She had expected him to wait in contemplative silence, not drift off so effortlessly. A faint smile touched her lips. Without disturbing the peace, she stepped out and gently closed the door behind her. Though still early when he first returned to bed, just past 6 a.m., 4 quiet hours slipped by, and the time now stood at 10. A firm knock at the door roused Asher from his sleep. "Come in," he said, rising from the bed. The door opened, revealing Zerk with Lyra standing silently behind him. "Good morning, 10th son. I trust you rested well." Zerk greeted with a slight bow. "I did," Asher replied evenly. "Now what's going on?" There was no room for pleasantries. His tone was direct. "You'll be briefed by the Primarch himself," Zerk answered with a faint smile before turning on his heel and exiting the room. Asher exhaled through his nose, his expression unreadable. Without delay, he moved to follow, falling in step behind Zerk as they made their way to wherever the Primarch awaited. They arrived at a location entirely different from where Asher had last encountered the Primarch. It was unfamiliar, yet grand in a subdued, authoritative way. Without hesitation, Asher stepped forward with calm, composed strides. He felt no fear in the presence of the Primarch. The man's lack of warmth, his cold, unreadable expression was nothing new. It was, after all, a common trait among his siblings. "I greet the Primarch," Asher said, bowing with formal grace, his right hand placed firmly over his left chest. Seated at the head of the chamber, the Primarch regarded his youngest son with golden eyes, piercing, steady, and unreadable. "It seems you've made quite the progress since our last meeting," Azarin said, his tone devoid of emotion, his expression carved from stone. But deep within, hidden behind his stoic mask, the father in him smiled, a quiet, invisible joy that only a parent could feel upon witnessing the growth of their child after tireless effort and expectation. "As your son, that much is to be expected, Primarch," Asher replied smoothly, though internally he cringed at the formality of it all. "I have a task for you," Azarin said, his tone as flat and composed as ever. Asher remained silent, his posture steady. He knew better than to interrupt. "The Emperor's twins will be celebrating their birthday in 5 days. You are to attend the gathering and represent the Wargrave," Azarin stated plainly. Asher's mind stirred. He was well aware of the Emperor, the sovereign of their vast empire, but he had never met the man, nor anyone from the royal family. Now he was being dispatched to what would likely be a grand, politically charged event. "You will depart today," Azarin continued. "The journey to the capital will take 3 days. That will be all you may leave." No further details were offered. Just like that, the audience was over. Asher gave a curt nod and turned to leave. Lyra, as always, followed silently, her presence a shadow behind him as they made their way back to his quarters. Once inside, Asher sat on the edge of his bed, his thoughts drifting as silence settled around him. His gaze unfocused, fixed somewhere distant. Royal gatherings like this rarely brought anything good. Being a celebration hosted by the Emperor himself, it was all but certain that the other 3 ducal families would be in attendance, alongside a host of nobles spanning every tier of the aristocracy. In Asher's mind, it was a congregation of prideful peacocks, each vying for power and recognition. And yet, there was a part of him that looked forward to it. All his memories, his entire existence thus far, had been confined within the Wargrave estate. As was tradition, no Wargrave was permitted to set foot beyond its borders until they had awakened their powers. Now, with that right fulfilled, Asher was being sent out into the wider world. For the first time, he would see it with his own eyes. And that, despite the pomp and politics of it all, stirred something within him. "I suppose it's time to meet a parade of arrogant young masters who believe the world revolves around their titles," Asher muttered under his breath, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips. His thoughts shifted again. In scenarios like this, an heir traveling to the capital for a high-profile royal event, the risk of an ambush was more than a possibility, it was almost tradition. "I hope they assign enough guards to protect me on the road," he murmured, his tone more practical than fearful. He hadn't suddenly become invincible overnight. There was no cheat or divine shortcut at play. Yes, he was talented, exceptionally so, but talent was only the foundation. Growth required time. He was still at the very beginning of the path, still at the lowest life rank. Despite viewing the event as little more than a gathering of entitled nobility, Asher found himself anticipating it in his own way. He looked forward to witnessing their arrogance firsthand, to hear the boasts of young elites who believed themselves gods in human form. Reading about such characters in books was one thing. Watching them strut and posture in real life, that was an entirely different experience. As Asher sat on his bed, lost in thought about the countless scenes of arrogant nobles being humbled that he might soon witness. A soft knock echoed from the door. "Come in," he said calmly. The door creaked open, revealing Lyra, who stepped inside with a folded cloth draped neatly over her arms. "This is your attire for the party, young master," she said with a gentle smile, extending it toward him. "What do you think?" Asher examined the garment briefly, then gave a faint nod. He didn't dwell on the details. If Lyra had selected it, that was more than enough for him. Her choices had never failed him before. After all, she had basically been picking Asher's clothes since his birth. Rising from the bed, Asher walked over to the wardrobe, standing silently against the wall. With a swift motion, he opened it, retrieved a few garments, and handed them to Lyra. Without needing a word of instruction, she instinctively understood and transferred the items into her space ring. Asher then began preparing a few personal essentials. He wasn't sure if they would come across a river or stream suitable for bathing during the 3-day journey. The customs of this era were still unfamiliar to him, and he preferred to be prepared. Once he had finished, Lyra quietly exited the room. Asher then settled onto the bed, crossed his legs, and began to cultivate, letting his breathing steady as he sank into focused silence. Several minutes passed before another knock echoed from the door. Asher didn't need to ask. He already knew it was Zerk. He had long since learned to recognize people by the rhythm and weight of their knock. Rising from the bed, he walked to the door and opened it. Zerk stood outside, bowing slightly as he spoke with respectful composure. "Everything is ready, 10th son." Asher gave a silent nod and followed behind him. They descended the staircase and moved through a vast, echoing hall. Eventually, Asher stepped outside. The estate slowly came into view, majestic and expansive. Twin water fountains flanked the entrance to the manor, one on each side, their crystal streams rising and falling in a rhythmic dance. Neatly trimmed grass rolled across the land in soft, verdant waves, while towering trees spiraled skyward, their branches swaying gently as the wind whispered through them. The breeze added a touch of grace to an already breathtaking scene. How vast! Asher mused inwardly. In his previous life, even those within the top 1% of society would have struggled to afford a place of this grandeur. Perhaps only the elusive top 0.1% could claim such luxury. He exhaled softly and shook his head, dismissing the thought. He approached the grand carriage stationed ahead, its frame imposing, its surface a striking blend of deep black and radiant gold plating. Asher didn't need to guess. This wasn't merely gold-colored paint. No, it was genuine gold, gleaming under the light with unmistakable opulence. So this is how nobles live, he thought, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. He tried to recall if anyone in his previous life had ever plated their cars in gold or diamonds. He couldn't think of a single one. It suddenly struck him how little he had thought about Crymora's transportation systems. His time had been consumed entirely by relentless training. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he had expected the kind of basic wooden carriage he'd read about in books. What stood before him, however, was anything but ordinary. 2 imposing horses stood silently at the front of the carriage, exuding calm strength, as though awaiting a silent command. Beside the carriage, Asher took note of 5 guards stationed vigilantly. Each was clad in polished armor, their long capes cascading down their backs in dignified folds. Embossed on their chests and on the side of the carriage was the unmistakable crest of House Wargrave, a blazing sun rendered in exquisite detail, its flames seemingly alive. Though Asher could faintly sense traces of aura seeping from their bodies, he couldn't determine their exact life ranks. Their strength was clear, but not easily measured. He turned slightly to glance at Zerk, who stood silently behind him, composed as ever. "Goodbye, Zerk. See you in a few days," Asher said, his tone calm. With that, he stepped into the carriage with steady, purposeful strides. Lyra followed closely behind, her movements graceful and silent. The youngest master is finally leaving the estate for the first time, Zerk thought, the ever-present smile on his face deepening slightly with quiet pride. Across the estate grounds, several maids and butlers had paused in their duties, their gazes fixed on the departing carriage. It was a rare sight. Asher Wargrave, born into legacy and silence, was leaving the estate for the very first time since his birth. "Let's move," came Asher's calm command from within the carriage. The coachman responded instantly, snapping the reins with practiced precision. The horses surged forward, and the grand carriage eased into motion. The armored guards fell into formation around it, their movements synchronized and silent, like shadows escorting nobility into the world. Asher had anticipated an uncomfortable ride, jolting up and down with every bump in the road, but to his surprise, the carriage glided forward with remarkable smoothness. It was clearly engineered for luxury, every detail crafted with comfort in mind. Of course, it made perfect sense. There was no world in which nobles of any status would endure days of travel and discomfort without devising an elegant solution. The journey remained smooth, the only sound accompanying them the whispering roar of wind as the carriage sliced effortlessly through the air. A gentle breeze drifted into the cabin through the open window, where Asher sat, his gaze fixed on the passing landscape. Then, without warning, his hand shot out, gripping the edge of the carriage with extreme ease. In one fluid motion, he pulled himself upward, his body twisting midair with a natural grace. He vaulted through the window and landed atop the carriage roof with effortless ease, as if gravity itself had chosen not to interfere. Asher was fully aware of the risk of what he just did. An arrow loosed from the shadows could end his life in an instant. But he also understood the nature of such threats. Assassins rarely struck so close to their target's home. They preferred to wait, often days into the journey, when reinforcements would be far out of reach and escape routes limited. The wind lashed against his skin, sharp and wild, yet strangely invigorating. Around him, the world blurred in motion, a rush of color and speed that danced at the edges of his vision. Tilting his head upward, Asher's eyes settled on the sky. Wisps of white clouds drifted lazily across the expanse, streaked against the soft blue canvas above. For a moment he simply watched, silently admiring the vastness, the freedom, and the quiet majesty of the heavens. "These horses are far faster than any ordinary breed," Asher observed, eyes fixed on the blur of their powerful strides. The speed was extraordinary, yet unsurprising. After all, Astra had catalyzed the evolution of nearly every living being in this world. Despite the wind resistance, Asher remained steady, his body instinctively adapting, balanced against the rush of air. For a while he simply watched in silence, taking in the ever-shifting landscape that stretched out before him. Eventually he lowered himself to a seated position atop the carriage, his expression calm, contemplative. "Jennifer would love this view and probably the party I'm headed to," he thought, a small smile tugging at his lips. At least at this gathering, he bore the title of a duke's son. There would be no tired cliché of being dismissed for lacking noble blood, not this time. "Though some might still look down on me for awakening so late," he admitted inwardly. But the thought barely lingered. "Let them." The smile remained undisturbed. As the carriage rolled steadily onward, a mounted guard finally broke the silence. "Tenth son, forgive the intrusion, but it isn't safe atop the carriage," he said with a respectful tone. Asher's eyes closed in quiet thought, slowly opened them. He turned to the guard and gave a slight nod. With effortless grace, he slipped back into the carriage, his movements fluid and unhurried. "How was your moment of peace, young master?" Lyra inquired from her seat opposite him, her voice calm. "Refreshing," Asher responded briefly. He had little else to add, though he had genuinely enjoyed the wind's gentle caress and the fleeting glimpse of the vast world passing by. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, and the cloak of night began its slow descent, casting the world into shadows. Not once during the journey had they paused for rest, but with darkness now reigning, they had no choice but to halt. Asher stepped down from the carriage, the silver light of the moon catching in the strands of his purple hair, giving them an ethereal glow. The moment his boots touched the earth, Lyra positioned herself a single step behind him to the right, while a guard mirrored her on the left. Asher made no remark about the added vigilance. Night had fallen, caution was no longer a courtesy, but a necessity. Asher's gaze drifted to the horses, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He had been running since morning without pause, yet even now they showed only the faintest signs of exhaustion, just a soft panting as they lay gracefully upon the grass. Round him, the guards moved with practiced efficiency, their motions fluid and precise, as though they had performed this routine 100 times beneath 100 different moons. Under the quiet silver light, tents began to rise. With a faint shake of his head, Asher turned away and stepped inside his tent. Lyra followed silently, her presence a constant shadow. Two guards took position at the entrance, their silhouettes standing firm against the backdrop of the night. With a graceful wave of her hand, Lyra summoned a large bed that materialized in the air before descending gently onto the mat a guard had laid out earlier. "You brought this with you?" Asher asked, genuine surprise flickering in his voice. He hadn't expected such comfort out here in the wilderness. "Your comfort is my priority, young master," Lyra replied with a serene smile. Another wave of her hand, and a polished table appeared, accompanied by a spread of elegantly arranged dishes, warm, aromatic. Asher blinked. "When did you even have time to prepare all this?" We barely packed anything after the Primarch announced our departure. The chefs couldn't possibly have cooked this on such short notice. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulling the table closer, his curiosity still lingering even as the scent of the food pushed him to dig in. On the day of your awakening, young master, Lyra replied calmly. Since you spent the entire day in solitude, I took the opportunity to visit the kitchens. The chefs prepared a wide array of dishes from morning until night. Asher took a bite, his expression thoughtful. Why go to such lengths? Because your awakening marked a turning point, she said matter-of-factly. It was only a matter of time before we left the estate. I needed to be prepared for nights in the forest or inns whose food may not meet your standards. Asher chuckled softly, a smile tugging at his lips. I have to hand it to you, Lyra. You really are too good. It's my duty, young master, she replied, returning his smile with quiet pride. Asher, noticing Lyra standing silently like a statue while he ate, felt a quiet urge to invite her to join him. He knew what her answer would be. She would refuse. But still, he asked. Better to offer and be turned down than to say nothing at all. You don't have to just stand there like a statue. Join me at least for tonight, he said, his eyes focused on the dishes laid before him. Lyra turned her head toward him, surprise flickering in her eyes. The suggestion was almost unthinkable. Servants did not dine with their masters. Still, she answered with composure. I appreciate the offer, young master. But given my life rank, I can go several weeks without nourishment. Asher didn't press the matter. He simply gave a small nod. Her response was exactly what he'd expected. Despite the closeness they shared, there were invisible lines drawn between them, boundaries that Lyra would never cross, no matter the circumstance. So it's not as exaggerated as those novels claim. Characters with high cultivation going years without food, or abandoning it altogether, sustaining themselves entirely on energy. Asher thought silently. The reality, it seemed, was far more grounded. The tent settled into a tranquil silence, broken only by the soft clinking of cutlery as Asher finished his meal. A gentle golden light flickered within the tent, casting warm shadows along the fabric walls. Asher dabbed a napkin across his lips. Without delay, Lyra gave a small wave of her hand, and the dishes vanished soundlessly into her space ring. Good night, Lyra, Asher murmured, settling onto the bed, the duvet still neatly draped over him. Good night, young master, she replied softly. With a subtle motion, she extinguished the light, and darkness embraced the tent like a velvet curtain. But she didn't step outside to stand guard by the tent's entrance. No, she remained within, quietly shifting to a different position. Her presence seemed to melt seamlessly into the darkness, as if she were part of it. Lyra wouldn't risk leaving Asher's side, not here, not in a forest swallowed by night. This was the kind of place where silence breathed danger, where the right set of skills, abilities, or elemental affinity could turn an assassin into a ghost. And with that, only the soft rustling of leaves remained, whispers in the dark, swaying to the rhythm of the wind's quiet song. Outside, the guards stood silent, their senses honed to a razor's edge, prepared to react to even the faintest disturbance. They all knew one truth: if the 10th son returned with even a single strand of hair out of place, the Wargrave family would tear the Empire apart to find out why. Wargraves might wear cold expressions and speak with veiled hostility toward one another, but that coldness was reserved for themselves. Should anyone outside their bloodline dare show the same indifference, or worse, hostility, toward a Wargrave, it was considered nothing less than a death sentence. Yes, the sons and moons of the Wargrave house may wage quiet wars among themselves, vying for the seat of the Primarch, but those battles ended at the family gates. Beyond those walls, they stood as one, unshakable and merciless. But Asher didn't know this. He didn't know that if an assassin were to strike tonight, even if it were killed before reaching him, silenced by a single guard, the Wargraves would still hunt down the assassin's organization and raze it to dust before dawn. The morning sun crested the horizon, gradually dispelling the veil of darkness that had draped itself over the forest. Within the quiet stillness of the tent, Asher's eyes fluttered open, their purple hue catching the soft rays that slipped through the fabric. "Good morning, young master," came Lyra's gentle voice from the side. Asher offered a faint nod before asking, "Is there a river nearby where I can bathe?" He had assumed a stream would be close enough for that purpose, but Lyra shook her head with a knowing smile. "No, young master. I've already taken care of it," she said, gesturing ahead. Asher stepped out of the tent, the warmth of the morning sun brushing against his face like a silent welcome. "Good morning, 10th son," the 5 guards said in unison, immediately bowing in respectful greeting. Asher gave a brief nod. Did anything happen during the night? Any disturbances like an assassin? No, 10th son, one of the guards replied, his voice steady and respectful. So nothing then, Asher thought silently, his eyes scanning the tranquil forest clearing where they had made camp. 3 tents stood in the quiet morning light. The first belonged to Asher himself. The second, slightly smaller and more modest, housed the coachman, an ordinary man among warriors. The third tent, before which Lyra now stood silently, was unfamiliar to Asher. Without a word, he began walking toward it. As he drew aside the flap and stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of a large, basin-like structure, his makeshift bath, prepared and waiting. Neatly arranged beside it were his bathing essentials and the clothes selected for the day. Asher shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Of course, there's no way these nobles would ever bathe in a stream or river. With that thought, he bathed swiftly, changed into the clothes laid out for him, and stepped back outside. Returning to his own tent, he had a simple yet well-prepared breakfast before boarding the carriage once more. Without delay, their journey resumed. Second day already. We should reach the capital by tomorrow night, Asher thought, his gaze drifting lazily out the carriage window, his expression steeped in boredom. The silence, the stillness, it all pressed in on him. Am I truly meant to sit inside a carriage for 3 days, doing nothing but stare at trees and sky? The thought lingered like a haze. This stretch of the journey felt endlessly dull, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. Hours slipped by unnoticed, the sun now perched high at its zenith, casting sharp rays through the forest canopy. The carriage rocked gently as it moved along the uneven path, and for the first time since the journey began, Asher noticed Lyra's gaze shift toward the window. A voice from outside broke the stillness. "Stop the carriage," one of the guards ordered. Without hesitation, the coachman obeyed, pulling the reins and bringing the carriage to an abrupt halt. Asher turned to Lyra, whose posture remained unchanged, calm and unshaken. "Is it an assassin?" he asked, his tone casual, almost indifferent. Then a moment later, he blinked and let out a soft breath, mildly amused. "Why did that sound like I was hoping for an assassination attempt?" A wry smile crept onto his face at the thought. "No, young master," Lyra replied calmly. "Merely a cluster of low-level monsters, creatures too dull to know when to attack and when to flee." At her words, Asher rose from his seat and stepped out of the carriage. A quiet curiosity stirred within him. Since his transmigration, he had yet to see a single monster, had yet to witness the world's dangers firsthand. Not even in a Muvira, a creature he'd read about, had crossed his path. He hadn't experienced a single battle, not yet. He still has to wait over 3 weeks to see any action within the first training ground. Lyra followed closely behind, walking just behind Asher with the silent grace of a shadow. As he approached the guards stationed ahead, Asher's gaze swept across the forest, but saw nothing. The clearing remained still. No movement. No sound beyond the rustling of leaves. Yet he was certain they were coming. He trusted that the guards and Lyra had sensed their presence from a distance away. Only one guard dismounted, the others remaining astride their horses. Clearly, the threat did not warrant full mobilization. "What rank are the monsters approaching?" Asher asked, standing near the carriage, his gaze fixed in the same direction the guards were watching. "They're merely whisper-rank beasts, led by a single Echo-rank pack leader, 10th son," the dismounted guard replied, already preparing to intercept them. Asher folded his arms, his expression contemplative. So whisper-rank monsters with 1 echo. He recalled the hierarchy he had read about. In this world, monsters are classified across 10 tiers: Whisper, Echo, Veil, Fangmark, Grave, Crown, Myth, Void, End. But then a thought struck him, sharp and clear. This was an opportunity. His opportunity. Back in the Wargrave first training grounds, he was bound by protocol, forced to wait an entire month before being allowed to face a monster. But here, beyond those regulated walls, such restrictions held no power. Out here, the world was untamed. True, he had never killed before. Even these whisper-rank creatures had been fighting to survive since birth. They would be more experienced, more instinctive, more ruthless. But Asher had something they didn't: superior stats. There might not be another chance like this, he reasoned. Even if I get critically injured, there are 5 guards here ready to wipe them out and pull me back. Lyra too, she wouldn't let me die. And while there were no healers present, the passive regeneration from Vireless, Crimson Pact would restore his wounds if it came to that. The decision solidified in his mind. He would face the monsters. With his current strength, he could likely dispatch them in an instant, leave not a single one standing without taking a scratch. But he didn't intend to. That wasn't the point. He would fight them like he fought Kale. Deliberately. Purposefully. Experience was what he lacked most, and nothing, not stats nor talent, could replace that. He would observe. Wait for openings. No matter how weak the enemy, he would draw everything he could from each battle, until his foundation was forged. But that didn't mean he planned to get injured. With that thought solidified, Asher turned to Lyra, who stood silently behind him. He removed his coat and handed it to her. She accepted it wordlessly, her brows faintly furrowing in confusion, but she said nothing, choosing instead to observe in quiet curiosity. Without another word, Asher strode forward, stopping just a step ahead of the guard who had been preparing to engage. "I'll handle them," he said, his voice calm and steady. "If anything goes wrong, you're free to intervene." "That is an order." He didn't look back as he spoke. His tone left no room for debate. The guard parted his lips to object, but the words never came. It was a direct order from a son. Even so, if the 10th son were to be injured under his watch, the consequences would be severe. He hesitated, torn between duty and obedience, then slowly stepped back. At the very least, Asher had granted him permission to intervene if things took a turn for the worse. The moment his foot retreated, the rest of the guards followed suit, dismounting swiftly from their horses. Their hands hovered near their weapons, eyes sharp, muscles tense, ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of danger. Lyra moved forward as well, positioning herself a few steps behind Asher. Her expression remained unreadable, but her aura had shifted, silent, watchful, prepared to protect. No one spoke. No one dared. All eyes were fixed on the young man who stood at the front of the group. They were about to witness it, the 10th son's first true battle. Asher stood in composed silence, his heartbeat measured, each breath drawn with a focused calmness. In a blink, Vireless materialized in his palm, its blade resonating with a quiet hum, an eager whisper, as though thirsting to taste real blood and cleave through living flesh for the first time. His gaze remained steady as he listened, leaves trembled in warning, rustling with increasing urgency. Whatever was approaching was fast, and it was drawing near. The instant they emerged from the forest's shroud and stepped onto the open path, Asher saw them. Wolves. How predictable. It's always wolves or goblins, first to appear, first to die. The thought edged with irony. First wolf lunged, its jaws wide open, fangs gleaming as it aimed to tear through Asher's neck in a single savage bite. But Asher moved effortlessly, precisely, his body shifting sideways at the final instant, matching the creature's speed with unnerving ease. The beast's maw snapped shut with a sharp crack, biting into nothing but air where Asher's throat had just been. Then, before it could even recover, a silver flash arced across its vision. The wolf froze mid-step. A breath later, its head slid cleanly from its shoulders, severed with such elegance, it barely registered the strike before falling to the earth. But Asher was already gone. In the blink of an eye, he was on the move again. The wolves came in waves, surging from the front, flanking from the sides, closing in from behind. A coordinated hunt. Yet Asher didn't flinch. He didn't panic. His body responded on instinct. He bent slightly at the knees, muscles coiling tight, then released like a spring unbound, launching into the air with explosive grace. Mid-flight, his body twisted. Vireless sang once more, its hum rising with anticipation. Then, guided by gravity and precision, Asher descended. With a single forward thrust, the gleaming rapier pierced clean through the skull of another wolf, silencing its snarl before it ever reached him. The moment Asher's feet touched the ground, claws filled his vision from the left, the right, all at once. But Vireless moved faster. With a single fluid motion, he parried, his rapier slicing through a wolf's extended forelimbs, severing them cleanly. The beast shrieked in agony, but the cry was short-lived. Before it could even collapse, Asher was already in motion, his blade cleaving through its torso, splitting the creature in two. A crimson spray followed, dyeing Vireless red as he pressed forward. The space around him erupted with motion. Slash, thrust, wave, sidestep, footwork. Each step was precise, every movement deliberate. Even with his stats suppressed, Asher moved like a predator among prey, a silver wolf amidst a flock of startled hens. Corpses fell in his wake. Crimson blood soaked the earth, staining brown soil and green grass alike. But Asher didn't slow. He didn't falter. He was still moving. He kept moving. A wolf lunged from behind, aiming for a blind spot, but Asher had already seen it. Omniperception had marked its presence long before it struck. Without hesitation, Asher dipped to the side, his center of gravity shifting seamlessly with the motion. In a single, fluid twist, he pivoted to face the beast's flank. His arm moved, Vireless moved as one with him. From below, a brutal upward slash arced forward. With a wet, sickening rip, the rapier's edge tore through the wolf's abdomen, flesh and muscle parting like silk beneath Vireless' teeth. Asher rose slowly, his posture composed, his breathing unbroken. His white shirt, once pristine, was now drenched in red. Blood stained his arms, splattered across his frame, but his eyes remained calm. The remaining wolves had already halted their assault, their snarls fading into whimpers. Instinct screamed at them, they had chosen the wrong prey. Now they stood frozen, tails tucked low, eyes wide with primal fear. Their pack formation unraveled, hesitation spreading like wildfire. Asher's purple gaze swept over them, cold and unblinking. He saw it clearly, the fight had left them. Their will to battle was gone, crushed beneath the weight of a single human's presence. There was no need to suppress himself any longer. Nothing left to gain from holding back. So why not test something else? The wolves barely had time to twitch before Asher vanished. His form blurred into a streak of purple, lightning laced his body, crackling with raw intensity. A sharp thunder snap echoed through the forest, searing the air, crackling in everyone's ears. Asher had moved, no, he had erased the space between them, crossing the distance in an instant, as though it had never existed at all. Before the wolves could even blink, their existence had already ended. A single thrust. A single slash. That was all it took. But Asher didn't stop. He moved through the pack like a living storm, a blur of steel and purple lightning. Vireless danced with him, clean, efficient, merciless. Blood burst into the air like ink, spilled on canvas. Innards scattered. Heads rolled. Limbs fell with dull, wet thuds as he carved through them. In less than 3 seconds, it was over. Asher stood exactly where he had been before, as if he had never moved at all. The purple lightning crackling across his body slowly receded, quieting into a hum before vanishing completely. There was nothing more to gain from these creatures, not power, not knowledge, not growth. He had simply used them to test his lightning in real battle. Whisper-ranked monsters were the lowest of the low for a reason. They had no true abilities, no elemental control, no innate powers. Just claws, fangs, and basic senses like heightened smell and hearing, which they'd already possessed even before Astra's touch had evolved them. They were little more than upgraded beasts, predators to most, prey to Asher. As Asher stood in silent thought, something breached the edge of his omni-perception, a presence deliberate, heavier than the others. He didn't need to guess. He already knew. The Echo-ranked pack leader had arrived. He hadn't forgotten about it, he was merely waiting. Unlike Whisper-ranked creatures, some Echo-ranked monsters had awakened abilities. Others remained mundane, relying on brute strength and instinct. But this one, Asher had already suspected it possessed something more. It was a pack leader, after all. Without hesitation, Asher spun around, Vireless flashing forward like silver lightning to intercept the incoming strike. Then he saw it wind. It coiled around the wolf's extended claws, sharpening them into whirling blades of compressed air. The collision came with a soft yet forceful boom, like thunder behind silk. The impact echoed out, spiderweb cracks rippling across the ground beneath their feet. Asher's eyes narrowed. The wind-infused claws slammed into his body, not deep, but sharp enough to tear through flesh. Blood welled from the tears, and mild pain flared in his nerves. Still, he didn't yield. Instead, he increased the strength behind his guard, forcing the beast back just a few steps, but it was enough to shift the momentum. "It seems I was careless," Asher murmured, his voice quiet but edged with clarity as his gaze fell to the shallow cuts carved across his chest and shoulders, thin lines drawn by wind-based attack. This was the difference. The difference between one who had lived through battles and one who hadn't. Experience. A seasoned fighter wouldn't have fallen for such a thing. Would have read the wind before it ever struck. But Asher didn't mind. This was why he was here, to earn that experience with blood, steel, and pain. From the edge of the field, Lyra's eyes narrowed. The moment she saw the wounds, her posture shifted. She prepared to move, hand instinctively brushing the hilt of her weapon. There were no healers among the guards. If the 10th son sustained another hit, especially one deeper, he could bleed out before the battle even ended. She couldn't allow that. But before Lyra's thoughts could fully form, she saw it. The blood on the ground, spilled from slain beasts, began to stir. It rose in thin, twisting strands, as if possessed by will, slithering through the air toward Vireless. The rapier pulsed faintly, its silver teeth edge absorbing the crimson threads like a starving relic. The blade shimmered, and in that moment, the wounds across Asher's chest and shoulders snapped shut with unnatural speed, torn flesh knitting together in seconds, as if time itself bent around him. A small smile touched Asher's lips as he watched the final traces of blood vanish from his skin. But the wolf wasn't watching. It moved fast and feral, lunging to capitalize on what it perceived as a moment of distraction. A fatal mistake. Asher didn't need to look. Omniperception had already mapped the wolf's every twitch, every violent intention. Even without turning his head, he saw it, clear as day. The moment it sprang, he was ready. Asher's form blurred, a sudden, violent streak of motion. The claws came again, slashing through the air with lethal force, but this time he didn't block. He dipped low, fluid and effortless, the attack sweeping harmlessly overhead. Then Viola screamed through the air as it moved. With a single, devastating thrust, the rapier tore through the beast's hind limb. The wolf howled in agony, but Asher didn't slow. In the same breath, he moved, cutting low, and in one clean motion, severing the second hind limb. The wolf crashed to the ground, its rear legs now nothing but ruined flesh and bone. But Asher was already gone again, only to reappear in front of the creature like a ghost stepping through time. Vireless was already mid-descent. With surgical precision and terrifying ease, the rapier cleaved through both of the wolf's front limbs. No resistance, no struggle, just flesh parting beneath divine steel, like a blade through butter. 4 limbs gone. The wolf's howl rose in pitch, a piercing, agonized cry as it lay limbless in the dirt. Its body trembled, blood pooling beneath it in thick, steaming rivers. And then it looked up. Fear now filled its eyes. Not rage, not pride. Just the cold, primal fear of a predator realizing it was nothing more than prey. But Asher didn't flinch. He moved twice. 2 quick thrusts like flashes of silver lightning, and Vireless pierced both of the beast's eyes. Blood and darkness swallowed its vision, leaving it blind in its final moments. Vireless slipped from Asher's grip, not falling but floating. It hovered above the wolf's ruined form, humming low and sharp with a metallic resonance. In a flash of silver, it arced downward in a full, graceful swing. A clean decapitation. The wolf's head dropped from its neck with a soft thud, rolling gently before going still. For a moment, Vireless lingered there, suspended in the air, as though gazing down upon the creature that dared harm its master. It hovered in silence, judgmental, almost sentient, before drifting back to Asher's side. It hummed contentedly now, like a weapon that had fulfilled its vengeance. Asher smiled faintly at the display. He said nothing, simply letting Vireless float beside him, its blade still faintly warm with blood and retribution. Asher cast one final glance at the corpse, then turned away, expression unreadable, mind already shifting beyond the battle. Unlike humans, monsters didn't have to train to use their abilities. They were born with them, raw, instinctive, natural. From the very first breath, they wielded their abilities as easily as they breathed. The wolf had been able to coat its claws in wind without effort. But Asher, he couldn't yet coat Vireless in lightning. Not yet. He was almost there. But he could channel it through himself, let lightning wrap around his body like a second skin, crackling along his frame, heightening his speed, sharpening his reflexes. High above Asher's location, nestled within the drifting white clouds and the vast expanse of blue sky, a figure stood silently atop a colossal bird. The figure bore striking golden eyes and hair that shimmered like sunlight. Yet the creature beneath him was no mere monster, it was an Imuvira. Imuviri are enigmatic creatures, divided into 2 distinct types, positive Imuviri and negative Imuviri. Negative Imuviri are born from emotions such as fear, sorrow, and despair. They are aggressive by nature, attacking anything they perceive on sight. In contrast, positive Imuviri emerge from emotions like love, hope, and joy. Unlike their darker counterparts, they do not attack unless provoked. Though cautious, they are inherently docile, capable of forming bonds with humans. However, taming one is no simple feat. It requires besting them in battle first. As for the negative Imuviri, they cannot be tamed. It is a brutal exchange. Either you die or they do. There is no middle ground. A crimson cape cascaded down the man's back, billowing gently in the wind. Vambraces adorned his forearms, while leather gloves encased his hands. His legs were protected by polished greaves, and his torso was clad in a radiant golden breastplate that gleamed beneath the sunlight. This was Azarin Wargrave. Behind him stood Zerk, unchanged in appearance, his attire as pristine as ever. He remained dressed in his classic black butler suit, complete with immaculate white gloves, a silent shadow at Azarin's side. At that moment, a broad smile played on Azarin's lips as he gazed down upon the battlefield below. When Asher had departed from the Wargrave estate, Azarin had followed silently from the skies above. He had initially intended to abstain from attending the event altogether. But then came a personal message from the Emperor himself, urging his presence. With such a summons, refusal was no longer an option. And so Azarin moved. Yet before heading directly to the venue, he chose to shadow his son's journey, curious to see what would unfold. As he looked down now, pride flickered in his golden eyes. His last son had not disappointed him. Azarin, are you sure that little monster is truly your son? Even you weren't this much of a genius, despite being hailed as a prodigy reminiscent of the ancient days, Zerk remarked, his gaze fixed on Asher below. His tone was casual, far removed from the respectful demeanor he always displayed within the Wargrave estate, especially in the presence of the Primarch. But this was the nature of their bond. Despite the vast difference in their status, one a butler, the other the Primarch of House Wargrave, and one of the most formidable men in the Empire, their relationship transcended titles. In public, Zerk addressed Azarin with the reverence expected of any servant toward their master. But in private, all formality fell away. He spoke as an equal, as a trusted companion, one who remembered the man behind the title. You're just jealous he's not your kid, Azarin said with a teasing smile, his eyes still fixed on the scene below. Why would I be jealous of that? Zerk replied matter-of-factly. Even if I did have a child, I doubt they could compare to a Wargrave. In House Wargrave, the rules were clear. Maids and butlers were permitted to have families. No birth decree applied only to those of the bloodline, not the retainers who served them. I've told you before, go have a child already, so I can be an uncle. I'd even guide him a little. You know, everyone dreams of being mentored by me, Azarin added, his grin widening. You already have 10 children, Azarin. Not everyone has your stamina, Zerk said calmly. Besides, would I even have time for my own child if I'm always stuck at your side? Azarin chuckled at that, but said no more. He didn't press Zerk about fatherhood again. So what do you think? Azarin asked, his voice light, yet laced with curiosity. Think about what? Zerk replied without turning his gaze. Now that you've seen his talent, are you considering resignation? Ready to start serving him instead? Azarin said with a smirk. Zerk let out a thoughtful hum. What he has is talent and potential, not power, not yet. Certainly not like yours. Besides, why would I give up the privilege of serving the Primarch? Do you realize how much authority and access to resources I'd be forfeiting? Oh, Azarin's golden eyes shifted toward Zerk, a playful gleam within them. So you've been using me to amass influence and power, is that it? Zerk chuckled, unfazed. It's only fair. After all, I handle half the responsibilities that should be yours. Azarin gave a small, amused shake of his head. His gaze drifted downward once more, catching sight of Asher's rapier as it floated beside his son, humming softly. Don't they remind you of us after our first real battle, Ender? Azarin said softly, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. As he spoke, a long spear materialized beside him, its shaft black as night, its edges streaked with crimson. It hovered silently at his side, humming with a low, resonant tone, as though acknowledging his words. Its unseen gaze, too, was locked on the battlefield below. This was Azarin's weapon, his spear. He had named it Ender, a name chosen with intent. Azarin had vowed that he and his weapon would bring an end to anything, and anyone, who dared to stand in their path. The spear hummed again, deep and resonant, as if speaking in its own ancient tongue. A moment later, Azarin's voice followed. Indeed, it's a remarkable ability. Drawing strength by drinking the blood of the fallen to heal his wounds. I wonder if that rapier has any other abilities. Ender drifted around Azarin, its soft hum intensifying briefly. True, Azarin said with a nod and a smile. With talent like his, there's no way that blade only has a single ability. Then, as if moved by curiosity or amusement, Ender turned toward Zerk. It floated toward him and began to circle, humming softly as it did so. "It's nice to see you too, Ender," Zerk replied with a light chuckle. Though he responded, he understood none of what the spear conveyed. Only the bonded master could comprehend its voice. Its language was not made for others. Ender hummed again, its sound low and insistent. This time Zerk didn't respond. He couldn't understand the weapon's language, so he simply turned his gaze toward Azarin, waiting for interpretation. "He's telling you to convince me to return and hunt down the sins," Azarin said dryly, sensing Zerk's stare on his back. "Apparently, he's had enough of us sitting around for over a week." Zerk wasn't the least bit surprised. Ender had always been battle-hungry. Whenever they weren't fighting, the spear would constantly badger Azarin, urging him to spar with the dukes or find a new enemy worth its edge. Azarin didn't respond to the spear's complaints. He simply continued watching his son below, allowing Ender to pester Zerk in his place. Though pride filled his heart as he observed Asher, Azarin had sighed more than 30 times that afternoon alone. He had no interest in attending yet another empty celebration. Of course, his wife Lily occasionally dragged him to such events, but that was different. That was her. This, however, was just another gathering of bloated egos and idle chatter, where men flapped their tongues instead of swinging their weapons. Asher turned and walked back toward Lyra and the guards, all of whom stared at him as though he were a monster cloaked in human flesh. What they had just witnessed defied all logic, utterly impossible by their standards. The 10th son had actually emerged victorious. And not just victorious, he had triumphed without a shred of formal training or battlefield experience. It hadn't even been a full week since his awakening, and by protocol, he still had more than 3 weeks to go before he could be deemed eligible to face a single monster in the first training ground. What they had witnessed left them speechless, stunned into silence. None more so than Lyra, who stood frozen at the rear, still clutching Asher's coat in her hands. She had been by his side every day, before his awakening and even after. And yet, she had never explicitly seen him train. She knew he was a genius, that much had been clear when he ascended 2 sublife ranks as if it were nothing. But she had neither seen him personally train in the first training ground, nor watched him train privately in his room afterward. Her gaze remained fixed on her charge as he approached. His breathing was steady, his stride composed. Those calm purple eyes and hair made all the more vivid against the backdrop of crimson blood splattered across his form. The guards immediately stepped forward, speaking in unison. "Congratulations on your first battle and first kill, 10th son." Asher turned his gaze toward them and offered a faint smile. "Thank you. My safety is in your hands. However, if we encounter any weak monsters along the way, leave them to me." For a moment, the guards stood in stunned silence. Did the 10th son just say, "Thank you"? The thought echoed in their minds, disbelief written across their faces. One of them quickly composed himself and responded, "Rest assured, 10th son." He then turned to another guard and issued a swift order. "Set up a tent for the 10th son to freshen up. We'll resume the journey once he's ready." With practiced efficiency, a guard broke from formation and began assembling the tent without delay. After bathing and changing into a fresh set of clothes, Asher made his way back to the carriage. "Thank goodness I made Lyra pack a generous amount of my wardrobe into her space ring," he mused, recalling how he had selected some clothes for himself, only for Lyra to store them with her usual efficiency. The moment he settled into his seat, the carriage began to move once more. Up front, the coachman wore a far-off look, quietly lost in his thoughts as he guided the horses along the path. He was clearly fantasizing, perhaps imagining himself in battle. After all, who hadn't dreamed of standing on the battlefield, weapon in hand, forging their legacy? But reality had been less kind. He had failed all 3 of his awakening attempts. No astra, no ability, just a regular man in a world of powers beyond reach. Inside the carriage, Asher had already settled into his usual routine. Eyes closed, his breathing steady and measured, he slipped into a meditative rhythm. His mind replayed the battle from beginning to end, each movement, each decision, each strike. He analyzed every moment with sharp focus, searching for flaws, missed opportunities, or anything he could have executed more effectively. This was his process, refining himself even in stillness. Yet despite his scrutiny, everything appeared seamless, flawless, even save for one moment, the pack leader's initial strike. That single exchange lingered in his mind, a slight imperfection in an otherwise immaculate performance. Lyra watched Asher intently as he sat in a lotus position, eyes closed, lost in quiet concentration. Her mind was ablaze with questions. She wasn't afraid to voice them, but she knew better than to interrupt what appeared to be training. Then, as though he had read her thoughts, Asher spoke without opening his eyes. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll answer them to the best of my abilities." He opened his eyes slowly, adjusting his posture as one leg folded over the other with ease. Lyra didn't hesitate. "Was that really your first battle, young master?" She already knew the answer, but she needed to hear it from him. Asher offered a small, confident smile. "I'm sure you already know it was, Lyra. But I'm just that talented. And I train hard enough to back it up." Lyra nodded slightly, then asked what truly intrigued her. "And those blood threads from earlier, what exactly were they?" She had her suspicions. The Wargrave family's weapons were known to possess unique and often terrifying abilities. But guessing wasn't enough. She needed confirmation. "That's Vireless's ability," Asher replied calmly. "It's called Crimson Pact. It heals me using the blood of those I kill." Lyra's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. She had never heard the name Vireless before, but she could safely assume it was the name of his rapier. With that, Lyra continued, asking more questions, curious about the other abilities Vireless might possess. Asher answered each one with a calm voice, withholding nothing. There was no real need to hide anything from her. After all, trust was the foundation of her role by his side. That said, he wasn't the type to share his secrets simply because someone asked. Openness didn't equate to carelessness. Even now, everything he had shared with Lyra remained confined within the four walls of the carriage. In noble circles, discretion was a discipline. Carriages were always reinforced with barriers or enchantments to ensure privacy, preventing even the most loyal guards from listening in. For nobles, conversations were as valuable as gold and far more dangerous if overheard. And so the journey continued. Asher passed the time in conversation with Lyra, the hours slipping by as their carriage rolled steadily forward. Whenever a monster was sighted along the way, Asher stepped out to confront it himself. For those beyond his current ability, a single guard effortlessly dispatched them. Frequent stops were made so Asher could cleanse himself of blood, a necessity that, while minor, extended the journey beyond its intended duration. Yet not a single complaint was uttered. How could they complain? They were witnessing something extraordinary, the 10th sun's growth unfolding right before their eyes. By the time they reached the capital, night had already fallen. The towering gates loomed ahead, bathed in the soft glow of enchanted lanterns. But the city guards stationed there made no move to halt the carriage for the customary inspection. The moment they laid eyes on the crest emblazoned on the carriage walls and the armor of the accompanying guards, they stood at attention and stepped aside in silence. Some insignia spoke louder than words, and this one demanded reverence. Asher and Lyra arrived at the most luxurious inn in the capital, a place so exclusive that a single room cost 100 gold coins per night. Without hesitation, Lyra paid for 2 rooms, one for Asher and the other for the coachman. She and the guards, however, did not seek rest. Instead, they took their positions outside Asher's door, ever vigilant, prepared to respond at a moment's notice to any threat or disturbance. As for the coachman, he was living a dream. Never in his life had he imagined stepping foot inside such an opulent establishment, let alone sleeping in a room worth 100 gold coins for a single night. Surrounded by silk sheets, golden fixtures, and velvet walls, he could only grin to himself. At this moment, he felt nothing less than royalty. A prince in borrowed splendor. The following morning arrived swiftly. Asher's eyes fluttered open, greeted by the soft caress of sunlight streaming through the window. He sat up slowly, stretching with a yawn, savoring the tranquil comfort of the moment. His gaze swept across the room, lavish in every detail, a testament to the opulence promised by its extravagant price of 100 gold coins. Yet even in all its grandeur, it still paled in comparison to his room in the Wargrave estate. Asher remained seated on the bed for a brief moment before finally rising to his feet. Yet the instant his soles touched the ground, a knock echoed sharply through the room. "Can I at least take a step before you knock, Lyra?" he thought, exhaling mentally in mild exasperation. "Come in, Lyra," he called out. The door opened with practiced grace, and Lyra entered, her expression composed, her smile gentle. "Good morning, young master. I trust you slept well," she asked with quiet warmth. "I did indeed," Asher replied smoothly. After all, sleeping in a forest and sleeping in a proper town are worlds apart, wouldn't you agree? Lyra's gaze softened, as though intuitively sensing the unspoken concern behind his words, the unease born from threats that lurked in the shadows. Whatever may come, young master, know that we will always be by your side to protect you, she said with quiet conviction. Asher smiled faintly, a calmness in his eyes. That much I know, Lyra. I have no doubt in your strength. During one of their conversations on the road to the capital, a pastime Asher often turned to whenever boredom set in. Given that weak beasts didn't appear with predictable frequency, he had casually inquired about Lyra's life rank. To his surprise, she revealed she had attained the Flare Firmstar life rank. Asher found it difficult to comprehend how someone of such strength served merely as a maid. The revelation stirred further curiosity in his mind. Just how powerful must Zerk be, the man known as the right hand of the Primarch? In truth, Asher had no real sense of their capabilities, whether it was Lyra, Zerk, or even the Primarch himself. None of them had ever demonstrated their strength in combat before him, let alone sparred. With a quiet sigh, Asher shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. There was no point dwelling on what he could not yet grasp. What plans do we have for the day, Lyra? Asher asked, settling himself before a mirror. His gaze lingered on his own reflection, a confident smile curling his lips as he quietly reaffirmed what he had long believed. His face was nothing short of a jackpot. No plans, young master, Lyra replied calmly, standing with quiet poise at his side. The royal party begins tomorrow. Until then, your schedule remains open. So nothing to do but lounge indoors, Asher muttered, drumming his fingers lightly against the table before him. With a sigh, he rose from his seat and made his way to the bathroom for a quick rinse. As always, Lyra had anticipated his needs. The bath was already prepared. After a brief wash, Asher returned and dressed in a fresh set of clothes. Just as Lyra raised her hand to summon breakfast from her spatial ring, Asher gently stayed her motion. I've just left the Wargrave estate for the first time since birth, he said, his tone thoughtful. Let me explore what the capital has to offer, at least for today. Lyra paused, then offered a small nod of understanding. Do we have a particular destination in mind, young master? Lyra asked, her tone carrying a note of mild curiosity. Not really, Asher replied with a faint shrug. We'll simply walk around for now. In truth, he had no idea where anything was. But that hardly mattered. He intended to wander the capital aimlessly, taking in the sights before returning later. He supposed he could be spending the day training, refining his skills, and pushing his limits. But Asher believed firmly in balance. A life devoted solely to discipline, without moments of enjoyment, was hollow. Staring at himself in the mirror, Asher's figure literally screamed nobility. Not just any noble, definitely a prince or close. Fetch me something simpler, he said, his voice calm, his gaze still fixed on the mirror. He had no intention of spending the day fending off stares from every direction like some rare creature on display. Today was meant for leisure, not spectacle. Still, that didn't mean he would stoop to wearing the attire of commoners. No, he would don garments befitting a noble, just ones of slightly lesser quality. Enough to tone down the overwhelming impression of status and presence, if only by a little. He knew, of course, that his striking features alone would still draw attention. Some things, after all, couldn't be hidden. A few minutes later, Lyra returned with a set of simpler garments. Asher changed into them with measured ease, and once dressed, he lowered himself into a chair. Call in the guards stationed outside, he said. Lyra gave a small nod and stepped out, returning moments later with the guards in tow. Clad in heavy armor and armed to the teeth, their presence was imposing, far too conspicuous for the kind of day Asher had in mind. The moment he saw them, Asher sighed inwardly. If I walk around like this, I might as well carry a royal banner while I'm at it. I'll be exploring a portion of the capital today, he began, his voice even. I understand your duty is to protect me, but I'd prefer not to attract the entire city's attention while doing so. He let his words sink in for a breath before continuing. So today, you'll change into plain, normal attire. You'll follow from a distance, discreetly, each of you positioned separately throughout the area. I want your protection, but without the announcement. His tone was clear but not unkind, firm yet trusting. The guards, understanding his words, nodded. Asher told them to head to the bathroom and change there. Turning to Lyra, he spoke, You too. You won't be wearing your maid clothes today. Also, you wouldn't walk a step behind me. You will walk beside me today. Lyra gave a nod of acknowledgement, then vanished. Within 3 seconds, she reappeared dressed in an entirely different outfit. How much coin do we have to spend? Asher asked, unwilling to risk emptying his pockets before the day was over. I was entrusted with 3 platinum coins prior to our departure, Lyra replied with a calm tone. Asher's steps came to an abrupt halt at the mention of the sum. 3 platinum coins. Truly the mark of a duke's household to hand out such wealth as if it were common produce. Still, who am I to complain? With that thought, he resumed walking. Don't forget to bring the coachman along, Asher said as he stepped out. Our first task today is simple: sample the cuisine this inn has to offer. Everyone's ordering. Lyra walked at his side with casual ease, just as he had instructed. The guards for now moved like ordinary travelers, unassuming, unremarkable. But the moment they stepped beyond the inn's threshold, their roles would shift. From that point forward, their duty to protect would begin in earnest. With Lyra walking gracefully at his right and the coachman at his left, Asher descended the stairs at a measured pace. His eyes flicked briefly toward the coachman, noting with faint amusement the man's surprisingly improved hygiene and the unmissable smoothness of his skin, an overnight transformation that did not go unnoticed. Upon reaching the front counter, the attendant straightened with practiced poise and greeted them at once. Good morning, young master, madam, sirs. How may I be of service? The attendant's tone was exceptionally courteous, as expected. After all, anyone capable of affording 100 gold coins per night was either nobility, closely tied to one, or simply wealthy enough to stand among them. Let us see the food menu, Asher said calmly. With a respectful nod, the attendant lowered his hand beneath the counter, retrieved a neatly folded menu, and presented it to Asher with both hands. Asher studied it for a moment, his gaze skimming over the elegantly listed options. Then, with a tone of quiet decisiveness, he began to order. For the main course, I'll have the lamb cutlets with minted pea puree. As for the sides, bring the rosemary and sea salt flatbread. And for the wine, aged blackberry mead should suffice. Truth be told, he hadn't heard of any of these dishes before. But the countless memories embedded within him, filled with knowledge of exotic cuisines and refined palates, made the act of ordering appear effortless. Asher passed the menu to the coachman at his side, who accepted it with a smile that bordered on familiarity. Normally, someone of his station would never stand so close, let alone behave so casually, around a sun or a moon. But after 3 days in Asher's company, he had drawn his own quiet conclusion: this young master was unlike the others. Even the guards had come to recognize the subtle but undeniable difference in him. Lyra, too, had noticed the shift. Ever since Asher emerged from his year-long lockup, there was something altered in his demeanor, calmer perhaps, but also very different. She chalked it up to his self-imposed isolation, to the scars solitude often leaves behind. Besides, what right did she have to question the change in him? She was, after all, merely his maid. The coachman wasted no time, ordering a veritable feast without the slightest hesitation. Even Asher raised an eyebrow, mildly concerned whether the man would be able to walk after consuming so much. As for himself, Asher had intentionally chosen something lighter. He intended to explore the city's streets later, sampling whatever local delicacies happened to catch his eye. How much? Asher asked, his tone casual but measured. Breakfasts are included with your stay, young master, the attendant replied courteously. With a slight nod, Asher turned without another word and made his way to a nearby table, taking a seat with the quiet assurance of someone used to being served. The others followed suit. Within minutes, a procession of dishes began to arrive, each plated with meticulous care and aromatic finesse. Everyone dug in. The coachman, overwhelmed by the flavors, ate with such enthusiasm that he teared up at one point, a moment both comical and oddly touching. The guards, however, remained composed and unaffected. It was clear they were accustomed to cuisine of this standard, likely a regular indulgence during their time stationed at the Wargrave estate. Once the meal concluded, Asher rose from his seat, prompting the others to follow. His gaze drifted to the coachman, whose bloated stomach made each step a struggle. With a faint hint of amusement, Asher offered a simple directive: return to your room and rest. You've earned it. Although Asher had initially considered slipping the man a gold coin and letting him explore the city on his own later, he thought better of it. Who knew what kind of trouble the coachman might stumble into? He might very well go courting death before sundown. It was far safer to have him remain behind, tucked away in his room for the rest of the day. The coachman didn't object. With a contented sigh and a hand resting on his swollen belly, he turned on his heel and trudged back upstairs without protest. Shaking his head in quiet amusement, Asher stepped out of the inn with a composed yet eager stride. Though calm on the surface, there was a spark of anticipation in his eyes. He was finally ready to see the capital for himself. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world seemed to erupt around him. The capital overwhelmed his senses. A cacophony of sound washed over him: animated chatter, the creak of wheels, the clatter of hooves, and the occasional bark of a vendor hawking goods. Voices mingled from every direction, a living symphony of life and motion. People of all shapes, heights, and social standing wove through the crowded streets, merchants negotiating prices, nobles flanked by guards, children darting between legs with laughter. Carriages rumbled past, some drawn by fine-bred horses bearing elegantly dressed passengers, others tugged by sturdy beasts of burden laden with crates, barrels, and sacks of wares. The architecture was no less varied. Houses and shops stretched outward and upward, crafted in an array of styles. Some were simple stone dwellings with timber frames, others boasted ornate facades with carved detailing and painted glass. The capital pulsed with vibrant diversity, each corner holding its own flavor. Asher strode forward with quiet eagerness, Lyra walking in step beside him. Guards had already melted into the surroundings, dispersed among the crowd, their watchful eyes tracking his every move, poised to respond at a moment's notice. His gaze swept over each building and stall, a flicker of curiosity dancing in his eyes, an expression like a commoner who had just left the village for the first time and entered the capital by seemingly sheer luck. "Come, Lyra. There's a world of flavors waiting," Asher said, his pace quickening with sudden enthusiasm. Since when did the young master become a connoisseur of cuisine? Lyra mused silently, yet fell into step without protest. Asher approached a roadside stall where the aroma of grilled meat lingered thick in the air. Skewers of various kinds sizzled enticingly over open flames. Behind the stall stood a middle-aged man, clad in a well-worn apron, who beamed the moment he caught sight of Asher. "Young man, what'll it be?" the vendor asked with practiced cheer. "I've got it all: spiced mutton skewers, chicken liver with onion, pork belly bites. 2 coppers apiece." Asher's eyes danced across the offerings, each one more tempting than the last. Without hesitation, he replied, "I'll have 2 of each." Wealth had its privileges, why limit himself with choices? The vendor nodded eagerly, his morning already made. 12 copper coins before noon, fortune was smiling today. He wrapped the skewers in parchment with swift efficiency and handed them over. Fortunately, by some stroke of grace, Lyra had small change on her. Asher was spared the awkwardness of tossing a gold coin at a street vendor and waiting for change that likely didn't exist. Skewers in hand, Asher and Lyra strolled onward, sampling as they walked. A smile bloomed on Asher's face, bright, boyish, unrestrained, as he moved from stall to stall, indulging in every delicacy that caught his eye. At one point, Asher wandered into an adventurer's guild, more out of curiosity than purpose. He wanted to see the famed mission board and observe the so-called adventurers, who seemed to spend more time drowning themselves in ale than accepting actual assignments. Naturally, a few among them tried to assert dominance, throwing hostile glances and muttering threats under their breath. Asher, however, remained utterly unfazed. He gave a slight nod to Lyra, who responded with casual brutality, putting a few of them in their place by smashing chairs and splintering tables over their heads. The guild hall rang with the clatter of collapsing furniture and groans of regret. Wasn't fighting in the hall of the Adventure Guild the hallmark of every reincarnated beginner adventurer? He was just placing his mark. After a moment of studying the mission board, more to amuse himself than anything else, Asher stepped back out, satisfied. His next destination, the shopping and clothing district, a sector typically reserved for nobles. Though his wardrobe was already well stocked, that minor detail didn't deter him. Today, Asher intended to burn through 2 platinum coins. After all, tomorrow would be spent enduring the company of those pompous, jewel-draped peacocks called nobles. He would depart the day after, and saw no point in conserving the generous funds gifted to him. Naturally, word of Asher's lavish spending didn't go unnoticed. Along the way, a few desperate souls, street thugs hoping for an easy payday, attempted to strike it rich at his expense. Unfortunately for them, they never made it within striking distance. Guards, ever watchful though unseen, dealt with them swiftly and silently, leaving not even a ripple in Asher's peaceful excursion. By the time he returned to the inn, night had already settled over the capital, its streets bathed in the soft glow of lantern light. He paid once more for his room, without hesitation or concern, before dragging himself upstairs, stomach bloated from a day of unrestrained indulgence, not unlike the coachman's earlier feast. He collapsed onto his bed with the unbothered ease of a man who had conquered a kingdom of food and frivolity. A contented smile curved his lips as sleep claimed him, the day's memories still warm in his mind. The next day gently arrived. It was the day of the royal party. The royal party was scheduled for 10 a.m. in the morning, but at this time, Asher still hadn't made his way to the palace yet. He was still dressing up after having breakfast. After all, no party that was set for a particular hour ever truly began at that exact time. Asher stood before a mirror, dressed in a refined combination of blue, ash, and black cloth. If there were a charm stat on his system, it would simply read infinity at this point. After spraying the perfume he had bought the day before, Asher called out, "Lyra." Hearing her name, Lyra stepped into the room. "Yes, young master," she replied with gentle respect. "Is everything and everyone ready yet?" Asher asked as his gaze turned to meet hers. "Everything is ready. We are just waiting on you, young master," Lyra answered calmly. Asher nodded with composure, then began walking toward the door with steady, measured steps. Lyra swiftly moved ahead and opened it. "Good afternoon, 10th son," the 5 guards stationed outside greeted him in unison. Asher nodded slightly, his eyes briefly scanning their new armor. However, he didn't comment on it. He simply continued walking downstairs, heading toward the waiting carriage. Those seated downstairs in the inn's dining area froze the moment they noticed the guards walking behind a young boy. The instant their eyes caught the insignias on the guards, armor, and the emblem on the boy's chest, they all swallowed hard, a singular thought echoing through their minds. A son. Asher didn't speak to anyone. His presence alone commanded attention, like a magnetic force. Though everyone within this inn was wealthy and well-connected, after all, this was one of the finest inns in the capital. Who could possibly be more wealthy and connected than a duke? Asher stepped out of the building, and the coachman was already waiting behind the horse. His attire had been upgraded to match the significance of the event. The Wargrave household had even purchased him new clothing to ensure he would not be looked down upon in any aspect. "Good afternoon, 10th son," the coachman greeted with a respectful bow. Asher paused and looked at the man, then asked, "I hope you aren't having any health issues." It immediately clicked in the coachman's mind that Asher was referring to his bloated stomach from yesterday. He bowed again, responding, "My health has no issues, 10th son." Asher gave a small nod before entering the carriage. This time, however, Lyra did not join him inside. Instead, she mounted another horse and followed from behind, maintaining the formation. Asher gazed out the window as the carriage rolled forward toward the palace. From anywhere within the capital, the palace was visible. It almost seemed like it was situated atop a mountain, making it appear elevated and majestic, but it wasn't. It was just that massive. On the way, Asher encountered numerous carriages of various shapes, designs, and levels of opulence. However, he didn't recognize any of the insignias decorating them. He hadn't read about them in the library, and so paid them little mind. Because it was a royal party, a gridlock had formed near the palace gates, as too many nobles and individuals of importance were arriving one after another. At this point, Asher had already closed the window and now sat alone in the silence of the carriage, his eyes closed in silence. Several minutes later, the carriage came to a stop. The guard quickly dismounted from his horse and gently knocked on the carriage door to signal their arrival, then carefully opened it. Hearing the creak of the carriage door, Asher's entire demeanor shifted. His face became neutral, expressionless. His posture relaxed, yet his bearing transformed into one that spoke of noble lineage and quiet authority. He was mimicking what he had observed during his awakening, the way the suns, moons, and other members of the Wargrave family carried themselves. This was a royal party, after all. He could not afford to appear lesser. And besides, he didn't know anyone well enough to be smiling idly at them. Rising from his seat with a graceful calmness, Asher stepped down from the carriage, now completely surrounded by his guards. The view before him was overwhelming. The entire royal palace lay stretched before his eyes. Tall, regal, magnetic, powerful. The structure looked as though it could pull in all eyes simply by existing. His eyes trailed along the magnificent buildings that spiraled outward from the main palace. Everything seemed crafted from rare stones or precious materials. The opulence here was in a league of its own. Even the Wargrave estate seemed modest, perhaps even poor, compared to the grandeur laid bare before him. Though the view left Asher momentarily stunned, as even the Wargrave estate wasn't this extravagant, his face remained perfectly impassive. Truly there are levels to wealth, Asher thought. His purple eyes flicked around, noticing a few carriages lined up behind his, but none in front. He then turned his gaze forward to where a grand door stood in the distance. With calm, confident strides, he moved forward. Behind him, the guards and carriages began to roll forward, peeling away from their location, as though heading toward a garage or holding area. Asher continued walking. From the carriages behind, he felt the weight of eyes watching his back, but he didn't falter. When he finally arrived at the door that appeared to lead into the banquet hall, the two butlers standing guard prepared to ask for identification. But as soon as they spotted the insignia on his chest, their eyes lit up with recognition. They had been informed ahead of time that the 10th son of the Wargrave household would be attending. The guest list had been meticulously prepared, after all. They didn't dare question his identity. With swift, rehearsed motions, they bowed in his direction. Then turning toward the banquet hall, their unified voices echoed through the chamber with startling clarity and power. Asher Wargrave, 10th son of the ducal Wargrave household, has arrived. Hearing the formal announcement, Asher could only sigh internally. Nobles are really ostentatious, he couldn't help but think. Regardless of what he felt, he took the next step forward into the hall. Nobles and those of importance were always announced before they stepped into the banquet hall. This was a sign of respect and tradition that had existed for generations. However, only those from noble households were ever given this honor. Merchants were never announced. After all they had was money, and that was something every noble possessed in abundance. As for individuals outside the noble hierarchy who were still deemed important enough to be announced, they were powerful figures, beings like Lily of the Abyss. After all, in this world, power stood above money, status, and bloodline. Inside the grand banquet hall, conversations flowed freely as nobles mingled, formed connections, and strengthened alliances. Every so often, a new name would echo through the hall, prompting some heads to turn in curiosity, while others didn't even bother as they stood above the name that was announced. And at that moment, the voices of the two butlers stationed at the entrance rang clearly across the vast chamber, cutting through all ambient noise. Asher Wargrave, 10th son of the ducal Wargrave household, has arrived. As their brains registered the name, every single voice in the hall fell silent. Not a whisper remained. A pin-drop silence reigned supreme, so heavy it felt like the very air had frozen in reverence, or perhaps shock. Then a sound came. It wasn't loud. It was soft, subtle. But somehow it rang louder than any shout at that moment. It was the sound of a footfall. Then another. And another. Steps that should have gone silent the moment it hit the ground, now echoed like a divine command, drawing every gaze forward as if the will of the world itself demanded attention. All eyes turned instantly to the entrance. There they saw him. A boy no older than 17, standing tall at 6 feet 3 inches, walking with regal composure, as if he were the emperor of the Zarathorn Empire himself. His purple hair was perfectly arranged, sitting atop his head like a crown. A flawless hairline framed his forehead, catching and reflecting the light of the hall in mesmerizing patterns. His deep purple eyes, a mirror of his hair, were calmer than any still lake. A perfectly built, athletic body spoke volumes of his physique without needing words. His presence alone devoured attention like a black hole swallows light. No one could look away. It wasn't just his lineage, they were all staring at him. Everyone watched, stunned. They didn't believe their eyes. They couldn't believe their eyes. A member of the Duke family. Not just any member, a son. And not just any son, the failed son. The disgrace of the Wargrave. They all knew who he was. They had all heard about him. Every descendant of the Wargrave family was a genius in their own right. That streak had gone unbroken for generations, until him. Until Asher, the youngest heir who had failed his awakening twice. When Asher underwent his third and final awakening, it wasn't just the Wargrave family who listened in. Nobles, powerhouses, and those of status had tuned in, curious and cautious. If Asher failed, it would mark the beginning of the Wargrave's slow and subtle decline. Even if it was just a spark, small and seemingly insignificant, no one knew what kind of flame it might ignite in the future. Handsome. That was the shared thought that echoed through everyone's minds. They had never seen the 10th son before, and certainly not someone so striking. Even though he was widely known as a failure, few were foolish enough to look down on him openly. He may have awakened on his third attempt, and his future might be limited in the eyes of many, but he was still a Wargrave. He still had monsters of unimaginable strength backing him. So unless one had equal status, any scorn or disdain was best buried deep within the heart. In truth, many didn't even care that he had failed his awakening. Thousands failed to awaken every single year. Not everyone was destined for greatness. As Asher walked into the hall, he could feel their stares drilling into his back like invisible spears. He had expected this. Wherever he went, people would always stare because he was the son of a duke. And now they stared harder because he was the failed heir. He continued walking calmly, eyes subtly scanning the hall as he searched for a place to sit and observe the event. The number of chandeliers hanging from the ceiling just to light up one hall is ridiculous, he thought as his gaze moved upward. Eventually, Asher found a seat. But before he could sit down, he heard the soft, deliberate sound of footsteps approaching from behind. He turned his head slightly, only to see a beautiful girl walking toward him, standing at about 5 feet 7 inches, her elegant stride filled with trained grace. She reached him and smiled warmly. "Enjoying the view, 10th son?" she asked, her tone light and inviting. Asher's expression remained impassive as he replied calmly, "Isn't it normal to introduce yourself before striking up a conversation?" "Indeed," she answered, her smile widening. "My name is Darissa Camber, first and only child of Marquis Darian Camber." "A marquis, huh?" Asher thought. In terms of noble rank, they sit just below the emperor and the dukes. Although Darissa was the sole heir of her household, Crimora operated under merit rather than gender. Male or female, it made no difference. The world didn't discriminate. Power was the only thing that mattered. Seeing her smile and properly introduce herself, Asher's expression softened. His impassive face shifted into a slight smile as he responded. "Asher Wargrave, 10th child of the Wargrave household." Darissa was momentarily surprised to see him smile. She had expected to look at his impassive face all day. After all, it was said that the Wargraves never smiled. As the only heir of a marquis household, she had studied the empire in depth, especially the 4 dukes. Her family didn't side with any particular duke. Instead, they maintained good relationships with all of them. As a noble, Darissa had perfect control over her facial expressions. She didn't let her surprise show. She simply smiled back, and the conversation began to flow naturally between them. Though Asher was considered a failure by many, he still bore the name of Wargrave. More importantly, he couldn't be married off to just anyone due to his family's rigid traditional rules. Darissa Camber knew this well. And that was why she didn't hesitate to step forward, to make the first move, to be the first connection. Others soon came to the same realization. In an instant, several nobles began to flock toward Asher, each one eager to make an impression and build a relationship with the 10th son. Asher could only sigh inwardly as he continued greeting them one by one, hearing name after name. He knew that once he saw a person's face and heard their name even once, he would never forget them. His brain had a knack for never forgetting anything, which always worked against him in moments like these. As the royal party went on, families continued to arrive one after the other. The hall continued to brim with discussion and laughter. But Asher noticed something unusual. Within the banquet hall, he hadn't really seen anyone of true importance. Not a single duke or marquis. It was strange. The sons and daughters of the 3 dukes had arrived, but none of their family heads were present, just like in the case of Darissa. She stood here radiant and poised, but her father, the marquis, was unavailable. Asher didn't believe the emperor would host such a grand party just to invite a bunch of children and merchants. It made no sense. Even the children of barons were here, but the barons and baronesses themselves were nowhere to be seen. Although some adults were within the banquet hall, mingling and sipping wine, Asher guessed they weren't truly high up on the social ladder. Their presence was more like that of chaperones or those on the lower social ladder. Suddenly, Asher's head rose as his senses tingled. The ceiling above, from which chandeliers hung like frozen stars, was made of literal glass. Asher's figure reflected on the glass when he gazed up, his eyes narrowing. But he was sure the real banquet was going on above them. Although he couldn't see or sense anyone above, he didn't think his instincts were wrong. He was absolutely convinced the patriarchs and matriarchs of every noble house, and those of extreme importance, were above them, separated by layers of glass and status. Separating the adults from the children, Asher thought as he sipped the wine in his hand in silence, walking calmly through the hall. He had managed to escape the numerous introductions for now. After all, the arrival of the children from the 3 ducal families had drawn all the attention, making people flock in their direction like bees to nectar. Asher had read extensively about the three ducal families during his time in the Wargrave Library. All three of them had powerful bloodlines running through their veins, just like the Wargraves. First was the Ravencroft ducal family, known for their unique beast-taming abilities. After awakening their bloodline, they were able to summon one beast per major rank they reached in life. Meaning, depending on what life rank they ultimately attained, they could summon up to 10 beasts throughout their lives. But that wasn't all. For every beast they summoned, they would randomly and permanently acquire one of that beast's abilities. Even if the beast later died or was sealed off, it didn't matter, its ability remained within the summoner permanently. They could also tame other beasts and positive immovery. However, unlike their natural bloodline summoning that instantly granted them an ability, the same couldn't be said for tamed creatures. Taming did not grant abilities, only bloodline summoning did. Then came the Silvershade ducal family, famed for their bone manipulation abilities. They could harden their bones to insane degrees, increasing speed, durability, and physical strength. They could even create bones out of thin air. It was said that at its peak, their power allowed them to manipulate the bones within their opponents. They were living weapons. Every inch of their bodies could crush, pierce, or tear through many obstacles as if they were paper. Finally, there was the Stormveil ducal family, known for their manipulation of blood. Another terrifying bloodline, they were walking weapons too. They didn't need external blood sources, their own blood could be weaponized. And with Astra, they could even create blood from thin air, just like the Silvershades did with bones. With outrageous control, they could manipulate their enemies, freeze them in place as if time itself had paused, or explode them into blood mist before they could even react. All descendants of these ducal families awakened the same ability within their lineage. Since it was a bloodline, inheritance was guaranteed. However, their strength still depended on control, talent, imagination, and application. Just because a group of people possessed the same ability didn't mean they were on the same level of power. But none of these families had the same no-marriage rule like the Wargraves did. They could marry into other families, though the ducal families rarely allowed this, enforcing strict control over their bloodlines. They only considered marriage outside the family when it was to the prince or princess of the empire itself. As Asher was lost in thought, contemplating the three ducal families and their terrifying bloodline abilities, a thunderous announcement tore through the air like a blade of authority. The royal twins, Prince Vaelric Lux Vanthelmer and Princess Vaelra Lux Vanthelmer, make their entrance. Every gaze turned in the direction the announcement came from, a door. But not the same door through which Asher and the other guests had entered. Huge golden doors opened widely like the gates of heaven itself, radiant and divine in presence. From it, two beings stepped in with regal bearing and soft, measured steps. They were the twins of the royal family, the ones who had turned 17 today, the reason why everyone was gathered here in the first place. Asher observed them silently from the side. They both had chestnut brown hair and deep brown eyes. Their features were perfect, sculpted almost unnaturally as they walked forward gracefully. Everyone else stepped forward to greet the prince and princess of the Zerethorn Empire, bowing with practiced etiquette. But Asher and the children from the ducal families didn't rush forward. They waited at the side, unhurried. So this is them, huh? Asher thought as he moved casually, blending in with the flow. The royal family, too, was a family of bloodline. They possessed the ability to absorb all sorts of energy and release it back in various forms. A frightening power. A broken family through and through. You could punch them with all your might, and they wouldn't even flinch. They would absorb the kinetic force behind the attack instantly. It was with this ability that they had climbed to the rank of emperor during the olden days, establishing their rule. They were walking weapons. Their bodies didn't even need to actively absorb anything. The absorption was passive, like breathing. Yet they could also choose not to absorb if they so wished. Good luck catching them off guard with a sneaky attack, Asher thought as he shook his head faintly, the corner of his mouth twitching. But he knew their weakness. Although they could absorb and store energy, their energy storage capacity could never be infinite. It had a limit and upper ceiling that, once reached, rendered them vulnerable. Their second weakness was weapons. Although they didn't need to block things like punches or shockwaves, attacks from physical blades were different. They had to block or avoid those. After all, a punch was purely kinetic energy, something absorbable, while a blade caused damage through physical penetration. It wasn't just force. It was a combination of material density, shape, and razor-sharp edges. That kind of damage was different, bypassing their absorption ability. So in truth, their ability wasn't really omnipotent. Not by a long shot. Asher continued to stand alone as he watched the party. When is a face-slapping moment going to happen? Or were all those authors just lying? Although it's understandable, nobles only act high and mighty against commoners, Asher thought with a sigh, as he really wanted to see a face-slapping moment. I never thought the 10th son himself would come personally for my birthday party. Asher heard a voice from behind. He turned, his gaze landing on the figure walking towards him, the princess of the Zarathorn Empire, Vaelra Lux Vanthelmer. Would you have preferred another son in attendance or a moon, Princess Vaelra? Asher replied with an expressionless face. Vaelra simply smiled as she spoke. I do not know any sun or moon in particular. Besides, neither of them are my age. Unlike you, who is 17 like me. Asher simply nodded as they continued to talk. So what do you think of the party, Asher, if I'm permitted to call you by name? Vaelra continued with a smile. Of course you are, Your Highness, Asher replied, his own smile appearing. Please call me Vaelra, Vaelra simply stated. Asher simply nodded. Vaelra, the party is kind of fun. Although I've never been to one to actually know that. Is that so? I personally think it's boring. I'm not into these kinds of things. But my brother wanted it. He sees it as an opportunity to strengthen the bond between the Empire and its people. Vaelra walked gently as she spoke. The music rose gently as people began to dance to the tunes. Aren't you going to ask a lady to a dance, Asher? Vaelra spoke as her brown eyes stared into his purple eyes. She raised her hand, expecting him to take it. Asher smiled, his form lowered as he took her hand gently and kissed the back of her hand as he spoke. It will be an honor to dance with the princess of the Zarathorn Empire. But before Asher could even take a step, someone walked up to him and Vaelra with calm strides. Allow me this dance, Princess Vaelra. The boy bowed with respect, his hand on his chest. Maybe another time. I'm already set to dance with the 10th son of the Wargrave, Vaelra declined with easing composure. As Asher and Vaelra were about to walk away, the boy spoke again. Your Highness, the 10th son is the failure of the Wargrave family. You can't be seen dancing with him, or it might indirectly affect your own image. Vaelra instantly paused and turned, her smile gone as she replied, Ryan Silvershade, are you telling me who to dance with at my own party? Her tone dropped the more she spoke. I know I wished for a face-slapping moment, but for it to turn out this way is really unexpected, Asher thought as he watched in amusement. I'm not, Your Highness. I'm merely stating the facts. Genius such as yourself can't be with a failure who only awakened on his third, awakening despite the blood that runs through his veins, Ryan replied, his black eyes meeting the princess's brown eyes. But before Vaelra could even speak, Asher replied, aren't you the son of a duke? Ryan's eyes turned to Asher as he replied, I am. Then tell me, why are you so desperate for attention at this moment? Asher spoke, his purple gaze fixed on the boy before him. The princess can't just be seen. Before Ryan could even finish, Asher cut him off. Are you the emperor that you can order around the princess? But before Ryan could reply, a voice came from the side. It seems some idiot sees my sister as a path to power. It was the prince, Vaelra Lux Vanthelmer. Ryan instantly frowned. He had only wanted to dance with the princess first, then build connections. He didn't want some no-name dancing with her. Ryan Silvershade, I will be having a word with the Duke about this, Vaelric spoke as he arrived. His gaze shifted to Asher, then to his sister. Let's go, Asher, Vaelra spoke, her smile returning as they stepped onto the dance floor. Asher didn't know how to dance, but he could from the original Asher's memories. He simply followed the memories and the princess's movements and mastered it on the fly. I'm sorry for such a sight, Vaelra spoke as she moved. I never thought I would hear a princess apologize, Asher spoke calmly as they both moved to the rhythm of the tune being played. And I never thought a Wargrave could dance or smile, Vaelra replied with a chuckle. Just because the Wargraves are only known for their battle prowess doesn't mean we aren't good at any other thing, Asher replied in a calm tone. Vaelra's gaze shifted to Ryan as she spoke. You seemed ready to fight him for me despite knowing you would lose, her tone teasing. I was never going to fight for you, Vaelra. Besides, who said I would lose? Asher stated calmly as he spun the princess around, his hand interlocked with hers. I never thought I would hear the day someone would say they wouldn't fight for me, Vaelra simply replied, the smile on her face ever present. She wasn't angry at Asher's words. After all, why should Asher fight for someone he just met? Even if she was the princess of the empire, even she wasn't that naive. Asher simply smiled and didn't reply. He simply stated the truth. He had no need to fight over a woman barely a week after his transmigration. Why do you think you wouldn't lose? Ryan has been training since he was 5. I do not think you can match up, Vailra continued to speak. Let's just say, despite my third awakening, I remain a Wargrave Vailra, Asher replied, having no time to list what made him confident. The tune came to an end, and they both came to a halt as they stopped dancing. It was a nice interaction. I hope we meet again. Of course, that is if you survive your true awakening, Vailra spoke as she walked away, moving to interact with other nobles. Asher simply shook his head. He headed towards the door, ready to call it a day. Since no face slapping really happened, he had no reason to be here. Lyra, who had her gaze fixed at the door waiting for her young master, instantly called the coachman the moment she saw Asher. The carriage arrived at the front. Stepping in, Asher simply left, having no intention of remaining here. 2 days were wasted without training. He had better things to do. Before Asher's carriage could even roll away, a figure instantly appeared in front of it, making the coachman halt the carriage abruptly. Before the figure could even utter a word, he was instantly surrounded by the 5 guards in Lyra, all of whom had already drawn their weapons and stood in a battle-ready stance, prepared for combat without hesitation. The figure they surrounded was wearing a butler's uniform. They assumed he might be a servant of the palace, perhaps a real butler. But at the end of the day, that was still a huge might. There was a chance he could be an enemy in disguise, and none of them were willing to take such a risk lightly. Who are you and what do you want? Lyra's voice rang out. The soft, gentle voice she reserved for Asher was nowhere to be found. Her tone was ice cold, matching her sharp and unreadable expression. She recognized the butler. After all, her eyes had been fixed on the entrance of the banquet hall from the moment Asher stepped into it. She knew the figure before them was one of the 2 butlers who had been announcing nobles and people of importance as they arrived at the banquet hall. But Lyra couldn't care less about that fact at the moment. Recognition meant nothing in a place where betrayal could lurk behind familiar faces. Butler simply bowed, his right hand pressed to his chest and his left hand placed respectfully behind his waist. He spoke with formal grace and calm respect. Pardon my intrusion, Knights of Wargrave, but the Emperor demands the 10th son's presence. At the mention of the Emperor, Lyra and the knights instantly frowned. After all, the man presided over the entire empire. To disobey his orders would be nothing short of treason. Still, Lyra didn't budge. She remained unmoved as she replied coldly, "Without a royal order, we aren't obligated to do anything. At the count of 3, if you are still blocking our path, you will be seen as an assassin." At Lyra's words, the knights readied themselves again. Although they were still within the royal palace, and the royal knights were supposed to be responsible for this ground, they didn't trust anyone beyond their circle. 1, Lyra started counting. 2. No need to cause a scene at the royal party, Lyra. Asher's voice came calmly from the carriage as he stepped out with composed strides. 10th son, we can't be sure he was actually sent by the Emperor himself. One of the knights immediately spoke, his figure materializing beside Asher just in case an arrow were to shoot out of nowhere. The knight's instincts had been sharpened by years of service. Lead the way, Asher simply said to the butler, paying no attention to the surrounding tension. Turning to Lyra and the knights, he spoke once more. You've done well for the day. I will be back. With those words, he walked back toward the banquet hall with steady steps. A few minutes earlier, above the grand banquet hall where the royal party was being held, various beings stood silently, gazing down at those who drank, conversed, and laughed below them. Asher's instincts had been right all along. The main royal party was indeed being held above the crowd. In this elevated place, nobles of all ranks gathered in silent splendor, discussing matters of power and legacy. From barons to dukes, even the emperor himself was present, his aura commanding. Outside of the noble class, no one else had access to this floor. This particular gathering was exclusively reserved for the nobility, under the direct orders of the emperor himself. Your son has good senses, Emperor Zoltimir Lux Vanthelmer remarked as his eyes locked with Asher's through the enchanted glass that separated the upper floor from the lower. From below, no one could see anything above. But from above, they could see everything below, every motion, every word, every shift in expression. Duke Azarin Wargrave didn't reply. He simply stood there, gazing down silently at Asher with an expressionless face that betrayed no emotion. At that moment, although all nobles of the empire were gathered on the upper floor, they did not stand as one group. After the formal greetings had been exchanged and pleasantries shared, the nobles naturally separated into smaller factions. Barons and baronesses stood together with a few viscounts and viscountesses in one corner. Counts and countesses gathered with marquises and marchionesses at another side of the hall, discussing matters of trade, territory, and politics. Dukes and duchesses stood near the emperor in another direction, engaging in deeper conversation, likely regarding the empire's grander interests. Although they were all nobles and were technically gathered in one place, there was an unmistakable and rigid division in power, status, and influence. Who knows, he could just be admiring the glass ceiling from below. Duke Rydian Silvershade said with a faint smile. Still, Duke Azurin said nothing. He did not defend Asher, nor did he offer any explanation. He simply took another slow sip from the wine glass in his hand, as though Asher wasn't even his son. If it hadn't been the emperor's personal invitation, none of them would have come, not the dukes, not the marquises, not even most of the counts. Perhaps a few viscounts or barons would have come in hopes of forming connections and strengthening their households, but the higher nobility rarely mingled without purpose. As the nobles continued observing their descendants below, the scene began to shift. Ryan had just approached Vailra, who seemed eager to dance. Smiles appeared on the faces of some of the nobles, some amused, others eager to see how the situation would unfold. They wanted to see if Asher would react like a typical wargrave, impulsive, proud, quick to face confrontation without asking questions. But when they saw him refrain from even drawing his weapon, their anticipation quickly turned to disappointment. They had been expecting a spectacle. It seems your son Asher knows he isn't on par with Ryan Silvershade and decided to back down, Duchess Sivrine Stormville commented from the side, her tone almost approving. It seems your family isn't made up of only brutes after all. That was disappointing. I expected the usual arrogance and reckless display of youth. Duke Movik Ravencroft replied as he casually fed and patted a crow that rested eagerly on his lap. The creature wasn't a summon or a tamed beast. Ravencroft simply had a natural affinity with animals. They gravitated toward them instinctively. They watched as Asher danced with Vailra. Then quite suddenly, Duke Rydian Silvershade spoke. How about a bet, Azurin? Duke Rydian's gaze turned to Azurin, who still seemed unbothered. Curious gazes turned to him from all corners of the hall, wondering what he was about to propose. Seeing that Azurin didn't reply, Duke Rydian continued speaking, a wide grin forming on his lips. A spar between our sons. As for the stakes, let's say 10% of our family's yearly earnings. His words struck like a bomb in the hall. Even nobles who weren't part of the conversation had been listening, and now they turned in surprise. 10% of a ducal household's annual income amounted to thousands of platinum coins. Duke Rydian Silvershade had just placed that down for a simple bet. However, he had the advantage. Ryan had awakened at 15 and had received training even before that. The Silvershade family always knew what their children would awaken as, bone manipulators. Unlike the Wargraves, who could not train beforehand because their weapon and elemental affinities awakened randomly with each descendant. Adding to the fact that Asher had only just awakened, and at 17, no less, Duke Azurin stood no real chance of winning this bet. Everyone in the room knew it. Now all eyes turned to Duke Azurin. Would he accept out of pride and lose a fortune? Or would he cower and refuse to save a few platinum coins at the cost of his family's name? Duke Azurin stood silent. He could feel the weight of everyone's gazes on him. Even the barons were watching, waiting for the Duke's counter. What would he say? What would he do? While Azurin maintained an expressionless face, in his mind he was laughing his lungs out. He had no personal issue or long-standing feud with Duke Rydian Silvershade, but it seemed the man wanted him to suffer some form of loss during this royal party. Since he proposed it, let's make a killing this time, shall we? Azurin thought with a hidden smirk, already counting the amount of money he was about to win in his mind. His thoughts, however, remained buried deep within. On the outside, his face remained completely still, cold, unreadable, and devoid of any emotion. Just when it seemed like Duke Azurin wasn't going to speak, his lips finally parted. 50%. The entire room froze at his words. Did they just hear that right? 50%. 50% of an entire year's earnings of a ducal household. If Duke Rydian's words were a grenade, Then Duke Azarin Wargrave's reply was a nuclear explosion. Even Emperor Zoltimir Lux Vanthelmer doubted his own ears. Even he, an emperor, though unimaginably wealthy, would not stake that amount on a mere bet over children's squabbles. But he said nothing. After all, it wasn't his money. He wasn't the one suffering any potential loss. And besides, the party had just turned into something far more interesting than it had started out. All eyes instantly shifted from Duke Azarin to Duke Rydian like magnets, as if waiting for him to counterbet and raise it to 70%. Duke Rydian Silvershade's expression didn't change drastically, but a subtle frown could be seen if one looked closely enough. That faint crease on his forehead gave away his irritation. The ducal household always ran on yearly incomes, setting aside whatever profits they made for emergencies. Any noble family losing 50% of its yearly income would be financially crippled, whether they were a duke, an emperor, or even a baron. Although these nobles possessed vast savings, funds that could make their yearly income seem like spare change, those savings were never meant for trivial bets. They were meant for war. After all, no one wages war without money. War was an investment. You begin with wealth, and if you win, you gain more than you risked. But if you lose, everything burns down to ashes. Which meant if he lost this bet, a lot of the family's extravagant lifestyle would have to be cut in half, if not more. But Duke Rydian couldn't back down now. He had been the one who initiated the bet to pressure Duke Azarin. But now the tables had turned. The pressure was on him. If he backed down at this point, he would lose face before all the nobles present. Wait, is this a ploy to get the entire bet cancelled? Though he can save his family from disgrace and still save some platinum coins at the same time. Duke Rydian suddenly thought. His eyes turned sharply to Duke Azarin as his thoughts continued to swirl. Even if you are a brute, you're still cunning. But you're still a brute, Azarin. At the sides, the barons and viscounts felt a mix of awe and resentment. They would need years, possibly decades, just to save the amount of money being casually used for this bet. Yet here the dukes were, throwing it around like it was a game. They suddenly felt too poor to even exist in the same room as these people. Rydian, I advise you to make your decision. Asher has already stepped out of the banquet. Duke Movik Ravencroft said with a relaxed smile, clearly enjoying the unfolding show. He was buying time while his son escapes, he thought, before speaking again. Let's do it then. At his words, the Emperor instantly acted. Taking out an orb from his space ring, he spoke firmly. Stop Asher Wargrave from leaving. Inform him that I require his presence. Shock rippled through the room as nobles began moving. They started heading down to the floor below. The bet of the century was about to begin. Present time. Asher walked calmly into the banquet hall once more. As he stepped in, his gaze flickered toward the side as he heard the doors opening, the same doors the royal twins had entered through earlier. The Emperor Zoltimir Lux Vanthelmer has arrived. The Dukes Azarin Wargrave, Movik Ravencroft, Sivrine Stormville have arrived in attendance, along with other noble figures. As the announcement tore through the hall, the music that had been playing ceased instantly. Thoughts paused. Movements halted. Then all eyes turned to the door in collective shock. Many doubted their own senses. They couldn't help but think, the Emperor has made an entrance. They would have never guessed that the Emperor himself would attend this party in person. Everyone instantly bowed in unison, greeting with practiced reverence. We greet His Royal Highness, the Emperor. Emperor Zoltimir Lux Vanthelmer stood with the grace befitting his status. Behind him, the dukes and other nobles stood silently, radiating an imposing presence that dominated the room. I thank you all for accepting my royal invitation, Emperor Zoltimir spoke as his voice, calm and commanding, echoed across the hall. I hope we continue working together to make this empire great. But he continued after a pause, at this moment, we are here for my children, my son and my daughter. And to make the party more interesting, we shall be having a spar between the 10th son, Asher Wargrave, and Ryan Silvershade, both of whom appear to be very much interested in my daughter. At the Emperor's words, eyes immediately turned to Ryan and Asher. Everyone had seen them argue a bit earlier, perhaps over the princess. And now it appeared they were about to fight because of it. Of course, I will not be using my imperial authority to impose this spar, the Emperor clarified. This battle was proposed by Duke Rydian Silvershade and accepted by Duke Azarin Wargrave. He paused again, allowing the nobles and guests to process what he had just said, making it clear that this was not a forced confrontation under royal command. And naturally, he added with a slight smirk, there are stakes involved. The losing household shall pay 50% of their annual income to the victorious one. At Emperor Zoltamir's words, many in the room felt weak at the knees. They mentally began calculating the amount of money at stake in this outrageous bet. But the emperor paid no attention to their reactions. This spar will be taking place outside, and I will personally be officiating the match, Emperor Zoltamir concluded. He then turned and stepped out of the hall. The nobles followed behind him calmly, seemingly unconcerned that the emperor had made the bet public. After all, only the losing side would suffer immense backlash and humiliation. Immediately, everyone began scrambling toward the door, racing to secure the best seats for the upcoming duel between two ducal households. So this was why I was summoned, huh? It seems no noble party ever begins in peace or ends in peace, Asher thought with a tired sigh as people rushed past him in excitement and disbelief. Besides, I didn't even know father would be coming. And for him to agree to a 50% bet, is he that confident in me? Asher couldn't help but smile faintly at the idea that the Primarch had such faith in his abilities. Only if Asher knew. The Primarch had been the one who proposed the 50% stake himself and was simply using his son to make a quick fortune. Asher stepped outside, arriving at a clear, large area behind the castle. Everyone had already gathered around. Some stood on trees as they watched from above in order to catch every moment of the battle. Some stood at the side, some stood at the front. Asher walked to the front, where Emperor Zoltamir had designated as their battlefield. Ryan was already standing there. As the son of a duke who had been raised with discipline since birth, he stood composed and with an air of nobility around him. A calm schadenfreude smile could be seen on his face, which literally interpreted, I'm gonna take my time, enjoy this fight and your pain. Asher didn't return the smile. He simply arrived in front of Ryan with calm strides. He didn't have enough brain capacity to go around caring about or thinking deeply about a guy he had just met a few minutes ago. Emperor Zoltamir arrived between Asher and Ryan and started speaking. This duel will end when one of you gives up or falls unconscious, or when one is about to receive a fatal injury and I step in. No bloodline abilities, no Astra, this is purely physical. He paused, allowing Asher and Ryan to absorb and understand his words. Remember, this duel involves 50% of your household's earnings on the line, so make it interesting. Now draw your weapons, Emperor Zoltamir said with a smile. Virelus flashed into Asher's hands. It gleamed under the moonlight, its silver reflecting the moon's rays. Everyone knew the Wargrave family could awaken soul weapons. Their eyes traced every inch and corner of Virelus, trying to see through her and discern her secrets. Will he show us the ability the rapier holds? They all wondered. To them, it seemed like the only way for Asher to win this spar was to rely on the ability of his soul weapon. But with the Emperor banning the use of bloodline abilities, Asher had no hope, or so they thought. In Ryan's hand, his own sword appeared as he stared Asher dead in the eyes. Seeing both of them ready, the Emperor vanished, his voice sounding like an echo as he disappeared. Begin. Without even waiting for a beat, Ryan instantly blurred forward, crossing meters within seconds, his sword already screaming towards Asher's neck. Asher didn't move. He simply watched the sword approaching his neck. Seeing this, the nobles thought Asher wasn't fast enough to react. Just as the sword was about to connect, Virelus flashed forward. With a resonating clang, the two blades met. Ryan frowned. He couldn't believe Asher had kept up. After all, Asher had only just awakened. Even with the Wargrave's physique, it should have been impossible to match his speed. He moved again, his sword changing targets this time as it sliced toward Asher's chest, threatening to tear it open. Weak, Asher thought. His mind could telegraph everything Ryan did before he even did it, his breath, his muscle contractions, his heartbeat. Asher sensed it all, his omniperception showing everything to him like it was written in a book. Asher didn't bother blocking this time. He simply sidestepped. His right knee instantly swept upward. With a bam, it detonated against Ryan's ribs. Pain exploded at the point of impact, but before Ryan could regain his footing, Asher was already there. Virelus floated in the air, as if giving up on this useless spar. Asher's fist connected with Ryan's temple like a battering ram. Ryan felt his consciousness flicker in and out. He couldn't understand what was happening. One moment he had attacked, and the next he was being beaten down. His eyes couldn't even follow the speed of Asher's movements. But Asher didn't wait. He moved without pausing. A sweeping kick to the knees, Ryan buckled and dropped to the ground. He blinked as his sides crashed against the earth. He opened his eyes just in time to see a fist screaming down from above toward his face. His body reacted on instinct as he instantly threw himself to the side, frantically dodging. But Asher's fist didn't impact the floor beneath him. His hand froze mid-motion, then instantly changed rhythm as his elbow snapped sideways toward Ryan's gut. He could read Ryan. He had already seen him dodging before he even moved. Asher had simply adjusted to Ryan's movements. Ryan's sword instantly flashed as he tried to slice Asher's elbow with its sharp edge and cleave his arm off at once. But in a blur of motion, Asher's body rotated. His torso, waist, and shoulders flowed to the side, his footwork guiding him seamlessly. His hand shot upward like a launched rocket, tearing through the air as it slammed into Ryan's chin. The sound of impact exploded in everyone's ears as the crack of bone and teeth breaking echoed. The force of the impact lifted Ryan off the ground briefly, but before his feet could land again, Asher's knuckles blasted against his nose. Ryan's head jerked backward, his neck following in tandem, before his entire body was dragged by the force and inertia as he rolled backward. Asher walked toward Ryan with calm strides, his purple eyes unconcerned for the boy struggling to stand. Ryan felt pain from every part of his body. His nerves sent only signals of torment. He was still just a kid, he couldn't shut them out. His mind and body ached, but he didn't scream. His father was watching. Yet at the same time, he couldn't believe his eyes. Asher was never supposed to be this strong physically. It was impossible. He couldn't understand how Asher had been so fast that he couldn't keep up with his movements. If only I could use Astra. I could augment my movement and attacks. I would have buried him in bones, his mind raged. He wanted to use his bloodline abilities and Astra, but he knew he couldn't simply throw away the Emperor's orders. His eyes shifted to his father, who looked at him with an expressionless face. He knew, even though the man showed no emotion, that was only because various nobles were gathered here, watching. Otherwise, Rydian's face would have twisted into a frown. Ryan's gaze shifted from his father back to the cause of this impossibility before him. But all his eyes met was a foot crushing down from above like a hammer. It impacted his face with a sickening bam. His head slammed into the ground, and the earth beneath his skull buckled as spiderweb-like cracks spread out. But Asher wasn't done. He removed his foot, crimson blood dripping from it. His leg moved as it changed position. It hovered over Ryan's knee like an ominous UFO, then it crashed downward. Then it came the sound of bones shattering under pure, unrestrained force. Ryan's leg snapped as the bones turned to dust. Ryan couldn't bear the pain anymore. A piercing scream tore through his throat. His voice tore through the air, slamming into everyone's ears like thunder. But Asher didn't care. His foot moved like a viper, instantly crushing Ryan's larynx. Instantly, the scream vanished, as if it had never existed. Asher didn't pause. His foot lifted again. Ryan's eyes widened in horror. Asher was no different than an extremely dangerous Imovira in his eyes. He watched helplessly as the foot crashed down again against his second knee. But he couldn't scream. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't even give up. He needed his voice for that. Asher's foot descended yet again as he crushed Ryan's elbows like they were nothing but twigs. With that, Ryan fell unconscious. He couldn't survive that kind of pain. Asher stood with a calm gaze as he stared down at the mangled boy called Ryan, who now lay half dead. Originally, Asher would have exchanged attacks with his opponents, trying to gain as much battle experience as possible, if there was any to gain. But not this time. If there was anything Asher hated, it was stupid people, people who couldn't mind their own business or simply shut their mouths when it was clearly the better option. He had ignored Ryan, not because he couldn't respond, but simply because he couldn't be bothered. He didn't have the time to argue or fight with someone over a woman he had just met. It wasn't worth his attention. Asher wasn't someone who allowed his emotions to be manipulated so easily. Even as they were about to spar, Asher could feel Ryan's gaze and smug smile. He knew exactly what Ryan wanted, to make him scream, to make him beg, and to make him bleed. So Asher returned the favor, not with a smile or a word, but with his actions. He had no plans to waste his precious time by dragging out the match or allowing Ryan to attack for a while just for show. He simply ended things from the very beginning with overwhelming, brutal precision. He didn't care if people doubted him or speculated about how strong he actually was. Asher wasn't going to hide his abilities. Though he would naturally conceal a few things as a trump card, he wasn't going to act weak or try to match Ryan evenly just because nobles were watching. He wasn't here to play that kind of game. If he had transmigrated into this world as a commoner, that would have been one thing. But he was born as a wargrave, someone with the backing of monsters, both literal and figurative. There was no need for him to play the strong acting weak role. That wasn't his style. The entire clearing had descended into absolute silence. Every single conversation had ceased. No whispers, no murmurs, only wide eyes and gaping mouths as everyone stared on in extreme disbelief. Asher was supposed to be crushed. That was what they expected. But here he was, doing the impossible right in front of their eyes. He overpowered his opponent with speed, strength, precision, and terrifying efficiency. They watched him flow from one attack to another, like a ceaseless tide. Even when Ryan dodged or blocked, it was as if Asher had already seen it coming, like he could peer a few seconds into the future and adjust accordingly. At this moment, only the sound of bones breaking thundered in their eardrums. They heard Ryan scream, but then they saw Asher cut off his screams as easily as he had landed the first blow. The sounds of bones snapping, crunching, and breaking continued, without pause, without hesitation, without remorse, and without an ounce of mercy. Many people swallowed hard. Their bodies reacted involuntarily, a jolt of cold fear running down their spines, as if they themselves could feel just a fraction of Ryan's pain. But none moved. They stood as if frozen in time. This was the failed heir. This was the ruined heir. The disgrace of the Wargrave bloodline. The dim son. If he was a failure, then what were they? They couldn't help but think, the question hammering into their minds. They watched as Ryan, the son of a duke, lay half dead on the ground. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest served as proof that he was still clinging to life. Asher's hands moved with calculated grace. He pulled out a handkerchief from the pocket of his chest coat, calmly wiped the blood from his hands, and dropped the cloth beside Ryan's broken body. Without a second glance, he turned and walked away. He didn't wait for the Emperor to declare a winner. He didn't need to. Even the Emperor hadn't moved, just stared at Asher as he approached. Squish, squish. The sound echoed softly from Asher's shoes, soaked in blood as he walked. His right hand was gently placed across the left side of his chest. His left arm folded behind his back in an elegant, respectful posture as he greeted. I greet His Royal Majesty, the Emperor. At the sound of his voice, the Emperor smiled. He reached out and patted Asher on the shoulder. You've done well, the Emperor said with a nod. Thank you, Your Majesty, Asher intoned respectfully. His gaze then turned toward Azarin, who simply stared at him with golden eyes, expressionless as always. I hope I was able to please the Primarch, Asher said, bowing once more. You did good. You may return as you had planned, Azarin replied calmly, his voice as devoid of emotion as ever. Asher nodded, turned without hesitation, and walked past them. Vireless floated behind him, its body humming softly like a lullaby. Once outside, Asher stepped into the awaiting carriage and left the royal palace, this time without any obstructions. Duke Rydian Silvershade appeared beside the unconscious Ryan in a flash. He bent down, scooped up his son's broken body, and vanished just as quickly. The nobles began leaving one by one, each with their own thoughts swirling in their minds. Some were already itching to gossip about what they had just witnessed, unable to keep such juicy news to themselves for long. But one thing remained undeniably true. The Silvershade family had suffered immense losses today. They had shot themselves in the foot. Emperor Zoltamir and the rest of the dukes had already vanished from the viewing arena, reappearing within the room they were previously in. Azarin, are you sure that Asher Kidd failed his awakening? Duke Movik Ravencroft asked as he sat down gently. A bird flew in from the window and landed on his head like it was nesting, but Movik didn't react. It seemed completely normal to him. Indeed. It seems you fooled Rydian into suffering these losses, Duchess Sivrine Stormville intoned. Let's be clear. Nobody was fooled into anything, Emperor Zoltamir said, his voice even. Rydian was the one who proposed the bet himself. The damage is already done. But I have to say, your son is a monster. Zoltamir added, nodding thoughtfully. His hand-to-hand combat techniques are flawless. If his fists are that good, I wonder how terrifying his sword skills must be. Still, Azarin said nothing. He simply sat in silence, but his mind was elsewhere, counting platinum coins. I should probably return and tell Zerk, he thought, already planning how he would brag about this moment later. Don't you have anything to say, Azaran? Movik asked, lifting the bird from his head and gently petting it. I'm sure Rydian is already rushing home to get his son healed. Azaran's golden gaze turned lazily to Movik. There's nothing to say. This much is expected of all wargraves. Sigh, what did I even expect from you? Movik said with a helpless sigh. Who would have thought your son's confidence during his conversation with the princess wasn't unfounded? Duchess Sivrine said with a soft smile. He simply didn't know her well enough to fight her, as he had claimed. She generally approved of men who didn't think with the equipment between their legs, which was why she found herself liking Asher more and more. You really made a killing this time, Zoltamir said with a chuckle. When do you plan to collect the coins? Azarin seemed to pause in thought for a moment before replying monotonously. Today. I don't have time to be moving around tomorrow. The rest of them nodded. As dukes and people of great power, their schedules were packed beyond belief. And so their conversation continued without Duke Rydian Silvershade, who at that very moment was rushing desperately to the Silvershade estate, trying to save his son's life. Asher sat silently in his carriage as it rolled forward under the moonlight, wrapped in the blanket of the night. At this time, Lyra wasn't with him inside the carriage. She sat on her own horse, riding just beside the moving vehicle. Asher sat with his eyes closed. The window beside him was also shut as he remained deep in thought. He could still feel his boots soaked with the heavy, iron-rich smell of blood. With every part of his body enhanced, especially his senses, the scent slammed into his nostrils like a tidal wave. He felt nauseous. He felt like vomiting, as though he could literally taste the blood on his tongue. But Asher didn't dare throw up. He clenched his jaw and forced everything back in. Asher couldn't be blamed. Prior to his transmigration, when he was still Ethan, he had never been in a single fight, not even a minor scuffle involving a thrown fist. So naturally, Asher hardly ever saw blood. Even when he did, it was either from a minor bruise or a small cut that produced a mere drop and nothing more. But this was different. The only reason he hadn't vomited at this point was due to the 2-day-long massacre of weak beasts that had crossed his path during this journey to the capital. Their blood had stained him repeatedly. Slowly but surely, he had gotten used to its sight and stench. I wonder what it would feel like to kill a person. Asher thought, his mind drifting as he stared blankly ahead. He knew that sooner or later, he would have to fight someone to the death. Asher was sure even a split-second hesitation on his part could lead to decapitation. But he wouldn't hesitate. He didn't plan to. And he knew that this gut-twisting sensation, this nauseating discomfort, would pass eventually. It was only a matter of time. He would adapt. He had to. Besides, that wasn't the only thing bothering him. Something else made his brows furrow at that very moment. His gaze shifted to the system notification floating before him. Detecting mind invasion, mind shield activated. Memory manipulation detected, mind shield activated. His purple eyes stared at the system panel in silence. When Asher had first received this notification, he had been stunned, shocked into speechlessness. But at the same time, it made sense. This was a noble gathering, after all. People who smiled at your face while simultaneously stabbing you from behind. If the system hadn't warned him, if it had just quietly protected his mind, he would have been unaware and completely oblivious. The first system notification had appeared the very moment Asher dropped his handkerchief beside the unconscious Ryan. This meant that whoever had tried to interfere with his mind had waited until the spar ended to make their move. Earlier, during the royal party itself, no one had bothered trying to read Asher's memory. They had all deemed him unimportant. But after witnessing the spar, their curiosity had ignited. They had wanted to uncover what secrets he was hiding. The second system notification came at the exact moment the Emperor, Zoltamir Lux Vanthelmer, touched Asher's shoulder while smiling and congratulating him. It had been such a casual gesture, such a normal action, that without the system's alert, Asher wouldn't have suspected anything. Could it be a coincidence? Asher wondered, placing 2 fingers under his chin in thought. He didn't want to label the Emperor as someone who had tried to manipulate his memory right there in front of 4 dukes. But at the same time, Asher wouldn't put it past him. This was an emperor who had probably been scheming since birth, perhaps even from within his mother's womb. Besides, anyone who possessed the ability to manipulate memories wouldn't go around announcing it to the world. They would be killed instantly, if only to ensure that certain secrets and vulnerabilities remained hidden. Asher's face darkened as another unsettling thought entered his mind. If Emperor Zoltamir is truly behind the memory manipulation, then how much of Father's mind has he tampered with? The idea alone made Asher's stomach churn. And it wouldn't just be Duke Azarin's mind. What about the other dukes? The other nobles? The royal knights? The number of potential victims grew with every second Asher spent thinking about it. But at the same time, there was no way nobles at the level of dukes wouldn't have some means of defending their minds, whether through artifacts or unique abilities. Especially beings of their caliber. Even the slightest tampering should instantly alert them. But that was now when they were already powerful. What about when they were younger? When they were Asher's age, weak, inexperienced, and vulnerable. Back then, they could have easily fallen prey to such manipulation. But also, during that time, Zoltamir himself might not have developed his ability to such a high level. Asher's frown deepened. Emperor Zoltamir. A dangerous man. I must also be wary of others with psychic abilities. Just because only 2 people tried to invade my mind doesn't mean only 2 people possess the ability. His mind drifted to Vaelra Lux Vanthelmer and her twin brother, Vaelric Lux Vanthelmer. As prince and princess of the empire, manipulation and scheming had to be like oxygen to them. Could one or both of them have inherited the emperor's memory manipulation ability? Asher closed his eyes again. The noble circle is truly dangerous. I have to tread carefully, he thought, the intensity in his expression sharpening. The emperor's ability to manipulate memories proved something vital to Asher, something he couldn't afford to forget. Just because someone hailed from a particular bloodline or lineage didn't mean they couldn't awaken a unique, personal ability outside their heritage. Power in this world wasn't always bound by ancestry. Sometimes it was random or fated. Asher sighed. He could choose to warn his father, or he could stay silent. But he wasn't sure how it would all pan out. Though he guessed that noble households, like the dukes and perhaps even emperors of other empires, would have some form of protection against mind attacks, that was just speculation. He could warn Duke Azarin, but who knew how the duke would respond? For all Asher knew, his father and the others might already be under the emperor's influence. This world is dangerous. I wonder how dangerous the Amoveri are, Asher mused, a chill running down his spine. He shook his head, choosing to set everything aside for now. His mind and senses shifted back to the blood on his clothes and the soles of his boots. Yet this time that gut-twisting sensation had disappeared. He no longer felt nauseous. He felt perfectly fine. A small smile appeared on his lips. He hadn't expected to adapt this quickly. By the time Asher arrived at the inn, the night had already deepened. After a long bath and a warm supper, he jumped onto the bed and collapsed into it. Though a part of his mind still reasoned that Ryan's father might send assassins after him, Asher felt no fear. With Duke Azarin here, Ryan's father would be powerless to act. So Asher allowed himself to drift off into sleep. After all, tomorrow marked the beginning of their journey back to the Wargrave estate. What a dangerous world, he thought. That was Asher's final thought before he slipped into the depths of dreamland. In a chamber designed with extreme opulence, exquisite paintings hung on the walls, and golden lanterns were spread out, illuminating the room with a warm, majestic glow. Within the room, a figure stood facing the window, gazing out at the world before him. He was draped in white and black robes, interwoven with golden accents. His cape billowed gently behind him as he stood with a small, thoughtful smile on his face. Emperor Zoltamir Lux Vanthelmer. His mind was on Asher. He couldn't quite understand what the boy had done, how he had so effortlessly dismantled Ryan Silvershade without breaking a sweat. I shouldn't have imposed that rule that limited the spar to physical combat only, Zoltamir thought with a hint of regret. He had established that rule to protect Asher, whom he had believed to be weaker than Ryan. After all, if Ryan had been allowed to use his bone manipulation abilities, who knew what kind of damage he could have caused to the 10th son? I could have gained insight and valuable information about his abilities, Zoltamir mused, the smile never leaving his lips. He even resisted my memory manipulation ability. Does that mean he has awakened some kind of mind protection ability and just doesn't realize it? Zoltamir was lost in contemplation. Someone who possessed a mind protection ability would have known the moment their mind was being intruded upon. They would have reacted, even if subtly. Their eyes would have darted around to find the source, their muscles would have tensed, ready for a fight. But Zoltamir had seen none of these signs in Asher. The boy didn't even flinch. He spoke and walked away with calm strides and steady eyes, completely unaffected. Is it the ability of that sole weapon of his, the rapier? Zoltamir wondered. It seemed like a plausible explanation. He could remember the rapier floating silently behind the boy as he walked past him. Besides, in the Wargrave household, there are records of soul weapons possessing mind-protective abilities. Just like them, Zoltamir thought, his ever-present smile sharpening ever so slightly. Although I didn't use the full extent of my ability, just to keep it hidden from the dukes. Zoltamir reflected calmly. He hadn't unleashed the full power of his memory manipulation ability on Asher due to the presence of the dukes and other nobles. Maintaining the secrecy of such a rare and dangerous skill was more important than a brief probe into the boy's mind. He didn't believe Asher, or his weapon at their current levels, could possibly resist him if he truly tried. Although his ability was called memory manipulation, it allowed him more than just altering memories. He could also read them. After all, one must read a memory before they can manipulate it. He could choose to read and then simply not tamper with it. That had been his plan, to scan Asher's mind quietly, then decide his next course of action on a later date. But his ability had a notable limitation. It required physical contact. That was why he had placed his hand on Asher's shoulder. Did Azarin's 10th son really awaken only a week ago? If so, how is he already this strong? And if he didn't, and instead awakened at 15 on his first try, why would the Wargraves hide it? If they had planned to keep it secret, Azarin would never have allowed Asher to win. He wouldn't have accepted Rydian's bet in the first place. Zoltamir's thoughts spiraled. Based on the information his spies had reported from within the Wargrave household, Asher Wargrave had awakened recently, something that now seemed more suspicious than ever. Have the Wargraves finally started using their brains? Zoltamir scoffed inwardly. I should adjust my plans, but I'll need to tread carefully. I don't have to worry about Azarin. He doesn't care about politics, only his spear. But his first son, Malric Wargrave, is a problem. Malric was ridiculously talented, to the point that no one had ever witnessed the full extent of his abilities. Because if they had, they'd already be dead. His only supposed weakness was his love for his siblings, but that wasn't a weakness at all. They were a family of monsters. What truly set Malric apart wasn't just his strength. It was his mind. He could think deeply, strategically, coldly. He could act on impulse when needed, but remain calculated and docile when the moment demanded it. Zoltamir recalled the time he had kidnapped Malric's personal butler, attempting to extract information from his memories. But before his people could even reach the secure destination, Malric was already there, waiting. As if he had planned the entire thing. As if he had seen it all coming. Although Malric was younger than Azarin, it had been speculated repeatedly that he had already surpassed his father in terms of power. Of course, many dismissed this as absurd. Azarin was monstrously strong, ridiculously so, and to surpass him, one had to be a god among men. Even Zoltamir didn't believe the rumor and had tossed it aside as nonsense. But whatever schemes he threw at Malric, the boy responded with terrifying precision, not just defending, but counterattacking in brutal fashion. He wiped out everyone involved, down to their families, their friends, and even their allies. Malric was ruthless in every sense of the word. Sometimes Zoltamir wondered if Malric even loved his siblings, considering the kind of merciless behavior he displayed. He remembered clearly the time Malric wiped out an entire Count noble household, because the Count had looked at the fifth moon with suggestive eyes and an inappropriate smile. Zoltamir had suffered immense losses under Malric's hand in his efforts to discover the young man's weaknesses, to find some kind of hold over him, anything, really. But in the end, neither of them could move directly against the other. One was the Emperor. The other was already set to be the next Primarch. They couldn't just clash in the open, not yet. Sigh, this Wargrave family keeps giving me a headache every new day. How many monsters can a single bloodline possibly produce? Zoltamir thought with a sigh. He had once entertained the theory that Malric had awakened an ability that allowed him to see the future, but it remained just a theory. And besides, the future was ever-changing. In terms of political power and raw combat strength, Malric stood untouched. Nobles didn't even dare blink in his direction. Even the dukes exercised caution around him, because no one knew what truly lay behind that unnerving smile of his. 3 weeks had passed since Asher left the capital and returned to the Wargrave estate. Within this time, Asher's name had spread rapidly among both noble households and commoners alike. Some claimed he had been pretending to be weak all along and had only unleashed his true abilities at that very moment. Others argued that he was simply that talented from the beginning. There were even wild rumors saying he had killed 1,000 immoveri on the day of his awakening. Numerous stories and exaggerated rumors started to spread like wildfire, igniting curiosity and awe across different regions. But within the Wargrave estate, nothing had changed. No one congratulated Asher. No one praised him. No reward was given, not even from Azarin, who had earned thousands of platinum coins through his 10th son. As a Wargrave, winning was expected. It wasn't something to be rewarded or to be surprised about. Victory for them was tradition, an obligation, not an accomplishment. Still, although the suns and moons wouldn't speak of it openly, they had indeed been surprised. After all, the only ones who truly knew the full extent of Asher's capabilities were Azarin, who had watched from a distance, and the instructors at the first training ground who had personally witnessed him breeze through each stage of training. Within these 3 weeks, Asher had made remarkable progress with every area of his training. He had pushed his body to its absolute limits, increasing his mastery of both lightning and astral control, while also striving to raise his life rank. Day by day, hour by hour, he moved with discipline and purpose. His dedication never wavered. Tomorrow, Asher would be fighting his first monster within the first training grounds monster subjugation training. At this moment, he was currently sparring with Clinton, the weapons instructor, the only one capable of keeping up with Asher at this point in his growth. Asher no longer wanted to continue holding back just so he could spar with other students and gain combat experience from them. He realized it was far more effective to go directly to the source, Clinton himself. Whenever he finished digesting the gains from a sparring session and Clinton was unavailable, Asher would approach the other instructors, who were often observing from the sidelines, and propose a spar. He knew he had much to learn from each of them. From Harold, he learned how to channel raw power and brute force with extreme precision and efficiency. From Aloan, he learned movement techniques and the fine details of application. From Vyark, he discovered deeper insight into Astra and its usage, observing the man closely as he used the energy during their spars. As for the 3 talented 17-year-olds in the first training ground, Asher had made quick work of them with utter ease. If Ryan had appeared helpless in front of him, then these 3 were even more powerless, mere obstacles rather than challenges. With a heavy boom, 2 silhouettes clashed with detonating force, then vanished once more. Their figures flickered across the entire expanse of the first training ground. Only sound echoed in the air, and showers of sparks illuminated their paths as they moved with breathtaking speed and precision. Their forms tore through the atmosphere, crossing distances in the blink of an eye without even pausing or slowing. Their attacks were consistent, deliberate, and remarkable, each one carrying intent and execution honed through unceasing repetition. Clinton moved smoothly as he sparred with Asher, his face expressionless and calm. His black eyes followed every one of Asher's movements, as if they had been printed and posted on a notice board. He blocked, parried, sidestepped, and countered with seamless and fluid motion, like a master dancer performing to an invisible rhythm. Throughout the entire 3 weeks of sparring, Clinton had never once corrected Asher on anything. He simply observed, allowing the boy's talent to guide him. He could feel Asher's intense gaze, those piercing purple eyes, boring into him with every exchange, as though Asher sought to absorb and devour every fragment of knowledge he possessed. But Clinton didn't object. He moved without resistance, feeding Asher's curiosity and hunger for skill. Asher learned through observation and instinct, improving with each step and swing. Clinton couldn't help but smile internally at the progress. Still, assisting Asher in his growth did not mean they were equals. In fact, throughout many of their spars, Clinton had thrown Asher around like a ragdoll. He had inflicted numerous injuries on Asher's body. After all, if Asher truly wanted to learn, he had to be willing to pay the price. Pain, after all, was part of growth, and Asher needed to get used to it. At this moment, Asher was struggling. His body trembled from exhaustion, sweat dripping down his back and face. His chest rose and fell rhythmically, trying to regulate his breath and maintain balance. His muscles burned. His limbs ached. But his purple eyes remained calm and unwavering. He didn't frown. He didn't speak. He didn't complain. He simply continued pushing his body to its limits with each passing day, with every rising of the sun. Suddenly, Asher's gaze snapped upward. From above, a broadsword dropped like a meteor in free fall. But Asher knew better. It wasn't random or uncontrolled. Exhaustion weighed heavily on his limbs as he tried to defend. Wireless, his weapon, flashed upward, intercepting the attack at the last possible moment. A violent jolt ran through his body. One of his legs buckled, and he fell to one knee, but he instantly rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the follow-up strike. Clinton gave him no time to rest. His broadsword swung again, the air splitting apart as it roared toward Asher's flank. Asher's footwork saved him, guiding him backward with expert timing, but even then the attack grazed his side. A thin line of blood appeared where his skin tore. Still, neither of them paused. They didn't speak. Their blades did all the talking. Asher counterattacked this time. Wireless thrust forward in quick, successive bursts of speed, but Clinton parried each one effortlessly, as though dealing with a beginner. His broadsword then streaked toward Asher's chest, stopping just inches away as Asher stood frozen, unable to react further. "Nice work today," Clinton said, finally breaking the silence as he looked at the small monster in front of him. "Thank you, sir," Asher replied, barely standing. He knew he was on the verge of collapsing. He had pushed himself to the brink as always. But he also knew that after a little rest and sleep, he would return to peak condition once again. "From tomorrow onward, you'll begin your monster subjugation training. I wish you luck, 10th son," Clinton said with a small smile. "Thank you for your guidance, instructor." Asher responded, turning and slowly heading toward the exit. Every step he took made his body feel like it weighed 1,000 pounds, like he was dragging a mountain behind him. But he moved without complaint, without pause. "Don't you think it's cheating at this point, 10th son?" a voice called out from the side. Asher didn't need to turn to recognize it. It was Ella, one of the 3 talented students within the first training ground. "It's all thanks to the Wargrave bloodline." Asher replied simply, flashing a smile. "We'll finally see you in the monster subjugation training. I could offer some tips if you'd like." Another voice chimed in. It was Tom, the second of the trio. Asher shook his head as he spoke. "No need. I will watch and learn through the instructor's guidance." Tom smiled at Asher's words, but offered no reply. He simply walked beside him calmly. He too had pushed himself to the limits. Having a son within the training ground had motivated the 3 of them more than they expected. Within the past 3 weeks, the 3 talented kids had found themselves gradually drawn to Asher. At first, they kept their distance. He was a son after all. But after seeing him smile and respond gently and calmly to a few passing conversations, their perception of him shifted. They started to grow closer. "Who keeps healing all these injuries you accumulate?" the last of the trio asked. "I know the Wargrave household probably has individuals with healing abilities, but wouldn't the Duke come for Instructor Clinton's head at this point?" His name was Hito. Although Hito understood that Wargraves were all about battles, combat, and glory through war, what Asher was currently doing still felt absurd to him. Asher sparred with Clinton each day, receiving injuries that would take down most others on their level, only to come back the next morning as good as new, ready to fight again. But this was something Asher had personally requested. He didn't just want to spar with Clinton. He had asked Clinton to intentionally exploit any gaps he noticed in his attack sequences and to inflict injuries when necessary. Not lethal ones, of course, but injuries sharp enough to serve as reminders. It was how Asher chose to learn, by experiencing pain, memorizing it, and adapting to avoid repeating the same mistake. He knew that in real combat, an opponent would not let such openings slide. Besides, according to the information Lyra had shared, the Primarch had already left the Wargrave estate for an unknown location. "It's nothing. This is my path," Asher replied to Hito as they stepped out of the first training ground. The sun had already dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows over the stony grounds. "As long as I don't lose a body part or sustain injuries to any vital organs, the family won't interfere," he concluded. "Even though you're a monster in human skin, just don't collapse out of nowhere," Hito said with a deadpan expression. "I don't want to be jailed under suspicion of murder by association. I'm still young and still a virgin." Ella and Tom chuckled at Hito's antics before bidding Asher farewell. "Good night, 10th son," they both said almost in unison, heading toward their respective rooms with Hito trailing after. Asher watched the trio walk away, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He then turned and began walking in the opposite direction. After a short walk, he arrived at a place made entirely of stone, a lifeless area where not a single flower or weed dared to grow. Standing in the middle of it, Asher spoke calmly. "You can bring it now, Lyra." Within seconds, Lyra's figure materialized before him. But she did not come alone. Beside her stood a beast, trembling uncontrollably. It was clearly being suppressed by Lyra's overwhelming presence. The beast didn't even dare to growl or flinch. It stood completely frozen, instincts screaming in terror. Asher walked forward without hesitation. Vireless materialized in his hand, and in one swift motion, he thrust it downward. The rapier pierced clean through the beast's skull and into its brain. The creature didn't even have time to scream. With a single thought, the Crimson Pact activated. The beast's blood flowed upward, absorbed by Vireless. Despite the rush of red, Vireless retained its silver hue, almost as if unwilling to stain itself with the blood of such a lowly creature. Asher's wounds began to heal gradually. His skin knit back together, muscles reconnected, and in just a few moments, every injury was gone, completely restored as though they had never existed. "Thank you," Asher said as he turned to face Lyra. "It is my duty, young master," Lyra replied with a graceful bow. Then, without needing any instruction, she began cleaning the stone floor, removing the blood and carcass with practiced ease. This was how Asher healed his injuries each night. He didn't need to rely on healers within the estate. And although Ella, Tom, and Hito had asked, he had no plans of telling them his method. Asher didn't walk back to his room. This time he vanished in a flash of silver light, teleporting directly to his room using Position Marker, one of Vireless's known abilities that he rarely utilized. Upon arriving in his room, his first move was to remove the sweat-drenched clothes, clinging to his skin like a clingy X. He quickly showered, changed into fresh clothing, and felt the first waves of comfort roll over his sore muscles. He sat on his bed, back straight, before eventually allowing himself to drop backward. His body sank into the mattress as he stared at the ceiling in silence, his mind racing with thoughts. It drifted back to his past life. There, he hadn't needed to go through any of this. No training, no fighting, no constant pain. All he had to do was wake up, go to class, hang out with friends, and cruise around with Jennifer. His thoughts shifted to the orphanage where he had grown up. Unlike most children who search for their biological parents to understand why they were abandoned, Ethan, his past self, had done the opposite. He had chosen to forget. They never crossed his mind. How could people he had never met mean anything to him? That chapter of his life had been closed long ago. Jennifer had encouraged him on several occasions to try and find them, but Ethan remained indifferent. "I wonder how she is now," he thought as his purple eyes remained fixed on the ceiling. "I hope she found someone better than me." Even in this moment of reflection, his body did not rest entirely. Asher was still cultivating. Astra flowed gently through every vein in his body, reinforcing his muscles, bones, and pathways. Within these past 3 weeks, Asher had grown frustrated by the need to sit in a lotus position, with his eyes closed every time he wanted to cultivate. The process felt limiting. After nearly 2 weeks of trial and error, he had finally succeeded in mastering a method to draw Astra into his body without needing a specific posture. Now he could cultivate even while walking or resting in bed, as long as he wasn't making any drastic movements. In this world, everyone who had awakened would passively absorb Astra through their veins. It was how their Astra replenished naturally over time. However, when they desired to speed up the process, they would actively cultivate by drawing Astra with intent. "I wonder what tomorrow's monster subjugation will be like," he thought with a small smile. Although he had killed several beasts and monsters during his journey to the capital and back, he was curious to see what this specific training would entail. There was always something new to learn. Him fighting a few beasts on his journey didn't suddenly make him a battle god or anything. With that thought lingering in his mind, Asher's lips parted slightly, and he murmured aloud. "Status. Name Asher Wargrave. Age 17. Bloodline the Wargrave lineage. Physique absolute physique. Titles youngest heir, 10th son, disgrace of the Wargrave, unique body holder. Life rank Feinstar. Sub-life rank Radiant. Affinity lightning. Strength 58 right arrow 69. Agility 59 right arrow 70. Vitality 58 right arrow 59. Perception 60 right arrow 61. Asher scanned his system with a smile on his face. Within a month, he had broken through another 2 minor life ranks. But he knew that when he made another breakthrough to the next major life rank, Kindle Star, his cultivation speed would significantly slow down. His strength and agility had both increased by 11 points, while his perception and vitality increased only by a single point. Perception and vitality are really hard to increase, Asher thought to himself. It also seems like each minor rank adds 5 points to my strength and agility, Asher continued mentally. The extra 1 point comes from breaking the limit of my body. But isn't 1 point a bit too little? Asher couldn't help but complain silently. He sighed and rose from his bed the next second. Lyra was already there with dinner. He wanted to just eat and get back to training. The Wargrave's true awakening would be happening in 5 months, and he couldn't afford to waste any time at all. After eating, Asher climbed into his bed and dozed off. He had been pushed to his limits during the sparring session earlier, and he needed sleep before he could continue again. Within these 3 weeks, Asher's lightning control had shown tremendous results. He could now coat Wireless in lightning, just like he did with himself. His lightning could now take various shapes. This was one of the reasons he was eager to get into the monster subjugation training quickly, so he could test the results of his training from this past month. The hours slipped by as Asher slept. He woke up by 1 a.m. in the morning and immediately resumed his training. He had 5 full hours of personal training before the main training session began at 7 a.m. With Asher's focused look, the sound of thunder echoed once in a while as he trained, his astral control deepening. Sweat clung to his skin once again, his muscles tightening as he honed his movements. Hours passed, and Asher prepared to head to the first training ground once more. The drill went on, and soon evening started to arrive, bringing with it the time for monster subjugation. Your first time in the monster subjugation training. I wonder how the 10th son will perform, Ella spoke with amusement as she walked beside Asher. Beside both of them were Hito and Tom, who walked with their hands in their pockets quietly. Walking through a corridor, they arrived at a space larger than the weapons training ground. Trees rose and spiraled outwards, forming a dome-like shape. A man could be seen sitting mid-air, as if the air itself suspended him in place. Anthony looked around. He could see former trainees like him. All of them had qualified after the 1-month weapons training session. Drake, the monster subjugation instructor, opened his eyes and turned to face them. It seems we have some new faces with us, he spoke. His voice was calm, but neither firm nor authoritative. It was simply flat. I will explain what happens during this training. Just as the name implies, you are here to kill monsters. I won't teach you or guide you. You are to learn through the art of battle and injuries. I will only interfere if any of you are about to die or receive serious injuries. Aside from that, expect nothing more from me, Drake said flatly and lazily. You're speechless, right? Tom's voice came from behind, sounding gentle in Asher's ears. Asher was indeed speechless. He had expected some form of instructions, but the instructor was throwing them straight into battle and letting them learn through pain. It was certainly an effective method, but these were still kids. I shouldn't use Earth standards for Crimora. People here are built differently. Asher reminded himself mentally that everyone here was a superhuman. From within the trees, a man stepped out and bowed towards Instructor Drake. The man didn't speak and just stood there as if he were awaiting instructions. Daniel, whisper, Drake's voice came as he remained floating midair. The trainee named Daniel stepped forward when his name was called. The man bowing behind Drake vanished. Within seconds, he reappeared with a whisper-ranked beast beside him. Asher simply watched from the side, deep in thought. It seems names are called out, and then the rank of the beast is revealed. It didn't seem like Daniel's first rodeo as he moved backward, a bow in hand as he knocked arrows at the monster. The beast, a snake, slithered out of the way, easily dodging the arrow as it instantly rushed toward Daniel. But Daniel didn't panic. The arrow seemed to change trajectory mid-air as it streaked back toward the snake once more. Its tail flickered with a sharp burst of sound and power, instantly shattering the arrow from behind. As the snake reached Daniel, it launched itself, its mouth opening with a wicked hiss as its fangs extended outward, threatening to sink into Daniel's neck. Daniel's body reacted instantly, moving in harmony with the balance and movement training taught in Alohan's course. With a hard expression on his face and his muscles tensed, Daniel twisted out of the way. His hand flashed backward as he grabbed an arrow from his quiver. Without hesitation, he lashed out. The arrow sank into the snake's eye. The sound of flesh tearing echoed, followed by a sharp hissing noise as the monster thrashed in pain and rage. But it was all useless. Daniel was already on one of the nearby trees, 3 arrows flying out in rapid succession. With precise aim, the arrows connected with the snake's head and its remaining eye, instantly killing it. Daniel wiped the imaginary sweat from his forehead before returning to his original position calmly. The man appeared once more, then vanished with the snake's carcass, leaving no trace behind. Asher watched quietly, waiting for his name to be called. He noticed that Drake seemed to have a way of identifying people's fighting capabilities without even knowing their life rank. But Asher wasn't surprised by this revelation. People possessing extreme battle senses existed in almost every novel and anime he had read or watched back on Earth. Or in Drake's case, it might be a unique ability. Still, Asher couldn't help but wonder how many abilities the man possessed. The instructor could also fly, after all. From what Asher had read, no known life rank allowed for flight in this world. Anyone defying gravity either had it as a unique ability, or it was an advanced application of their existing powers or bloodline. Asher shook his head, deciding to stop thinking about what kind of ability the instructor might possess. He also seems to match trainees against monsters that can cover their weaknesses. Asher thought as he continued watching the unfolding events. Take Daniel, for example. He was an archer. Archers were usually considered vulnerable once enemies closed the distance, and Drake had precisely used a monster that could do just that against him. Snakes were slippery, fast, and reactive. It could easily dodge arrows, close in quickly, and also see through most hiding methods with their natural thermal vision. "Hello," Echo Drake announced suddenly. Ella smiled and responded, "I hope you're ready for a show, 10th son," she said sweetly as she walked forward with that same smile gracing her lips. "I hope you don't get tossed around," Asher couldn't help but reply, a smirk tugging at his lips. As one of the strongest within the first training ground, Ella was paired against an Echo-ranked monster. Echo-ranked beasts generally possessed abilities, but not all Echo-ranked monsters were on the same level. Some were simply faster, stronger, and had more dangerous or practical abilities than others. But the people of Crymora didn't see the need to classify these monsters any further. Just like how people could be on the same major life rank but possess different minor ranks, the same principle applied to monsters and beasts. They might share a classification but vary greatly in actual strength. Ella stood calmly, her posture relaxed but confident as she waited for her opponent. Soon her adversary arrived, a black and red bear standing over 2 meters tall, with blood-red eyes that looked as though they had long since sunk into madness. But Ella didn't even blink. Her expression shifted. That soft smile disappeared the moment she stepped forward. In the monster subjugation training, there were no restrictions. Everyone was allowed to battle, using everything they had. There were no starting signals, no countdowns, and certainly no time to prepare, just like on any real battlefield. The wild bear roared with full force, its voice rumbling through the area like a shockwave, but Ella wasn't here to enjoy its concert. Without a word, she vanished from her location. In the blink of an eye, she appeared near the beast. Her fist shot out toward the bear's head like a launched cannon. The beast was caught off guard. Most humans allowed it to roar to its heart's content before battle truly began, but this female didn't follow those rules. Seeing the incoming fist, the bear reacted. Its fur extended outward, morphing into sharp spikes that threatened to tear through Ella's incoming punch like spears. Ella's eyes instantly squinted. She knew she couldn't stop her attack mid-motion. It would create an opening the beast could exploit. With nothing but a thought, the water element bloomed around her. A swirling circular platform formed just in time, stopping her fist from connecting directly and being shredded. The bear didn't waste any time. Its paw lashed out with explosive force, slicing through the air. The wind tore apart in its wake as the bear's claws came down toward Ella's entire body. But her expression didn't even shift. Her body moved fluidly, her fist shooting out again and meeting the paw head-on. A thunderous boom rang out as their attacks collided. The ground beneath their feet cracked and buckled under the pressure. Ella's sharp eyes noticed the bear's fur beginning to move again. She reacted instantly, her form blurring as she darted backward, narrowly avoiding another barrage of fur spikes. The bear entered a frenzy, unleashing a furious storm of spikes. Ella went on the defensive, weaving between each projectile with remarkable footwork. Behind her, anything the spikes touched was obliterated instantly. Trees were torn through like paper, and debris scattered in all directions. But Ella didn't panic. She knew the bear didn't have infinite fur to shoot. All she had to do was remain calm and keep dodging. She had the speed and the stamina to outlast the beast's wild assault. And just as she had predicted, the barrage ended within seconds. Still, she didn't rush in. She raised a hand slowly, her eyes locked on the beast. Water swirled midair and then surged forward, forming a swirling cocoon that enveloped the bear's head. It was deprived of oxygen almost instantly. The bear flailed. Its paws reached up, desperately trying to tear the water away from its face, its body shaking violently as it panicked. But Ella wasn't done. She wouldn't leave such an opening unpunished. Astra burst beneath her feet, launching her forward like a bolt of lightning. In a single breath, she stood before the bear again. Her fist clenched tightly as she channeled Astra into it. Without hesitation, she struck, punching forward like a rocket launched with all its might. The air itself recoiled under the force of her punch. A loud bam echoed, followed by a sickening sound of flesh ripping apart. The bear's belly exploded outward like a ruptured drum. The force of the punch shot straight through the beast's body, blowing out its back and tearing open a massive hole as if it had been struck by a missile. Blood, entrails, and gore splashed across Ella's body, but she didn't react, not even a blink. The bear's lifeless body fell with a heavy thud, its blood pooling beneath it, dyeing the ground red. Ella turned calmly and walked back to her position without a word, as though nothing had happened. Asher looked at Ella, who used her water ability to wash away the blood on her body and clothes, leaving her completely soaked. If I didn't know you, I would have thought you had a grudge against that bear. Tearing open a huge hole like that is insane, Tom couldn't help but comment, still stunned by her brutal finish. Well, what can I say? I just need a stronger Echo-ranked beast, Ella spoke confidently, wringing out her sleeve as water dripped from her hair and chin. Why don't you go fight a Vale-ranked beast then? Hito asked from the side, his tone flat but teasing. I will when the instructor agrees, Ella replied with a smirk. Deep down, though, she knew she couldn't win against a Vale-ranked beast. The bear she had just fought was on the lowest end of the Echo-ranked spectrum. Your hand-to-hand combat never ceases to amaze me. Many women with the ability to control water would just focus entirely on that. Asher remarked from the side, genuinely impressed. I'm different from everyone else. Outside of those broken bloodline abilities, I'm sure I stand somewhere at the top, Ella boasted, her words laced with a charming smile and confidence that shimmered in her eyes. But Asher didn't reply. He simply smiled softly to himself. He knew better than to underestimate the world. There was always someone stronger, someone more talented, someone hidden away. Who knew what talents the Dukes were sheltering? Who knew what monsters the other empires had yet to reveal? Although Asher would love to declare himself the most talented of all, it was better to kill off any form of pride or arrogance before it rose too high. There could be people far better than him. Worse, there could be other transmigrators or reincarnated individuals with systems, cheats, or blessings from mysterious entities. I want to see what the 10th son is capable of. Hito spoke, his eyes narrowed, lost in thought as he looked toward the arena. He'll probably go last. The best are always saved for last, Tom replied casually, resting his hands behind his head. Their conversation continued as more trainees stepped up to face monsters. Many were just one misstep away from death, and a number of them had to be saved by Drake before disaster struck. Serious injuries were handed out like snacks. The man who brought the beasts always healed them afterward with calm precision, returning them to their feet. Not everyone was like Ella, capable of blowing up their opponent with a single fist. Of course, Asher saw a few promising trainees in the mix, but for now they were still too unrefined, too green. He couldn't wait to face the real prodigies, the overpowered children of dukes and royals. Not weaklings like Ryan. He wondered how strong individuals like Valeric and Valera Lux Vanthelmer were. After all, they were the royal prince and princess of the empire. Children like that would have been trained since the moment of their birth. Not just in battle, but in strategy, elemental theory, and ancient knowledge. Asher couldn't help but smile at the thought of facing them. I'm turning into a battle maniac every single day. This bloodline is really a problem, Asher thought. Whenever he found himself enjoying the thrill of battle, he would always blame the Wargrave bloodline. But deep down, he knew the truth. His love for fighting had nothing to do with genetics. Bloodlines awakened abilities. They didn't influence behavior or desire. Tom, Echo, Drake's voice echoed again, this time from above, as he floated lazily in the sky without so much as a flap or gesture. Tom didn't say a word. He simply stepped forward, a huge hammer resting across his shoulder. He looked ready to break down anything in his path with sheer, crushing force. In front of him stood a feline predator. Its body was sleek, covered in black fur that shimmered faintly under the light. Its tail swayed behind it like a whip, eyes narrowed as it locked onto Tom with a predator's gaze. Matching him against a speed-type monster since he's a strength type, Asher thought silently as he observed the pairing. The monster didn't wait, it pounced forward like a flash of death. Its claws were already just meters away from Tom's face, its movements silent and deadly. But Tom had predicted this. Felines always behaved like this, stealthy, fast, and aggressive. The moment his name was called, Tom had already channeled Astra into his feet. In a sudden burst of motion, his figure blurred. The monster's claws sliced through an afterimage that lingered where Tom had stood. He was already beside the feline beast, his hammer crashing down from the side with terrifying force. But the feline turned into a blur itself and vanished into a gust of wind. Its tail streaked through the air, aiming to slam into the back of Tom's skull. But Tom was ready. His hands snapped out. He caught the tail mid-swing, dragging it backward with raw power. With his hammer raised in the other hand, he swung with devastating intent. But the feline predator wasn't just fast, it was clever. Instead of defending or dodging, it attacked. Its claws shimmered under the light as it shot them straight for Tom's throat. It went for mutual destruction. Tom had no choice but to let go and dodge. It was his throat, after all. With a rapid body shift, he bent backward, his spine arching in an impossible angle, his back nearly parallel with the earth beneath him. The feline's claws swiped past where his throat should have been. If that attack had landed, he would have died instantly. No healer could fix a torn-open throat like that. As the feline landed on all fours, it instantly vanished. Tom frowned, narrowing his eyes as he realized he had lost visual contact with the beast. Invisibility. That's its ability, he realized instantly. But Tom wouldn't wait to be ambushed. He raised his hammer and activated his own ability. Tom's ability allowed him to increase the mass of anything he touched, yet to him, the weight remained the same. He raised the hammer with both hands to the sky. Its form remained unchanged, but its mass increased exponentially. What had once been manageable in weight now carried the density of a collapsing star, but to Tom, it still felt light. That was what made him terrifying. He could make a pencil weigh tons. And while it would feel feather-light in his hand, once it struck someone, the result would be catastrophic. Tom's hammer came down with explosive intensity. The entire forest quaked. A ravine formed underneath the sheer pressure. Gusts of wind tore through the trees, toppling them like twigs in a storm. Since he couldn't locate the invisible feline, he decided to simply destroy everything. And just as he had predicted, the feline reappeared. His destructive attack had disrupted its invisibility. Without hesitation, Tom hurled his hammer at the beast. The feline vanished again, streaking sideways in a burst of speed, but that was part of Tom's plan. He couldn't keep up with it in speed, so he would force it into predictable movements. As the feline dodged, Tom was already there, waiting. The weight of his fist had already shifted. His punch connected with the feline's skull. With a thunderous blast, blood and bone exploded across the ground. The creature's head was forcefully exploded to bits, and the forest fell silent once more. The battlefield smelled of death, raw power, and iron. Tom cast a brief glance at the lifeless feline predator before strolling over to retrieve his hammer. With a faint smile tugging at his blood-streaked face, he turned to the group, his posture relaxed, confident. He needed no reminder. Tom was fully aware of the sheer danger his ability posed. Its versatility and overwhelming power left little room for doubt. In terms of raw, unadulterated strength, he had already accepted that he reigned supreme. As always, the man appeared without warning, silently collecting the carcass before vanishing just as swiftly as he had come. "I must admit your abilities are quite devastating," Asher remarked, unable to hold back his thoughts. He could already envision the scale of destruction Tom could unleash, toppling an entire empire should he ever decide to. "I'm well aware." "No need to remind me," Tom replied with a smirk, his tone tinged with undeniable arrogance. Ella, standing off to the side, rolled her eyes. "Why the arrogance? Someone with superior speed, could end you before you even get the chance to activate that flashy power. As she spoke, her water swirled gently around Tom, washing the blood from his body in smooth, controlled waves. The monster subjugation training pressed on, and soon it was Hito's turn. Hito. Echo Drake's voice rang out once more from above, calm but lazy. Hito said nothing. He merely stepped forward, his expression unreadable. As expected, the enigmatic man appeared again, but this time he was not alone. 5 monsters accompanied him, but one stood out in particular. Towering over 2 meters tall while balanced on its powerful hind limbs, it resembled an insectoid predator. More precisely, it was a monstrous praying mantis, though any resemblance to its natural counterpart ended there. Its forelimbs had evolved into wicked, curved scythes, perfect for slicing through flesh. Its mandibles were sharp, serrated, and clearly built for rending meat rather than chewing leaves. Translucent wings stretched menacingly from its back, and its long, thin antennae extended outward, subtly twitching as if tasting the air for blood. Without a moment's pause, the monstrous praying mantis, if they could even be called that, lunged forward with blinding speed, their movements defying the expectations set by their towering forms. But in that same instant, 4 identical figures materialized beside the real Hito, perfectly synchronized copies. Without hesitation, all 5 drew their twin short swords in unison, their silhouettes blurring as they launched themselves into the fray. Steel clashed with chitin in a violent, chaotic symphony. The sharp clang of blades striking hardened limbs reverberated across the forest, the sound sharp enough to rattle the eardrums of nearly everyone present. This was Hito's ability, clone creation. Each clone he summoned mirrored his own physical capabilities, possessing the same strength and speed as the original. However, they could not, in turn, replicate themselves. What made this power even more complex was its reflective nature. Any physical state Hito was in at the moment of creation, whether injured, fatigued, or whole, was exactly mirrored in his clones. If he were missing a limb, so were they. This unique limitation did little to diminish the overwhelming potential of his skill. It rendered Hito a one-man army, a warrior who could multiply himself on command, each duplicate as deadly as the source. Perhaps most remarkable of all was the nature of their energy. These clones were not tethered to Hito's astra. Instead, each one manifested with its own reservoir of astra, identical in volume to Hito's own astra at the exact moment they were born. Hito could be seen exchanging rapid strikes with the monstrous praying mantis as they tore through the forest, their movements a blur, ghost-like, as they darted between trees and underbrush. Their forms seemed to drift and shimmer, barely discernible to the eye. The creature's wings beat violently against the wind, propelling it with terrifying speed. There was no pause, no moment of hesitation, only relentless, forward-driving instinct. One of its scythe-like limbs swept through the air in a deadly arc, aiming straight for Hito's shoulder. But Hito shifted fluidly, his body gliding sideways in a flawless sidestep. In the same motion, his short sword flicked upward, cutting through the air like a whisper, its tip aimed with surgical precision toward the monster's eye, the attack veiled in a shimmering haze of speed and intent. But the praying mantis was no mere insect to be underestimated. It was a predator through and through. Its monstrous form held the speed, reflexes, and instincts of a seasoned killer. With a sudden gust of power, its wings beat hard against the wind, and its body twisted midair at an angle that defied logic, an impossible maneuver for a creature of its size and structure. In a flash, one of its slender antennae lashed forward like a whip, striking with deadly precision. It slashed across Hito's cheek before he could react, carving a thin, crimson line into his skin. The pain was sharp but brief. Both combatants disengaged, landing several meters apart. The forest fell still for a breath. They locked eyes, man and monster, each gauging the other. The praying mantis' mandibles clicked and clenched with eerie rhythm, almost as if it were mocking him, taunting him with its strange, alien composure. Poison, Hito realized. He could already feel his senses beginning to dull, the numbness creeping in with each passing second. He knew it wouldn't be long before paralysis set in, before he became easy prey to the monstrous predator before him. But Hito didn't panic. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself forward, a blur of motion driven by utter calmness. The praying mantis responded in kind, its wings beating furiously as it surged to meet him. They closed the distance like titans on a collision course. Then, just as they were about to clash, Hito detonated. A deafening explosion erupted from his position, unleashing a shockwave that tore through the forest with unrestrained fury. The earth beneath them ruptured, a massive crater ripping itself open at the point of impact. Trees were uprooted like twigs, flung violently aside. Stones, boulders, and even the air itself screamed under the pressure of the blast, none of it offering the slightest resistance. As the smoke and haze began to lift, the aftermath of the explosion revealed itself in brutal clarity. Shattered remains of the praying mantis body were scattered across the battlefield, limbs twisted and torn, its exoskeleton shredded as though it had been sliced apart by invisible blades. The detonation had ripped through it like scissors through parchment. But Hito himself was nowhere to be seen. It hadn't been the original. Hito had merely been a clone, one that, sensing its imminent demise from the creeping paralysis, chose a final act of calculated destruction. Rather than allow itself to fall, it transformed into a living bomb, sacrificing itself to obliterate the monster in a single, devastating burst. In Siamora, self-detonation was an impossibility for most. No being could simply explode themselves. But Hito's clones were the exception. They could ignite themselves with intent, amplifying the force of their destruction through the controlled release of their astra. And when they did, the result was nothing short of catastrophic. The remaining praying mantis reeled, caught off guard by the sudden, devastating explosion. But the Hitos did not falter. They had anticipated the detonation, and they wasted no time capitalizing on the chaos. Their short swords lashed out like lightning bolts, precise and merciless. One of the clones closed the distance in an instant, decapitating his target with a single, fluid strike. But there was no pause, no celebration, only movement. Without missing a beat, he surged toward the next beast, blades gleaming with intent. The original Hito, ever calculating, immediately summoned back the detonated clone, restoring it in perfect condition. With renewed numbers, the Hitos swept across the battlefield with ruthless efficiency, cutting down the remaining monsters in a flurry of coordinated strikes. This was another facet of Hito's deadly brilliance. Any clone that sustained critical injury was converted into a suicide unit, using the last of its astra to detonate with overwhelming force. And once the explosion had served its purpose, the original body would simply summon the clone anew, unharmed, fully restored, and ready to fight again. The clones faded away, vanishing like mist, and Hito returned to his original position with calm, unhurried strides. Not a single drop of blood stained his skin, no wounds, no fatigue. He looked untouched, as if he had never stepped into battle at all. Asher watched him closely, a quiet fascination flickering in his eyes. He had always found clone-based abilities intriguing, versatile, dangerous, and filled with limitless potential. But Hito's version was something else entirely. Unlike others, his clones had no power restrictions, no diluted strength. They were perfect replicas, and that made him terrifying. With such an ability, Hito could infiltrate both sides of any war, send one clone into the shadows to serve darker forces, while another operated openly in the light. Resources, intelligence, secrets, they would pour in from both sides, converging into one mind. But beyond espionage, there was the raw destructive power. If Hito grew strong enough, his suicide bomber clones alone could reduce cities to ash, perhaps even bring an empire to its knees. "I think you should quit Wargrave and become a terrorist," Asher said casually, glancing at Hito with a half-serious smirk. Hito's lips twitched ever so slightly. This wasn't the first time he'd heard that suggestion. Others had jokingly, or not so jokingly, said the same thing in the past. "Think about it," Asher went on, grinning. "No need to join a gang when you are a gang. You could call your crew the Suicide Squad, it practically names itself." Ella jumped in, amused. "Seriously, how did I not think of this before? You could actually form a gang. And the best part, you don't even have to show up, just send a clone while you relax at home." But Hito didn't reply. He stood quietly to the side, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He had no interest in arguing with those two. Time slipped by, and the sun began its slow descent beyond the horizon. Evening crept in, casting long shadows across the forest floor and bathing the sky in hues of amber and violet. Yet no one moved. No one even considered leaving. After all, the 10th son had yet to take the field. And they were all waiting for him, Asher. Even Tom, Hito, and Ella, despite their own remarkable showings, were drawn in by the mystery surrounding him. Each Wargrave descendant was said to awaken an element tied to their bloodline, and while they had all displayed their abilities before, Asher's had remained a secret. Not once had he revealed it. Not even in passing conversation. And oddly, none of them had ever thought to ask. High above, nestled within the crown of a towering tree, 3 figures watched in silence. Vyark, Aloan, and Harold, hidden from the crowd, stood like silent sentinels, their gazes fixed on the clearing below. How do you think the 10th son will fare in his first battle? Lowen asked, a faint smile playing on her lips as she kept her eyes fixed on the clearing below. Harold folded his arms, his tone thoughtful. The 10th son is undeniably gifted, so much so that it borders on something unnatural. But this is different. This is a real battle, not theory, not sparring. I expect he'll perform spectacularly, as always, but there may be a slight hiccup. Even brilliance can stutter in the face of unpredictability. Vyark, whose gaze hadn't once shifted from the pages of the erotic novel he held in hand, chimed in without lifting his eyes. I'd agree. Even though he's absorbed some of our experiences, it's still not the same. Watching and knowing is one thing. Living it is another. True to his usual disinterest, Vyark hadn't spared a glance at any of the trainees during their fights. Not even for Hito, Ella, or Tom, the most noteworthy of the group. But what none of them knew, what no one watching from the trees or standing around the field could have guessed, was that this wouldn't be Asher's first battle. For most, the monster subjugation exercise marked their first encounter with a real beast. It was a controlled first taste of danger, blood, and survival. But not for Asher. He had faced monsters before. Fought, killed, bled. No one knew simply because Asher had never said a word. He wasn't the type to boast, especially not about slaying a handful of whisper and echo-ranked beasts. There was no glory in it. No need for attention. And the rumors. There were none. The Wargrave Knights were trained to keep their mouths shut. Discipline ran in their blood, silence ingrained into their bones. If any of them had seen what Asher had done, they took it to their graves, or at least, kept it buried deep within their oaths. So while others watched with curiosity, expecting a prodigy's first taste of battle, Asher was merely returning to something he already knew. Then Drake's voice lazily echoed from above. Asher, Vale. The words struck like a lightning bolt across the training grounds. For a moment, silence reigned. Eyes widened. Breaths hitched. Even the most confident trainees felt their hearts falter. Vale. The thought rippled through the crowd like a wave of disbelief. The difference between Echo and Vale wasn't a simple step, it was a chasm. Like the gap between night and day, between stone and steel. Every rank leap in monster classification was massive, each one marking a fundamental shift in power, ferocity, and danger. Most had expected Asher to be tested against an Echo-ranked monster at its peak, challenging, sure, but survivable. But this, a Vale-ranked beast. Was he really that strong? They couldn't help but have such thoughts. Asher didn't speak. He stepped forward in silence, his movements unhurried, yet precise, each stride calm, deliberate, and filled with an almost unnatural stillness. In a subtle flash, Vireless materialized in his hand, its silver blade humming faintly. His eyes sharpened, senses elevating to their peak, he was ready. Then the man appeared once again. But this time he brought with him two monsters. Orcs. Their skin was a deep, mossy green, stretched tightly over towering frames that stood nearly 8 feet tall. Veins bulged across their arms and chests, their muscle mass exaggerated to grotesque proportions. Each one gripped a massive, metallic club lined with vicious, rusted spikes, more of a slab of death than a weapon. As the man vanished into thin air, so did hesitation. The orcs moved. Their speed was absurd, completely betraying their size. In the blink of an eye, they were already beside Asher, one to his left, the other to his right, their clubs raised high, descending like executioner's blades toward his skull. There was no time to think, only to act. But Asher was already in motion. The instant the orc struck, his body darted backward with fluid motion. A thunderous boom followed as the spiked club slammed into the ground, the earth trembling violently before caving in beneath the impact. Yet Asher didn't just evade, he countered. Vireless flashed forward in a sharp arc, aimed directly at the first orc's Achilles tendon, a calculated strike meant to cripple. But the orc reacted with surprising speed, lifting its leg mid-swing and launching a brutal kick toward Asher's head. Massive foot entered Asher's omniperception, his mind registering every muscle shift, every subtle twitch. With a seamless twist of his body, his center of gravity shifted, and Vireless moved in harmony, its flat side rising just in time to absorb the incoming blow. A colossal force crashed against him. Asher's arms steadied against the impact, and though the rapier had lessened the force, the sheer power of the orc's kick sent him skidding backward. His boots carved deep trenches into the ground, earth and dust flaring behind him as he regained control. Before Asher could so much as catch his breath, the second orc was already upon him, its massive spiked club arcing toward his temple with terrifying speed, ready to turn his skull into pulp. Asher reacted instantly. Fireless cleaved through the air like a streak of silver, meeting the incoming blow head-on. The collision was thunderous. Steel met steel in a deafening metallic scream, the clash sending out a blinding shower of sparks. The sheer force of impact detonated the air around them, triggering a shockwave so violent it uprooted trees and blasted the earth backward in a sweeping, chaotic arc. In the haze of smoke and dust, their figures blurred into silhouettes, locked in a brutal dance of speed and power. Again and again, they collided with earth-shaking force, their movements too fast for trained eyes of the trainees to follow. Tremors rippled through the ground with every step, every strike, every impact. The orcs moved with deadly intensity, their enormous frames doing nothing to hinder their blinding momentum. They weren't just brutes, they were monsters in perfect form. Raw power, blistering speed, and an instinct for violence that made them terrifying foes. They had it all, but so did Asher. Attacks rained down on Asher from every direction, left, right, above, below. The air screamed with each strike, deafening in its fury. Every movement carried crushing weight, each swing capable of shattering bone and earth alike. Yet Asher moved like water flowing through chaos. His rapier in hand had become a phantom, flickering with impossible speed, deflecting, parrying, blocking in rapid succession. Each motion was precise, economical, and instinctive, as though his body operated on a rhythm no one else could hear. Despite the overwhelming barrage, his eyes remained calm. Focused. His chest rose and fell in steady rhythm, his breathing controlled, unshaken by the violence around him. He searched for openings in the endless assault, and when he found even the smallest gap, he struck. Vireless would dart out like a serpent's fang, sharp, swift, lethal. But every time, the orcs met him. Their defenses snapped into place with uncanny timing, as if they could see his attacks before he even moved. Their reactions weren't just fast, they were instinctual, predictive. The soil tore beneath their feet as they pushed forward, two forces colliding at speeds that blurred the eye. Dust and grit spiraled in their wake, but Asher's focus never wavered. His gaze locked with one of the orcs, and in that split second, a smile curved at the corner of his lips. Then everything changed. His rhythm shifted, fluid turned sharp, defense became offense. Without warning, Asher surged forward, Vireless flashing toward the orc's neck with blistering speed and ruthless efficiency. The orc faltered, caught off guard. But instincts honed by years of bloodshed, caging, and survival surged to life. It stepped back in a blur, moving to evade the fatal stroke. Almost. Just as Vireless was about to whistle harmlessly past where the neck had been, Asher twisted his wrist. The blade curved midair, a seamless, unnatural adjustment, as if it flowed like a living thing. Vireless descended and tore. With a sound like ripping canvas, the blade bit through the orc's chest in a clean, savage arc, carving downward in a perfect line. A spray of thick green blood exploded into the air, painting the grass beneath them a darker shade of battle. Before Asher could follow up, the second orc was already upon him. The spiked club tore through the air, entering his omni-perception like a crashing wave. He saw it, read it, but it was too close, too fast. There was no time to dodge. No space to shift. Too late. Then it came. Lightning. A burst of pure brilliance, violet and violent, erupted around him. A crackle split the air, sharp and deafening, like the roar of the heavens tearing open. And Asher vanished. In his place, only a bolt of purple lightning streaked across the battlefield, searing a jagged path through the air. The ground where he had stood erupted from the shock of raw elemental energy, scorched and cracked in a perfect line behind him. The orc's club slammed into nothing but air, the force of its mist strike toppling a tree in the distance. Asher reappeared behind the first orc, its chest wound already beginning to mend, the creature's natural regeneration swiftly taking hold. In a blur of motion, Asher's rapier sprang to life, its blade flickering toward the orc's neck with blinding lethality. Before the beast could so much as flinch, Vireless carved cleanly through its throat, like a heated blade slicing through softened wax. A geyser of green blood burst upward, splattering across Asher's hair in a vivid spray. The severed head tumbled to the earth, rolling like a discarded stone, moments before the orc's massive frame collapsed with a resounding thud. The second orc bellowed in a frenzy as it witnessed its companion's brutal demise. Arrowoiziararar. Deafening sound waves surged from its throat, tearing through the air toward Asher's position, threatening to obliterate him into nothing but mangled flesh. But Asher responded in an instant. Vireless rose skyward, its blade catching the light, then, like a conductor of wrathful divinity, it drew upon the storm. Veins of purple lightning crackled along its length, thunder snarling in its wake. With a motion both forceful and elegant, Asher brought the rapier down in a sweeping arc, a devastating crescent of pure, baleful lightning carved through the air, howling with ruinous power. With the storm's thunderous roar, the lightning collided with the onrushing sound wave, erupting in every direction with the fury and madness of unrestrained destruction. Trees were torn asunder in an instant, their leaves scorched to ash. Stones blackened and split where the lightning kissed them. The lingering resonance of the sonic blast struck with brutal force, rattling the bones of all nearby and threatening to rupture their eardrums. Smoke veiled the battlefield in a choking shroud, swallowing the chaos in a suffocating gloom. Then, without warning, a violent gust burst outward, dispersing the smoke in a single breath, as the orc swung its massive club with raw power, parting the haze like a god of war unveiling its wrath. With another guttural roar, the orc surged forward, its speed and strength magnified to terrifying extremes. It had entered its berserker state. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance between them, and its colossal club came crashing down from above with the weight and judgment of an angry god. But it was futile. In its frenzy, the orc had traded clarity for raw power. Speed and strength surged through its veins, but its judgment was lost to madness. And in that madness, Asher found his advantage. He slipped through the orc's wild, uncoordinated strikes as effortlessly as a dragon's breath swallows a fireball. Lightning crackled along Vireless and danced across Asher's form, wrapping him in a storm of purple arcs. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the club's downward crash, and in that same motion, Vireless carved through the orc's kneecap. The creature collapsed to one knee with a howl of feral rage, its club swinging blindly in retaliation, but Asher had already vanished, leaving behind a crackling bolt of lightning. He reappeared beside the beast, his rapier a blur as it thrust cleanly through the orc's shoulder. Another flicker, another flash, Asher was behind it. One final stroke. Vireless cleaved through the orc's neck with deadly ease, severing its head in a seamless arc. The berserker's fury died with it. Whatever power had driven its rampage faded instantly. Massive body collapsed in a lifeless heap, and Asher, without sparing it a second glance, turned and walked away, the storm humming quietly around him. Everyone stood frozen, their expressions painted with disbelief, as if reality itself had just been twisted before their eyes. Asher had dismantled two Veil-ranked monsters, as though they were nothing more than bothersome flies. They had witnessed the ease with which he moved, graceful, measured, and untouchable. He wasn't panting. He didn't break a sweat. Not a scratch marked his body. He was serene. Was that really his first battle? The question echoed quietly in their minds, unspoken but mutual. Every time they thought they had grasped the extent of who he was, Asher revealed something even more unimaginable. And now he had unveiled his element, lightning. But not just any lightning. Purple lightning, vibrant and violent, the same shade that shimmered in his hair and eyes. A perfect, terrifying harmony. Green blood splattered across his frame, and somehow it only made him look more divine, like a god of war stepping down from the heavens. They had seen it. He had split a sound wave. A full-force, deafening shockwave hurled by a berserk orc, and he had cut through it like it was air. Isn't this too much? Ella couldn't help but wonder, her thoughts ringing with disbelief. She knew the truth. A single strike from a Veil-ranked orc was more than enough to cripple her. Orcs were monsters of raw muscle and brute strength. But these weren't just orcs. They were Veil-ranked. A different breed entirely. They had expected a fight. They had hoped for it. But what they saw, they couldn't comprehend. Asher felt their stares but said nothing. Alongside Tom, Hito, and Ella, he stepped calmly out of the first training ground. Can you stop looking at me like that? I'm not some peacock flaunting its feathers, he finally muttered, a hint of exasperation in his voice. It can't be helped, Ella replied, her tone half serious. I'm just wondering, are all suns and moons like you? If they are. Her voice trailed off, unfinished. Asher shook his head, offering nothing more. See you tomorrow. Good night. And with that, he turned and walked away, disappearing toward his room. 5 months had passed since Asher's first time in the monster subjugation training ground. Since that initial experience, he had made a truly miraculous amount of progress, something that left many speechless when they heard of his current level. He had successfully broken through into the next life rank, the Radiant Kindle Star rank. Although the rate at which he could cultivate and strengthen his astral veins had decreased slightly compared to before, it didn't bother Asher in the slightest. He was already progressing at a rate that was considered inhuman, especially in a place where others hardly made any noticeable advancement, even after months or years. At this moment, Asher was leaving the first training ground after completing the day's training. He still fought Vale-ranked monsters and beasts, but they were far more powerful and aggressive than the first orcs he had fought. However, this difference mattered not to his blade. He still cut everything down without hesitation, like it was nothing more than dried grass in the path of a sharp scythe. As he walked alongside his friends, Tom spoke from the side with a curious tone. "10th son, do you know what the true awakening is about?" It was common knowledge within the entire empire, if not the entire known world, that the Wargrave household always held its own unique awakening ritual, which they called the True Awakening. So Asher wasn't particularly surprised that Tom, or even the rest of his friends, knew something about it. But the truth was, it wasn't anything like the typical awakening that occurred when the Astra veins were activated during the main and original ceremony. This was different. Asher simply shook his head and responded, "I don't, but I think I'll be briefed about it before it begins." Indeed, he didn't know the exact details of the True Awakening, but based on what he had gathered from both Lyra's vague words and his own analysis, Asher had come to a tentative conclusion. It most likely involved a life-or-death battle, one that no one could interrupt. "Your True Awakening is going to be held next week already. Shouldn't you be doing everything you can to find out more about it?" After all, even the smallest bit of information could prove useful, Ella asked, her voice tinged with a hint of concern. Although she knew Asher, the 10th son, was a complete monster in combat, something with the name True Awakening, and being a ritual of the Wargrave household shouldn't be taken lightly or underestimated. "Why are you suddenly getting all worried? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with me," Asher said with a slight smile, teasing her playfully. "I was never worried about you," Ella scoffed. "Besides, if anyone's falling for anyone, it's you. Just become the Primarch already, and stop trying to trick me into making a confession that isn't even real." Asher chuckled lightly as they continued walking. His gaze slowly rose to the sky, which was dyed a beautiful orange hue as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the world in soft twilight. He wouldn't lie to himself and say he wasn't nervous. He was, deep down. Asher felt a twinge of dread. The True Awakening was something he could potentially die in, and no one would step in to save him. He had once visited the library in an attempt to uncover any hidden information about the True Awakening, but he found nothing. No records, no books, not even rumors worth believing. So in his frustration, he asked the Great Elder, the librarian, who had simply told him that 3 Wargraves had already died during their True Awakenings, and the household hadn't lifted a finger to save them, and that was during his own time, not to talk of the ones he was unaware of. The True Awakening was a place where he would be forced to fight to survive without any intervention, even if he were on the verge of death. During his first battle against the wolves on his journey to the royal party, Lyra and the Wargrave Knights had been there, ready to intervene if necessary. Even during his monster subjugation training, Drake had been around, watching closely to ensure that there would be no fatal or crippling injuries. But next week, that safety net would be gone. The orange glow of the sky above seemed to mirror his unease, reflecting off his body as if it sympathized with him. It was almost like the sky was mourning the possible fall of a genius, a monster. "I could always send a clone to secretly help you, though," Hito said casually, wearing a calm smile. "You do know you'd be executed on the spot if the suns and moons heard what you just said, right?" Ella commented from the side, her voice slightly sharp. Hito simply shrugged. "Then I'll just send another clone." Ella shook her head in exasperation and gave up arguing. Hito's clones were exact copies of him. Even if someone used an ability to inspect them, it would still show that each one was the real body. The only way to differentiate a clone from the real Hito was by forcefully asking the version in front of you to create another clone, and even then, some weren't certain. Besides, no one truly knew if this particular restriction would continue as Hito grew stronger. No one knew whether his clone's inability to make more clones was due to his ability limitations, or simply because he had yet to gain better control over his ability. "Later, guys," Asher said as he turned and walked away. After walking a short distance, he vanished from sight, instantly reappearing in his room. "Lyra, bring dinner immediately." I don't have time to waste, Asher ordered. Lyra, who had already been standing quietly by his door, moved instantly to obey. Asher wanted to make use of every second he had left. He had only 1 week remaining. After taking a quick bath, he sat down at the table as Lyra brought in the food and carefully arranged it before him. Has anything changed within the Wargrave estate, Lyra? Asher asked, his tone calm and composed. Things rarely changed within the estate. Suns and moons were almost always away, and even the great elders and regular elders frequently ventured out, often returning with blood staining their robes and weapons. Hardly anything eventful ever occurred within the household itself. There was no family drama, no infighting, no squabbles, just endless battle and death. Every wargrave was always out there, busy sending enemies to their graves. Yes, young master, Lyra replied as she stood behind him in her usual respectful posture. Tell me, Asher said gently as he lifted his fork to take a bite. The first son, Malric Wargrave, returned a few hours ago. The Primarch also returned this morning after you left for the first training ground, Lyra said softly. Asher remained silent. Father and the first son, he thought to himself. They had both been present during his first awakening 6 months ago, and now they had returned again. Although Asher hadn't physically seen the Primarch during that ceremony, he had no doubt that the man had been watching him from afar. Anything else? Asher asked. Nothing else has changed, young master. But from what I know about the other true awakenings that have taken place during my time here, all the suns and moons are expected to return to the estate, Lyra said, her voice steady. Asher froze. Her words echoed like a thunderclap in his ears. Out of all the suns and moons, he had only met 2 suns and not a single moon. Even the elders and great elders, he had only ever spoken with the great elder, who was the librarian. Now he was expected to meet them all. At once. A few days passed as the day of the true awakening drew closer and closer. One by one, the suns and moons began to return, their presences slowly gathering like looming clouds before a storm. The last time they had assembled at this level was during Asher's first awakening, the very same one in which he had failed. Now, however, the tension that filled the entire Wargrave estate was palpable. It hung in the air like a dense fog. Every maid, butler, and knight walked on eggshells, practically quaking in their boots. After all, meeting all the Wargraves at once was something so rare, so overwhelming, that even veterans of the estate felt unsettled. Wargraves themselves wore cold, distant, or expressionless looks, faces carved from ice, which only served to deepen the terror in the hearts of those around them. At this moment, within a silent, dimly lit chamber, Azarin could be seen sitting in deep thought. His head rested gently against his palm, his golden eyes staring blankly up at the ceiling above him. His expression was unreadable, but a certain weight hung around his shoulders, as though invisible chains had bound him in place. At the side of the room stood Zerk, Azarin's personal butler and longtime right-hand man. He stood with poise and calm, silently observing the man who had long since earned the title of the strongest wargrave, a man who could topple mountains and tear apart legions with nothing but his spear. And yet here he was, sighing continuously, mulling over something as though it was far beyond his reach, beyond his power. Azarin's thoughts in this moment were completely focused on Asher. His 10th heir. His 10th child. His 10th son. His wife, Lily of the Abyss, had entrusted Asher to him as her final, dying wish. She had placed the boy in his hands and asked only one thing: protect him. Now here he was, throwing that very son into the fires of the true awakening, where death loomed like a specter waiting to strike. Azarin didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say. He felt trapped at an impasse between duty and love. He knew Asher could die during the awakening process. In fact, Asher wouldn't be the first wargrave to do so. But at the same time, Asher was a prodigy, a genius who even eclipsed his mother in talent when it came to the rapier. A rare brilliance that hadn't been seen in any generation. Azarin's heart was torn. If Asher was about to die, should he intervene? Should he save his son and honor the final wish of the woman he had loved with all his heart? Or should he sit back, bound to his seat by the heavy weight of tradition and legacy, the burden that came with the position of Primarch? He was bound by invisible, invincible chains. Which path should he choose? He sighed once more, the sound deeper this time. His heartbeat thudded louder in his chest, beating faster, harder, nervousness he hadn't felt in decades. He, the mighty Azarin, had long since forgotten the last time he had heard his own heartbeat with such intensity. Perhaps only when fighting to death against a sin. What should I do? Azarin thought, his brows furrowing. Even if he did save Asher, nothing would happen to him. He was the strongest wargrave for a reason. No one dared question his strength. No one could truly stand against him. But just because he could, didn't mean he should. Being Primarch wasn't a title to be thrown around. It came with rules, expectations, and ancient laws. Even he, at the top of the wargrave hierarchy, couldn't casually break family tradition. His mind began spinning, thoughts churning like a storm. Contingency plans, escape strategies. If Asher ever fell into true danger, Azarin was already beginning to calculate how best to act without dismantling everything. From the side of the room, Zerk finally broke the silence. "Should I intervene when necessary?" he asked, his voice composed yet thoughtful. Azarin heard the question, but didn't reply immediately. He continued to stare at the ceiling, unmoving. Zerk, patient as always, said nothing more. He simply waited for the reply. Azarin finally opened his mouth. "What do you think I should do, Zerk?" he asked, his voice quiet but filled with tension. "Should I save my son's life, or allow the weight of this crown to keep pressing me down?" He could confide in Zerk. Of that he was certain. Zerk had been by his side since the beginning. He knew exactly how heavy the crown of the Primarch was. He had witnessed Azarin's rise. He knew the cost of it. Crown the strongest, yet forever bound by rules. Azarin, Zerk said gently as he began to speak again. "I believe the answer to that question is, in some way, simple." Although he used the word simple, he understood more than anyone how far from simple it really was. Azarin's golden gaze finally moved, turning toward Zerk as he continued speaking. "You simply have to decide what you love more. The crown on your head or your wife's dying wish." Zerk's words hit like thunder, reverberating through Azarin's chest. He frowned. Deep down, he knew Zerk was right. There was no middle path here. He had to choose one or the other. There was no balancing act this time. But if he were to truly choose, honestly, without fear of consequences, he would choose her. He would honor her. He had become the Primarch for her sake in the first place. He had fought, bled, and conquered just to be able to hold her hand. Besides, even if he did step down from the Primarch position for breaking tradition, his first son, Malric, was already powerful enough to take the mantle. The boy was ready. Azarin could gently retire, step away from it all, and spend the rest of his years fighting to his heart's content without the weight of the throne. The path was becoming clearer now. If Asher truly fell into grave danger, Azarin would save him. He would step down. Then Malric would take over. And if Asher didn't fall into danger, then all was well. Better to be prepared and not need it than unprepared when the worst happens. "But I don't think that's the only option, Azarin," Zerk said again, shattering the silence that had once more begun to settle in the room. Azarin blinked. "What do you mean, Zerk?" With a faint smile on his face, Zerk replied, "Do you really believe that Malric would just sit by and let Asher die during this true awakening?" Azarin froze. He hadn't considered that. Indeed, Malric wouldn't let Asher die. His first son wouldn't allow it. Azarin knew it in his bones. Malric would intervene. And if Malric did interfere, then as Primarch, the power to mete out punishment rested solely on Azarin's shoulders. He could simply assign a light punishment, or even none at all. How didn't I think of this earlier? Azarin thought, a slow smile spreading across his face as clarity dawned. His heart rate, which had been racing moments ago, began to slow. He was calm again. "Thank you," Azarin said sincerely, glancing toward Zerk. Zerk merely nodded, offering no further words. He had no children of his own, but that didn't mean he didn't understand Azarin's pain. "You better not die, Asher," Azarin thought, leaning back slightly. "Though I must admit, I'm starting to look forward to seeing what you'll do."